Item L, which is a request for allocations from the IFC Contingency Fund from the State Department of Agriculture. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Department of Agriculture is requesting allocation from the IFC contingency account in the amount of $50,000 that was passed during this past legislation as a Section 73 of the Senate Bill 511. We are open for any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. Could you give the committee just a little more insight into what this funding will be used for, the reason for the request?
Of course.
If you could, a little more detail.
Of course. Thank you for your question. Mark Markovich, Administrative Services Officer with Department of Agriculture. So the department identified the need in our fiscal division that we need additional staff. During the fiscal year 23, we had a significant turnover in staff. We did lose a couple of staff members due to staff being burnt out. We had excessive amount of overtime as well as excessive amount of work. So the agency currently has a total of 20 budget accounts. From these 20, 13 are executive budget accounts and 7 are non-executive budget accounts. We have only 2 staff members that are managing all these budget accounts. In addition to that, we have a federal team that has 3 members. From these 3 members, we have 1 vacancy. We are currently managing approximately 116 unique grants and programs. We have responsibility to 286 sub-awards that are issued. On an annual basis, we have to perform 444 financial reports, as well as do approximately 284 drawdowns, financial drawdowns to replenish funds that we are paying to our subrecipients. In addition to these tasks, we are also in need of somebody who can take on calculating the fees needed for the new statewide meat inspection program. This program is currently undergoing approvals from USDA, and we are working on some NRS changes. That's our program staff. However, we need somebody who will be able to dedicate the time and work on calculating how much these fees should be so this program can be self-sustained without any help from the general fund, or in this case, ARPA funds that were awarded to the agency to start this project and this program.
Thank you for going into more detail. Members, do you have any questions? So if I understand what you were saying correctly, the majority of the time that this position will be doing will be focusing on the management of grants and budget accounts management, and then we'll just be assisting with the meat inspection program, but that will not be the main portion of their jobs, correct?
Mark Markovich, for the record, Madam Chair, that is correct. So that's the person that we are asking to hire as a part-time contract employee. This $50,000 would give us approximately 6 months worth of having somebody in a full-time position, or approximately 1,027 hours based on current rate of pay identified for this classification code and the markup rate from any of the temporary agencies, which is 34.9%. This person that we would hire in a temporary position would help manage 3 executive budget accounts that are general funded, as well as 3 non-executive budget accounts that are basically part of the agency. And they will also work on helping manage these pass-through grants. So the Department of Agriculture has approximately $236 million in a pass-through grants, and we do not receive any administrative funds to manage these pass-through grants. These are mostly nutrition grants that are paying for National School Breakfast Lunch Program, for Farmers Assistance Grant, for Fruits and Vegetable Program. So the fiscal team is stretched very thin, and we need help to be able to stay on the top of the tasks, ensure that we reimburse our recipients timely so they can continue providing food to underserved and poor population of our state. The meat inspection part would be only financial assessment and calculation of the fees. They would not be managing the program or would be involved in a program. They would just assist us to do the research and calculate based on expected number of meat producers in a state, expected expenditures for the program over the next couple of fiscal years, and then determine how much each inspection and certificate should cost, so that we can be financially stable and at the same time be fair to our businesses who are trying to obtain these certificates and licenses.
Thank you. We have a few more questions. Senator Dondur-Loop.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here this afternoon. I'm not sure if I remember or not, but can you clarify why during the bill hearing and why when we heard this bill, the finance piece of it was not addressed?
Thank you for your question. Marko Markovic for the record, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Dondur-Loop. We had, in our original budget submission, due to some inexperienced staff putting budget proposal together, this request was not clearly identified. We worked with the Governor's Finance Office on providing some additional clarification. However, that there was a misconception that these $50,000 were being asked for meat inspection program, which is funded with the state ARPA fiscal recovery funds. Due to those reasons and unclear how these funds would be used, we were asked to come back to IFC committee and actually clarify what the goal for us is and how we are planning on using these $50,000 that were passed in a Senate Bill 511.
Thank you very much.
Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, so I have two questions. Number one, after the 6 months is over, what then will happen, and who's going to take over this role? Because it's not like the food program and the Department of Ag and running those programs is going to disappear. That's the first question. Then I have a follow-up.
Marko Markovic for the record, through Madam Chair, to Senator Neal. Thank you for your question, Senator. We are looking for help at the moment. These tasks are not handled by any additional employees right now. They are basically dispersed among existing employees. However, as I stated earlier, we already lost several team members due to staff being burnt out and having to work excessive amount of overtime. Our plan is to continue seeking grant funds that can be used to actually fund position like this in the future and help us with the workload we have. During the last budget build, agency requested 6 positions in administrative budget. From these 6 positions, 3 positions were fiscal positions, and none of these positions were approved. So we are really in need of having some additional staff so we can continue supporting our subrecipients and continue meeting the deadlines that we have in front of us.
Okay, that was really good information, because I was wondering, I didn't hear it in the first part with the chair about burnout and the positions that were not received. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is in regards to the Department of Ag program and the size of the grant, this one individual, because it sounds like it's one individual that you're going to bring on to manage, how do you expect to, I guess, get this person? Is this coming from another agency where they have familiarity with the program? Are you getting ready to do some supersized training program to really help them understand so they're not burnt out in 6 months and then you're left with no one?
Thank you for your question, Marko Markovic, Department of Agriculture. Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Neal. So this would be a temporary contract position. This would not be basically stealing or borrowing anybody from any other state agencies. We would reach out to the temporary agency in hope that we can find somebody who has experience that we are looking for, so we can hire the individual to help us with this. We are hoping to find somebody who is already familiar with the state systems and can help us without going through some quick and extensive training. As I mentioned earlier, we currently have only 3 people in our federal team that are managing all these grants. From these 3 positions, 1 position is vacant as of 6/30/23, and it will be vacant for a little while because the classification code for grants and project analyst 1 is very complex, and there is not sufficient number of candidates out there that we can hire from. So we are working on finding the resources available to the state to actually fulfill this position as soon as possible, and hoping to have this additional $50,000 so we can bring the contract employee to help bring us up to speed with some tasks that we have already overdue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you. I just like a little clarification for something you said earlier in response to one of Senator Neal's question. You said that there was a request for 6 additional employees, but that request was denied. Were those positions included in the GovRec budget that was presented to the legislature and we had a discussion on it during the legislative process, or was that not included in the budget that we received?
Thank you for your question, Madam Chair. Marko Markovic, Department of Agriculture. Those were included in agency requests. However, they did not migrate over to the governor recommended budget.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to make sure I understood it because I didn't remember having that discussion in our fiscal meetings. And I don't remember us denying the 6 positions. So thank you so much for that clarification. Members, any other questions?
Madam Chair, Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
and although I support the meat inspection program, I would like to abstain on this vote because of my relationship with the Director of Department of Ag. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. See no other questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee.
Moving on to the next item on our agenda, and that would be M, a request for allocation from the IFC contingency account from the Department of Indigent Defense Services.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Marcy Reba, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Department of Indigent Defense Services. We are here today to request for an allocation from the IFC contingency account pursuant to Section 80 of Assembly Bill 494 to reimburse our rural counties that have met their maximum contribution for indigent defense services. And just as a quick reminder, the state of Nevada has set a maximum amount that counties are required to pay for indigent defense services. Once they meet that maximum amount, they can request reimbursement from the state via our department. These requests are for states or counties that were specifically set forth in a Davis stipulated consent judgment that the state of Nevada is currently in, and I'm available for any questions.
Members, any questions for the Department of Indigent Defense Services? Yes, Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And Ms. Reba, I think you could probably be an honorary IFC member at this point. So just a couple questions. I know we had extensive discussions during the legislative session about the funding for the department. Could you just sort of remind me, I guess, what the conclusion of that was? I know there was some one-time, I think like a one-time funding or enhancement that went to the budget, but I'm assuming that this request under action item N was something that was contemplated during the legislative session, meaning contemplated that you would be coming to IFC to ask for these amounts. Could you just confirm that for me and maybe refresh my recollection about the budget enhancement or the one-time appropriation that we made to the department?
Yes. Again, Marcy Reba for the record. Just as a quick reminder, our department was created in 2019, and when we came before the legislature in 2021, counties didn't really know how much they'd be spending on indigent defense services, so we really didn't have a good number to give to the legislators of how much was to be expected for reimbursement. So instead of building this amount into our budget, it was decided by the legislature to set aside approximately $1.2 million for each year of the biennium in these Section 80 funds. Moving forward, this legislature set aside $7 million over the biennium, which was actually placed into our budget, so $3.5 million for each year. And if that is insufficient, Assembly Bill 518 provides an approximately $15 million or more for the department to be able to go back to in case we have insufficient allocation to be able to reimburse our rural counties and make them whole for that which they're setting aside to improve indigent defense in their counties.
Thank you for the follow-up, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. It did refresh my recollection. I just wondered, I think there was some discussion during the legislative session about one of the rural counties having a death penalty case and how expensive that would potentially be. Is any of the money being requested under agenda item M, the $499,000, related to that particular case, or are you able to break it down that way? Are these cases other than that one death penalty case in the rural communities?
Thank you. Marcy Reba for the record. I believe the case that you're referring to is specifically a Lyon County case, and part of this could be for that case. We are asking counties to report to us specifically what's spent on death penalty cases as opposed to all other case types. So part of this Lyon County, as it is one of those named Davis counties, part of this funding could be used towards that. But the $499,000 is insufficient. This legislature actually allocated an additional $2.6 million supplemental appropriation, so we will be making all of those counties whole. So we do expect that some of this funding to go to a death penalty case. There's also a second death penalty case in Pershing County that just came back in this fiscal year, so we should see that moving forward.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. If on the Lyon County death penalty case, if I'm not mistaken, that gentleman took care of that for us. So are you going to redact that, or is that money you're going to be coming back to ask that money to be transferred to something else?
Marcy Reba for the record. What we're requesting for is actual amounts that were spent. So how the process works is counties let us know how much they spent on indigent defense services. So that's actual bills that they have received and paid for indigent defense services. We don't give money to the counties over and above, just based on what they expect to spend. They have to provide to us their county ledgers showing the actual expenditures, and we go through them to ensure that they are actually indigent defense services expenses, and we work with our rural counties to confirm that they are receiving the money that they are entitled to, but that they're not getting money that they are not.
Members, any other questions on this agenda item? See no other questions. I have a motion to approve from Speaker Yeager. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Speaker Yeager, a second from Senator Dondero-Loop. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you so much. And then we will move to the next item on our agenda, which is item N, which is a request for the extension of revisions date from previous allocations from the IFC contingency account. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Deanna Spicula, and I am a HAVA Administrator with the Elections Division with the Secretary of State's Office. This request is to balance forward $1,278,033 to cover costs associated with the implementation of Assembly Bill 321 from the 2021 legislative session. When this funding was originally approved by the IFC on February 9th of 2021, it was used to purchase ballot sorters and ballot drop boxes and other items related to the implementation of AB 321. Since then, and following the 2022 election cycle, a number of new clerks have been elected and opportunities for improvement have been identified. This funding will enable the purchase of those additional items in preparation for the 2024 election cycle. And that being said, I'm here for any questions.
Thank you so much, members. Any questions? Not seeing any questions for anyone here in Las Vegas. Do we have any questions from members in Carson City? Okay, not seeing any. Then I will entertain a motion to approve the $1,278,000.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero-Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is item O, and it's a statement of the disaster relief account. And I'll invite our fiscal department to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The statement for the disaster relief account can be found in Volume 3 of your committee packets on page 293. The current disaster relief account balance as of July 17, 2023 was $10,581,285. There is a request from the Office of Military Emergency Response and management costs associated with the March 2023 winter storms. That amount is $256,107. And if this item is approved today, there will be a balance in the account of $10,325,178.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kaufman. Members, any questions on the statement of the disaster relief account? Not seeing any, then I will entertain a motion.
Oh, that's just information.
Oh, and that's just information.
Just kidding.
Moving on to the next item on our agenda, which will be P. It's a request for the approval of a grant from the disaster relief account, and that will be from the Office of the Military.
Good afternoon again. Jared Franco, CFO for the Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security. And I am here to request $256,107 out of the disaster relief account so that the division can cover the 25% required match for the public assistance grant that we received during the atmospheric river events back in March. I will entertain any questions.
Members, we just had the report of the statement of the disaster relief account, and it was mentioned during that statement of this agenda item. Is there any questions? All right, not seeing any. Now I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, and that is item Q. It's a request for approval of a lease of state lands. And we should have the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources joining us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Charlie Donahue, and I serve as the administrator for the Division of State Lands. Before you today is a revenue-generating lease between the Division of State Lands on behalf of Division of Museums to operate a rail bike activities down at the Boulder City Railroad Museum. It will approximately generate $427,500 annually, and those funds will be deposited into the State General Fund. The lease has an initial term of 5 years with 2 options to extend the lease for 5 years each time. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be more than happy to answer yours or any members' questions.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions on item Q? Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, is this the same company that operates out of the north? Do we currently have a Northern Nevada rail bike system that operates out of the train depot in Carson City?
Thank you for the question. Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. There is no operation at the State Museum here in Carson City. There was an operation, it's my understanding, out by the landfill, a nonprofit for the Virginia Truckee rail system up there.
Thank you. So this organization would be then for-profit, not a not-for-profit, similarly operating up north?
Thank you for the question. Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. This is a for-profit company. The solicitation went through the competitive process as defined within NRS 321.335. The initial vendor was not happy with the negotiations and didn't feel he could meet the minimum monthly payment, and we had to drop down to number 2, which is the American Rail Bike Adventures.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just kind of curious, what happens in 2038 to this company? Do you put out another RFP, or we just talk about it again?
We would go through the solicitation process. My apologies, Madam Chair. Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. We would go through the competitive process again at that time.
Assemblywoman Bacchus.
I
I kind of just wanted to jump in there because I was reading the lease when the question was asked by my colleague, what would happen in 2038, and just looking at the lease, and I think you touched on it in your earlier presentation, there is a provision that allows for a renewal potentially of 2 5-year periods, and then I take it unless the next clause provides that if it's terminated by mutual agreement, I take it if it was terminated, then you would put it out for another RFP. You're not going to put it out for an RFP when we may have a duty to renew this lease agreement?
Thank you for the question. Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. Yes, it would. There are provisions within the lease that if the entity is not performing, that the state could terminate, or the vendor could also terminate the lease. But if the lessee were to perform as defined within the lease and also museums policies, railroad policies down in Boulder City, that they would have the opportunity to extend the lease twice for an additional 5-year term. So it would be, in total, there could be 15 years of this lease down in Boulder City.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Members, any other questions on agenda item Q? Not seeing any here in Las Vegas. Is there anyone with questions in Carson City? God bless you. Not seeing any questions in Carson City. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second?
I have a motion from Senator Donduraloop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Was there one opposition up there? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item on our agenda is the Department of Business and Industry, the Housing Division. Members, we will not be voting on this. This is just an informational update item. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Steve Acroft, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our new Chief Financial Officer, Christine Hess. Christine came in with a new set of eyes to the division, started a couple weeks ago, looked at the report that we provide to you, and made some adjustments to it that I think make it a little clearer and a little better to understand. So I'll turn it over to her to kind of walk through the spreadsheet that was provided to you yesterday.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, and congratulations on the position. I didn't know that you were there. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Indeed, it's been a whirlwind, so you're not alone. It's my pleasure to be in front of you and working with the Nevada Housing Division, so thank you for this opportunity. We provided an updated report and spreadsheet that hopefully allows you to track better the Home Means Nevada initiative projects that have been awarded and really just provide kind of almost real-time status update for you. So what you'll see at the top of the spreadsheet there is just an overall summary in which we indicate the total proposed funding, in this case 498, and these are round numbers, by the way, 498.8 million for these projects, the actual funding that has been awarded, along with the funds that are obligated. Of course, this is important for the date per Treasury. Of course, that's December 31, 2024 is our deadline for obligating funds. In this case, you'll see here as of August 2nd, we had $128.1 million obligated, and also our total expended funds. These obligations, these projects are requesting reimbursement, providing all the documentation, and so these are the projects that have gone through that process, and we have reimbursed accordingly. In the spreadsheet, of course, we've broken it down by the 4 different categories. On the change in the spreadsheet on the right side, you'll see there in the status, we've indicated those that have executed their agreements. And then right next to that column, you'll see a new column there that's obligated funds. So if they've executed their agreements, they are now obligated funds. And then next to that, of course, are the expenditures to date. So with that, we would stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, and I believe we do have a few questions. We'll start with Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was looking at the list. There's Rose Garden, and it says the old Rose Gardens. And so it's a two-part question. Number one, do you know the address of what this particular location is? Are we talking about the location that's off of Yale Street?
Steve Acroft, Administrator
Really?
of the Division, for the record. Interestingly enough, we have a call scheduled in 15 minutes with Sunra, and I will ask them that question to get to the committee, because I don't know right off the top of my head.
Yeah, because I was super curious because I only know of one old Rose Garden, and that received choice funds. So there was a choice federal grant in 2015, I believe. Then there was an award in 2017 for $21 million that then remodeled that 43-year-old unit and pretty much rebuilt it. And so I was super curious, and I drove by it this morning so I could be sure that this was the Rose Garden that had received the 21 million, and I was just wondering, why would it need any updating if it was just updated in 2017?
Steve Acroft, for the record. We will get you that answer. I believe it is an expansion because it did fall into the new development category, not the preservation category. But I will get you those answers.
Yeah, thank you for that, because, and so when you're getting an answer there, I believe there used to be a vacant lot that was next to this property, but it's not vacant anymore, and it's gated, and it has trailers inside of it, but they seem to be retail trailers of different companies when I drove by, and then there's a building in the back, but I think that building is a different name, and it is not a part of the gated 120 units that happens to be Rose Gardens. So I'm just super curious. I appreciate any response back.
All right, next up we have Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going over the numbers, and while we have $496 million actual funding provided, proposed, obligated is at 128.1, and then you've got the funding expended. So that, again, the standard for the federal government is obligated funds. Is it obligated to make the deadline versus actual funding provided, proposed?
Steve Acroft, for the record. So to meet the December 2024 date, it is obligated.
Thank you. So we're sitting at about 25%.
That is correct.
And we have just a little over a year to go to make sure that all those funds are obligated. And I know we've had discussions before about having backup plans if some of these do not materialize. So how do you feel about your backup plans as far as having a contingency to make sure that we obligate the entire $500 million?
Great question. Steve Acroft, for the record. So that is some of the impetus for the discussion that we'll be having with SNRHA shortly to ensure that their projects are moving forward. So we're working with every developer in this. We have seen an acceleration in the amount of agreements that have been executed. Therefore, once the agreement is executed, the funds are obligated. We do have some tax credit properties that we have to work through. That takes a little bit longer, and some of those we expect to go through. Now, we have had discussions with GFO, and we know that the date is December of 2024. I know they would like to see us obligated by April of 2024. So we have a 6-month period, roughly 8-month period, to ensure if things have to be reverted or how they may go. And there's no shortage of other projects that this could potentially waterfall down to that have requested funds. But we would need to make sure that those projects could be obligated by 2024.
I appreciate that. I think we all understand the long lead time for all of these projects and making sure that we're ready. And I know we have allocated this amount of money into this category, but I also think there's probably some flexibility if we need to change categories. And maybe that's why the governor's office is looking towards April of 24, because there has to be some sort of drop dead date where you've gone through all your contingencies with at least those that have enough time left to be executed or obligated. So I think the committee probably just needs to keep tracking this, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing because I know it's substantial given the type of programs these are. Thank you.
Staying in line with my colleague's question in the north, as you look through the document, the backup document that you all provided, there's a number of projects that the discussion is ongoing, and you're going to have a discussion in about 15 minutes, and we'll get you out of here, so you make that. I just have a question about the documents, the ones that have documents in final review. How close are those to being closed to take them out of ongoing discussion into documents and final review?
Thank you for the question, Steve Acroft. For the record, most of those are relatively close, and some are not. Basically, to answer the question, I mean, as an example, in the preservation category, McGraw Court, which the status is documents in final review, that got executed yesterday after we provided the spreadsheet. So effectively, most of that are grant agreements will turn pretty rapidly and pretty quickly. The loan agreements, particularly in those entities that are tax credit properties, because of the layered funding I think you're all familiar with, there's a lot of tax opinions, a lot of lawyers get involved, and so that will drag that final review process out quite a bit. But for the most part, if they are in documents in final review, that means we've had the discussion. They're either waiting for board approval, legal counsel approval, or something along those lines.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Members, any other questions? I am not seeing any here in Las Vegas. Are there any other questions in Carson City? Not seeing any. And again, members, this is just an informational item, so there is no vote to be taken on this agenda item. And not seeing any other questions, I thank you all for joining us today, and sorry about the long day, and wish you good luck in that 15-minute meeting, that a lot of those things that are in the process actually get to the finish line. So you have a great day. Members, the next item on our agenda was item S, and as you remember at the start of the meeting, there were no items pulled from that. So we will go back towards the top of our agenda, and we will go to item G. And item G is our American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery, the statement of that and status report.
So that's going to be Brody.
Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno. For the record, Brody Lizer with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I will walk through agenda item G1, which is a statement of American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund obligations and remaining reserve balances. The statement can be found in volume 1 of the meeting packet beginning on page 275. 8 work programs were submitted for consideration today under agenda items F and H. However, as Ms. Kaufman noted earlier on in the meeting, the 7 work programs submitted under agenda item H were withdrawn Those are anticipated to be resubmitted at a later date when it can be demonstrated that there's sufficient authority within the COVID-19 program's budget to support those requests. The remaining work program that will be considered today is under Agenda Item F. That is to allocate the $3.2 million for support of the Nevada Educational Choice Scholarship Program, also referred to as the Opportunity Scholarships. And this would allocate the remaining authority under the $100 million that was set aside to support state agencies, which I will cover shortly, and for which there will be some additional discussion specifically on that agenda item later today. Therefore, none of the requests impact the overall unobligated balance of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds, which remains at approximately $3.3 million as displayed on the statement. Pages 276 through 286 detail the obligations approved to date, including actions taken by the 81st and 82nd sessions of the legislature, as well as actions approved pursuant to the State Budget Act under Chapter 353 of NRS. On page 286, the 7 items on agenda list H with which were withdrawn are summarized. On pages 287 through 294, the breakdown statement for select obligations of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds is presented. I would like to take a moment just to talk about the section for the allocations of the $100 million in authority for state agencies, which runs from pages 288 through 294. Since the June IFC meeting, there have been 7 work programs approved by the Governor's Finance Office, displayed with the dates of July 5th and July 14th, beginning at the bottom of page 294. The meeting packet and carrying over to page 295. These did not require consideration by the IFC as noted on the statement. As previously noted, agenda item F would allocate $3.2 million for support of the Nevada Educational Choice Scholarship Program under this bucket, as shown on page 294. At this time, and as displayed on the statement, if the committee approves agenda item F as requested, there would be insufficient authority within the $100 million set aside for state agencies to fully fund the request. This would mean that if approved as requested, the Governor's Finance Office would need to either identify prior program allocations in which there is savings to offset the difference, or submit a work program to increase the expenditure authority within the COVID-19 program's budget to ensure that the account has sufficient authority to facilitate the transfer of funds to the Department of Education. So again, that's represented on page 294 of the meeting packet, and you'll see that under the $100 million set aside for state agencies, if agenda item F were approved as requested, it would exceed that $100 million by $23,832. The table on page 295 provides details showing savings resulting from final program expenditures compared to the originally approved authority where applicable. There are no dollar amount changes to this section of the statement since the June 14th meeting of the Interim Finance Committee. I would just note, Madam Chair, for the committee that we are working to reconcile final numbers following the end of the 82nd session of the legislature, as well as beginning the process to identify savings with the close of fiscal year 2023. While the fiscal year ended June 30th, there's some lag time where financial transactions are still being processed within the state's accounting system, and therefore we may not have the final fiscal 23 expenditures and any resulting savings for another couple months. Our office will be working to identify those figures and ensure that there is collaboration with the Governor's Finance Office in an effort to reconcile and reach consensus on what additional authority may be available for allocation as a result of any program savings. We do hope to have at least a preliminary summary of that analysis and reconciliation to present at the October meeting of the Interim Finance Committee. And Chairman Moreno, that concludes my remarks specific to the statement under Agenda Item G1.
Thank you so much. Members, before moving to Agenda Item G2, are there any questions for Mr. Leiser?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification on the final date that we have to obligate these funds.
For the record, Brody Leiser, the funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and then expended by December 31st, 2026.
Thank you. Just needed that on the record.
Madam Chair, I have one question.
Members, any other? Senator Ganser, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at page 295, the actual program expenditure statement and the potential savings. So when I go down this list, some of it has to do with the higher ed, but then if I'm looking at the bottom, April 7th, 2022, it was some money that was allocated for testing kits. There was a total of about 17.55 million, and anyway, it looks like we might have like 6.9 million left of that. And I guess I missed it exactly when we absolutely know we have the savings for something like that. I mean, because it's, do we still have reserves in testing kits, and we're not going to be ordering any more testing kits? So is that certain that we'll have that level of savings, at least for that expenditure?
For the record, Brody Leiser, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Sievers-Gansert. The amounts that are reflected on page 295 of the statement, those savings and those final expenditures represented there are mainly related to the close of fiscal year 2022. And so the overall savings, the particular item that you were asking about, the 6.9 million, that for all for all purposes has already been reallocated because these were savings. The savings that are represented on that page, again, were mostly identified with the close of fiscal year 22. Now, with the close of fiscal year 23, we are anticipating that there will be additional savings identified through program allocations that, there could have been savings in funds that were allocated that are not needed. And that's the reconciliation that I referenced that we've started to work on and will continue to work on over the next couple months to be able to identify what additional savings there may be for either programs that ended in fiscal year 2023, or I also know that the Governor's Finance Office is in constant communication with state agencies about programs that have been funded to date, and there may be some instances where the initial program approvals are not necessarily entirely needed to fund the programs, and so if an agency has identified savings for something that's going to continue on into fiscal year 2024, those are items too that we will be going through the process to try and reconcile, and would expect work programs or requests to come forward under that circumstance to de-obligate funds for programs that may not need 100% of their initial allocation.
Thanks for going over that. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for Mr. Leiser? All right, not seeing any. I thank you so much for your presentation. And we will move on to G2, and we have our GFO here at the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Amy Stevenson, and I have the pleasure of serving as the director for the Governor's Finance Office. First, I want to thank both LCV fiscal staff, specifically Mr. Leiser. Not only am I in constant communication with agencies, but I blow up his phone almost on an hourly basis, and he answers. So I appreciate that. So this report is our first initial report for updates on the progress of the COVID-19 relief funding in response to the letter of intent from the 82nd legislative session. So it's kind of hard because a lot of it was in a spreadsheet, which you have as a separate document, and I apologize ahead of time. Not all the lines are on here because I was told I had to make it readable. It was not readable with all the columns. So I will personally walk anybody through the electronic version so you can see all the data. I know I provided it to staff, so they have the electronic version. But I wanted you to be able to see this is a tool that we use to communicate with the agencies on a monthly basis to get the information that was provided, that was asked in the letter of intent. So it will show, let's see. So this tool is used to identify any challenges early and either solve them or de-obligate. Either solve the problem with the agencies, like if it's a small, I just need to be able to hire someone, so I get DHRM involved or procurement to kind of remove the obstacles, or we de-obligate the money, as Mr. Leiser said, and figure out a way to reallocate by coming to you guys, or figuring out what savings that we have. The spreadsheet provides details, including a description of each project and program, the agency organization to which the funding was allocated, the status of the project program, and spending to date for each project and program. We have been submitting these monthly reports since March 2023, which is the inception date of us creating this tool, to LCB staff, and will continue to submit the monthly reports by the end of the month following the reporting month. The reason for that schedule, it takes us about 3 weeks to gather the information and compile it for the previous month's activities. So this is as of June 30th, 2023. So this does not include what was approved in LO1. The next month's report will have the LO1 allocations. And I stand ready for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. I believe we have a few questions for you. We'll start with Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, understanding what you just mentioned about that this is up to June 30th, I wanted to know where are you at with the 132 advance request? Because I specifically wanted to know, because during the legislative session, we were talking about advancing payments for nonprofits. So where are we at in that process?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Neal. So there's, as of today, 132 advance requests have been processed, totaling $532,836,906. We have currently only 18 remaining that are being processed either today or tomorrow, as we were waiting on additional information, and we recently received it.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, quick follow-up. So this is something I didn't ask this during the session, but I'm super curious about the answer. So any dollars that were passed through from NDE to CCSD to a nonprofit, do they fall into this category of an advancement, since they weren't necessarily ARPA, but they were ESSER? Does NDE communicate that to you?
Can I go directly to Senator Neal, please? Yeah, an answer for the second part. NDE does communicate that with us through their budget officer. I am not sure about your question, but I will find out on those specific funds, Pastor, unless, Wayne, you know something. Yeah.
Because I'm asking because there's some nonprofits that believed that they went through the whole process and they're still waiting on dollars that are federal from CCSD, and they went through they're treating it as a contract, not necessarily I don't even know. Like they've kind of described this whole, how they're giving the money in a very weird way. But I want to know if you know about that backside of it.
So, thank you. Senator Neal, for the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. I believe that the legislation that passed for us to advance was just strictly for the state local fiscal recovery funds that was issued to the Governor's Finance Office. So we would not be advancing, or we don't have control of advancing for those funds that you're discussing.
But would NDE have control over getting that information to find out where an an education institution is in regards to those funds that they say they were giving to a nonprofit? Because there's no oversight there. It's like a gray area of weirdness.
Senator Neal, for the record, Amy Stevenson, Director. Yes, NDE should be able to answer that question. So I will get that information from NDE to pass on to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And we also have somebody here, I believe, from NDE at the table. If you would like to have her help out to answer that past question, then I can answer my question afterwards, if you like, Chair.
Hi, my name is Brenda Berry, and I'm actually with the GFO. I'm the ASO over the ARPA team. So I was just going to help out Amy if she needed help.
So, Chair, would you like Senator Neal to ask that question again?
No, since she's with the GFO's office, we'll just go on with your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My question is along the same lines, actually, with if there are state departments or district levels, whether it's the school district or other district and county items that are being used as kind of a pass-through to then provide money to nonprofits or other organizations. Are those departments and or county offices able to keep a portion of that as a kind of, I guess, are they allowed to keep a percentage for the staffing and or oversight, or is the 100% of that money supposed to go to that nonprofit? So it's along the same lines of the senator's questions.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Anderson. Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office. Just so that I'm clear on your question, if it's not state, local, and fiscal recovery, I would have to look at the specific direction of their ARPA allocation to each, that there's rules for each of the direct allocations to agencies in order to answer your question.
Thank you so much for that clarification. This would be directly related to the ARPA funds.
So I will have to get back with you. I will do some research and get back with you on that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions, comments on the report for the ARPA state and local fiscal recovery funds of the GFO? All right. I am not seeing any. And I guess we will move on. Another informational item that we will not have a vote on, and we'll move on to the last item on today's agenda before we go to our second session of public comment, and that will be item number F. And I was going to say you don't have to leave the table. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Never sat on this side of this table before. It's nice to see you all. My name is Ben Kiekover, for the record. I have the distinct honor of serving as Chief of Staff to Governor Joe Lombardo. I'm going to make some opening comments and then turn it over to Ms. Stevenson to provide additional information, and we will be happy to take any questions from the committee. As Governor Lombardo took office, he made his education agenda very clear, and it was focused on the fact that excellent public schools and school choice are not mutually exclusive ideas. We can do both. The governor and the legislature worked together to inject record new funding into traditional K-12 education this past legislative session. They also agreed on new levels of accountability based on student outcomes and bolstered school choice in the area of public charter schools. And nothing before you today changes any of those successes. So while tremendous progress has been made that we hope will translate into greater results for our students, hundreds of students have been left behind by the failure to adequately fund the state's Opportunity Scholarship Program. Due to a drop in funding from last year to this, hundreds of students are on the verge of being forced out of their schools and into an environment they don't want to attend. And we're here today to ask you to stop that from happening. Before you is a work program designed exclusively to ensure that students who received opportunity scholarships during the last academic year are not forced out of their current schools due to this reduction from last year to this. That is simply the intent. As I'm sure you all know, the funding level for opportunity scholarships has been turbulent since the program was created in 2015. This has included a series of one-shot appropriations to bolster the program over the past few legislative sessions, which ended in 2023 when the legislature declined to provide additional funding for the program, and it reverted to its statutory credit amount of $6.7 million. This decision resulted in a year-over-year reduction in available tax credits from last year to this of $4.7 million that has led to the prospect of these students losing their scholarships and being forced out of their current schools. There are 6 scholarship organizations in total that participate in this program and support students and families, but this work program is requesting funding for only 3 of those that are not able to maintain scholarships for the students that they had funded in the previous academic year due to a lack of cash on hand. Governor Lombardo has championed opportunity scholarships from the campaign trail through today, and we are, however, well past the point of public policy debate over school choice and opportunity scholarships. More than 60,000 students are enrolled in charter schools this year. Thousands of families would take advantage of opportunity scholarships if made available to them, and thousands more students are already making choices through traditional public options. Parents and families have made up their minds about the value of school choice, and they like it. I'm not going to try to convince you to like it if you don't. That's not my job here today. What I'm here to ask is whether you will allow the families and the students to continue attending the schools that they've already chosen based on the state support they've already received. Or are we going to force these students into schools they don't want to attend? You saw many of them today. They're not numbers on a spreadsheet. They're not letters in a bill. They're the governor's constituents. They're your constituents. And they're here asking for your help. And we'd appreciate your support for this work program to help them. And with that, I would turn it over to Ms. Stevenson to provide any additional detail. And we would be happy to answer any questions you may have. I will note that the scholarship granting organizations are all here to provide answers to your questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Amy Stevenson, and I serve as the Director for the Governor's Office of Finance. This work program requests $3,235,000 in state, local, fiscal, and recovery funds to provide funding for the Nevada Educational Choice Program to continue to provide scholarships in the 23-24 school year. This funding is an allowable use of the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds under the final rule, specifically Section 602C1C, 602C3, and 603C1C of the Social Security Act, and will be reported to the federal government under the revenue loss expenditure category. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to ask the first question. Could you repeat the sections of that? Thank you.
Of course. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. They are sections 602C1C, 602C3, 603C1C of the Social Security Act.
Thank you so much. And as you can imagine, there's quite a few questions on this agenda item. There was over 2.5 hours of public comment at the beginning. There's been a lot of words said leading up to this meeting, a lot of things that were, I believe, and I'm going to just put it on the record, half-truths. Coming in today's hearing. So I hope that we get to some real truths about where we're at and where we're at with each one of the 6 scholarship agencies. As you know, Chair Don Loop and I, along with the leadership in both houses, sent out a letter to all 6 of the scholarship organizations requesting information so that we as legislators can make an educated and a fiscally responsible decision for the state with these funds. So I am going to start our questioning off with Senator Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to ask, you sort of answered one of my first questions, which was specifically what the allowable use was and what section that would fall under and how that would be reported to the federal government. And I think you've outlined that, and then I think you mentioned it would be as lost revenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
And have you been able to, or have you had any conversations with Treasury or the federal government to verify that this would be an allowable use within that interpretation?
Thank you, Senator Canizero. Amy Stevenson, Governor's Finance Office. I have not had specific conversations with Treasury, but I have collaborated with other budget officers in other states that are using it for similar purposes and had it under legal review to make sure that it was qualified.
Okay, so no one from the federal government has indicated that this would be an allowable use and that this would fall within the parameters as specified under the Treasury rules?
Correct.
I want to ask a follow-up question about the request, because we just had sort of heard from Mr. Leiser's presentation that this actually exceeds the remaining unobligated authority for that $100 million that was set aside for state agencies. So since this is asking for the Interim Finance Committee to appropriate funds over and above that which is available, what is the plan to ensure that that is covered?
Thank you, Senator Canizero. Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office. As Mr. Leiser indicated, as we're closing the fiscal year 23, there was savings recognized in this $100 million, and I actually just got formal deobligation forms to send to staff to show that it more than covers the deficit of this. We also are expecting a return of an allocation from the Office of Military during closing.
You said from the Office of the Military?
Correct.
Okay, now that just sort of spurs some additional questions in my mind, given some of the things that we've approved today for work programs for the Office of the Military. And maybe they don't fall under the same uses, but I don't want to digress too much down there. Madam Chair, if I may, I just have maybe one or two questions at this point, and then I'll kind of let everyone else. I know there's lots of questions today. So we just heard Chief of Staff Keycover in your presentation, I think at least 4 or 5 times saying that this would be used, quote, exclusively to ensure those receiving their scholarships stay on those scholarships, that this is because of students who would be losing scholarships and forced out of their schools, that the 3 organizations who are before us today for this request are here because they are not able to maintain ongoing scholarships, and that this request is based upon allowing for those students to continue attending based upon state support that they have already received. That's a correct sort of, I guess, analysis of what it is we're doing today?
Yeah, Ben Keycover, for the record, Madam Chair, through you to the Majority Leader. That is the intent with which we prepared the work program. Absolutely. Now the process that we went through was to reach out to the individual SGOs as we were preparing the work program and ask them specifically how much funding they would need in order to maintain their current students on scholarship, and the dollar values that we received back and submitted as a part of the work program that was transmitted to the IFC is consistent with the response to that question that was asked. The information that each of those individual SGOs has provided back to this committee based on the specific questions that were asked by the chair and the vice chair have some variance in that. And I've talked to a couple of those SGOs today, and there are some reasons that those numbers vary. And I would leave it to them to specifically answer each of those. But the intent of this submission is to do exactly what I said, which was to ensure that students who are on scholarship last year did not lose that scholarship going into this academic year.
And I appreciate the intent that you want to put forward a work program that continues students on scholarships. I don't think you would find a member of this committee who is trying to kick a kid out of school. There are many of us who are parents, many of us who are grandparents, aunts, uncles, members of the community, products of the public school system in its varying forms here in Nevada. So I appreciate that that's the intent. I guess that one of the things that I think you've now alluded to is that, in fact, this work program, as detailed, does not simply provide funding for students to continue on scholarship. It actually expands those programs to include additional students. Is that a fair statement of the information that we received from the multiple scholarship organizations?
Ben Kiekover, for the record, Madam Chair, to you, through to the Majority Leader. Based on the responses received from the 3 scholarship organizations, I would have to have each of them come up to speak to specifically to the numbers that they have, because based on the sequencing of events from all of the grants being awarded to a single organization, they do not. They have not necessarily represented the full number of students that they have on scholarship from previous year into the carry forward. So
right. Well,
it appears that at least one of the requests indicates that they would like to add some siblings of a student, students that they have already enrolled, so that would increase it by 25 students or something to that effect. The Injured Police Officer Fund has some significant divergence in their numbers that I know that they are ready to answer for you. But this is in no way designed to be a significant expansion of the program, which is evidenced by the fact that this dollar figure is actually lower than the total amount that was reduced from last year to this.
Well, and I think that, though, the answer to that question then is yes. This is, in fact, a work program before us that includes additional scholarships to expand the program. And I understand that you are alluding that there may be, from the individual scholarship organizations, reasons for why they're asking for that additional capacity. But this is not this work program does not meet the intent that you have now said on the record several times today, which is to maintain students on current scholarships so that no one gets kicked out of their schools. This would, in fact, at least by my math, and someone up here or anyone who's reading and following along online, would amount to at least 217 more students being awarded scholarships than in the past year. In addition to that what we have across the scholarship organizations, and I understand that individual scholarship organizations may vary, but across the organizations, there's about, in terms of reserves, $18 million that is unaccounted for, that was taken in as a result of this program. And I know this is different among the individual scholarship organizations. But my next question that I want you to answer is this information that we have received from these scholarship organizations, which somehow seems to be, I think, different than whatever the original information is that they submitted to you. What they've submitted to the IFC is different, it sounds like. That there's still $6.7 million in this fiscal year in tax credits to be obtained by the scholarship organizations.
Ben Kiekover, for the record, Madam Chair. So by law and by regulation, the SGOs are allowed to and have been encouraged by the legislature over years to balance forward cash and not allocate 100% of the tax credits they receive in any individual year to try to smooth out any variance that occurs in their ability to receive donations and those tax credits. So the different scholarship organizations have different strategies for how they deploy that capital when they receive it. Some have been much more conservative and put fewer dollars directly into students on a year-by-year basis so that they can be assured that they're able to fund those students in the out years. Others have prioritized supporting those students immediately when they receive those dollars. So to suggest that the balance forward from these scholarship organizations is unaccounted for, I don't think is accurate. I think it is accounted for. It is balanced forward to support their students on an ongoing basis, and that's why, particularly two of the organizations that have significant balances are not requested for support through this work program, and that is both the intent of the law and it has been the direction given to them by the legislature in previous years. So to suggest that it's unaccounted for, I think is inaccurate.
Well, and I think that you bring up an excellent point, which is that with proper budgeting, there is money that would go to students on an ongoing basis. And so, in one respect, we're being asked to give additional dollars for additional scholarships, which is not the intent of this work program, but is the actual logistics and details of the work program. And yet saying that this money that was taken as part of tax credits that were allocated, we should not be utilizing to fund those students, because that money should be used for ongoing continual support of these students. And so I think that just is sort of leading, and Madam Chair, I'll let some other folks, I know there's lots of questions. I think I still have some questions. But to me, the fact that somehow the governor's office has received inadequate, or I'm not sure, maybe the scholarship organizations or your office can explain why it is that you didn't get accurate information from them, that we've received different information, and that the intent of a work program to provide ongoing scholarships so kids don't get kicked out of schools is actually not what we're discussing today. We're talking about additional scholarships, and I guess that was probably more of a statement than a question, Madam Chair, but I'll let other folks kind of jump in and ask some questions.
Madam Chair, to be clear, Ben Kiekefer for the record, the information submitted to you by Silver State Scholarships is that if they do not receive additional funding, 350 students will get kicked out of their schools. Plain and simple. It is not some tragedy of education if their siblings get to go to school with them, in our opinion. So if there are some minor add-ons to the number of students that are included in this program, we're perfectly happy with that. If you want to restrict them to say that their kids have to go to a different school or their siblings have to go to a different school, that is your prerogative as the IFC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that. And I think we're all recognizing that there are some students who we may need to address. I think that there is a lot of money that is sitting there as a result of opportunity scholarships that should be used for those students. And so my point to you, and why the first question I asked was, when your testimony today is that this is exclusively being used to ensure that those who are receiving their scholarships stay on, that is just frankly not the information that we have. So I don't know if it's that the governor's office didn't get all of the requisite information and submitted a work program with good intentions that does not meet those intentions and does not meet what your testimony was here today, or if we just got different information from scholarship organizations than they gave you, which might be another problem in terms of where it is that all this information is coming from. And so I am not trying to suggest that we're only talking about students who are expanding, but when the testimony that comes before the IFC is that this is a work program that is exclusively designed to ensure those receiving the scholarships stay on, that just isn't what we have in front of us.
Thank you, for the record, Madam Chair. It was exclusively the design, and with a carry forward from some organizations, could we deploy 100% of that capital in the current academic year and expand the number of scholarships greatly? Yes, but then we'd be kicking everybody off scholarship next year. So it's a balancing act.
I'd agree it is a balancing act, and you did say at the start of this conversation that all 6 organizations are in the room, and I will be requesting that each one come up because the letters went out to all 6, so you can speak to the information that you submitted to this committee, and we will have the discussion with each one. So right now we are going to go to questions from Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing forward and for answering the questions for everybody here. When you take a look at some of the history of the choice scholarship programs, I'm just wondering what fundraising efforts have the scholarship grant organizations taken to supplement the donations received from donors who receive these tax credits, or is it 100%, or it feels like 100% coming from the state? So I'm just wondering if you have that information, or if the individuals from the organizations can bring that up.
Ben Kiekefer for the record, Madam Chair. Each of the individual organizations, I'm sure, can speak to it, but the program was designed as a tax credit scholarship program. Sure, the language includes, as we do in pretty much every bill we pass, that grants, gifts, and donations can be sought. But that was not the intent for how these scholarships were going to be funded. They were designed to be funded through the tax credit program, and I frankly would encourage them to continue that focus. That's what the program is.
May I have a follow-up, Chair?
Of course.
Thank you. So, in other words, that the standard language was something that was never an emphasis from your point of view, and or should not be emphasized, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Ben Kiekefer for the record. Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Anderson. The focus of the program is through the tax credits, and that has been the historical reference point by which scholarships are granted. So if there's supplemental support that gets brought in, that would be sort of at the whims of each individual SGO.
Okay. So you and I will disagree on this one. Thank you. So I do have another question as well with both the history as well as some of the other information. I mean, the scholarship grant organizations, when it was created, there seemed to always be a one-time funding. It was provided for in fiscal year 2018, 20, 21, 22. And it was always to make sure that it would not result in a significant number of students losing their scholarships. So when is this one-time funding, I guess, what steps did the scholarship grant organizations take to ensure that this one-time funding would not become depleted? Because we've got 3 organizations that appeared to have planned accordingly and a few that did not. So what steps took place to make sure that these one-time fundings were not depleted?
Ben Kiekefer for the record, Madam Chair. Through you to Assemblywoman Anderson, I think by their very nature, one-time fundings become depleted, and there's sort of no way around that. And even if you were to look at the organizations that are able to carry a balance forward, eventually those will get depleted. It's just a question of when and how quickly. So again, I think that it resulted. There was a philosophical choice that each SGO had to make as to whether they were going to try to help the most kids the most quickly, or they were going to try to sort of smooth this process out. And for those who wanted to smooth it out, that was their choice. For those who wanted to try to help the most kids the most quickly, perhaps they were relying on the goodwill of the legislature to continue providing opportunity for these kids.
Thank you. And
so,
thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So kind of going along those lines, so there was one-time funding. That's kind of like a household winning the lottery. You scratch that ticket, you have that one-time funding of maybe $5,000 that came in, but you don't put that in the budget for the next 5 years for that one-time allotment that came in. What did the agencies, these organizations, do to help supplement what that one-time funding was? If they were going to add more children to it, they knew what was in the statute of the dollar amount that the legislature had approved, and then getting that one-time funding, knowing that funding would go away. I agree with you. It's one-time funding. What did those organizations do for those that decided not to do a smoothing? Did they go out and try to get more businesses to come in and try to be a tax credit for them? Did they try to get more donations to make up for that difference? Not counting on the legislature, but knowing that the legislature had given this one-time funding. Why were they not better stewards with that one-time funding? I understand you said they wanted to add more students, but you can add more students, but if you do that, they had to know that at some point those students were going to be dropped off if they did not have the funding to support those scholarships that they gave out. Yeah. So what did they do to help supplement that?
Ben Kiekefer for the record, Madam Chair. And I think that, there's, to suggest that they were not good stewards, I think is just not right. If you look at one of the organizations before you today, for example, they're asking for $250,000, and they had $290,000, I apologize. And they had tax credits promised in hand to go to the Department of Taxation and be able to support those students. There were no tax credits left available for them due to the reduction in funding from last year to this. So, because they'd already been utilized by another organization. So, when the entirety of the reduced level of tax credits were awarded, it left them without the ability to access those credits. And that's not, I think, bad planning on their part. I don't think that's irresponsible on their part. They had a plan to fund scholarships for the kids that they already had on scholarship. Due to the sequencing, due to the reduction in funding, due to where they were in line, it didn't work out. And, that's a problem that we're trying to fix here today.
So the reduction in funding was not an action taken by the legislative body, from what I hear you saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong from what I heard you say, that the tax credits were taken by one of the organizations, therefore not leaving tax credits for any of the others that had to give out scholarships.
The nearly $6.7 million in tax credits were captured by by a single SGO, which left, and that SGO, which captured those, is not asking for any additional funding. They have balanced forward no long-term strategy to fund the students that they have on scholarship. The other SGOs that were unable to capture credits based on the combination of being second, third, fourth in line at the Department of Taxation and a reduced level of funding in the scholarship is sort of left them without. And that combination of factors is the reason that they now have kids who have applied to them for continued scholarships that they're not able to finance.
So I hear what you're saying. The organization that took all the tax credits, well, I would hope they wouldn't be coming and asking for more money since they took the money from everyone else. But just by what you're saying, I know that Senator Neal has a question on this as well. But my question for you, because this other organization has all the tax credit dollars, that wouldn't prevent the parents of those students now applying with that agency, that organization, for a scholarship, because there's nothing that says a student has to stay with the organization that they started their scholarship with, correct?
Thank you, for the record. No, that's absolutely true. Students have historically been funded by multiple organizations as well, but still under the statutory limit. So there's certainly the ability for students to apply to the other organization, but they applied for credits to fund their current students and maintain a pathway for all of those students to stay in the schools that they choose long term. So whether those funds would be available for additional students to apply to them, I can't speak to, but it would certainly be at a significantly reduced level from organizations that had to send 350 or more children to a different SGO.
I have a number of questions, but while we're on the one-time funding, I'm going to go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to hone in on one point. You said students can apply to multiple organizations. They don't have to depend on just one, right? And they're also, they're also still credits so let me back this up, because I went looking at the one-time credits that were given, right? So I could get a scale on how many were issued, how many were awarded, and how many were left remaining, meaning that when I look at what's remaining, I'm looking at how you can still go get donations off of those credits and then turn that into cash for your students. So when I looked at FY 2018, 2819, which was SB 555, where we gave the $20 million. $20 million was allocated, $20 million was issued, 19,461,000 roughly was taken, and then there was a remaining amount of 538,772 and 32 cents, right? And it's my understanding that these particular credits that are still remaining expire 12/31/23, and then some 12/31/24. But it's my understanding that that credit amount that is still remaining, this amount has been awarded, not yet been used, but can still be applied to MBT returns and then used for, 5 years forward. So when we talk about one-time funding and we talk about the credits that are remaining, what are these organizations doing in that with those remaining credits that we know don't expire until the end of this year of 23?
Ben Kiefer, for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal. I think I know what you're asking. It's based on a spreadsheet that you may have received from the Department of Taxation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I do not know that those are, when they say they haven't been, the definitions within that spreadsheet are not necessarily clear to me, because I don't think that they are specifically sitting on credits on a piece of paper that they haven't converted into a tax credit yet. I don't think that's not how it's worked, because they would have received the donation from the business entity that had MBT liability. And the credit then wouldn't be with the SGO. It would be back with the business entity.
This is true, but what I'm trying to figure out is, and we're on the same page in terms of, you have this piece of paper that's a tax credit that then can be converted into cash for students. But what I'm trying to get at is that if there's a remaining amount there, right, that has been issued, what are then the internal conversations with your donor, right, who went and got X amount of credits? They know what they're for because they're only opportunity scholarship credits. And so if there's a remaining amount sitting out there to still be converted, what then are the SGOs what conversations are they having in order to get that last remaining bit of credit into cash for their kids?
Thank you, for the record, Madam Chair. Look, the conversations, through you to Senator Neal, I apologize. The conversations between the SGOs and their donors, I can't really speak to. And as you know, the specificity of donor profiles is confidential under statute, so I can't really weigh into that. And I guess you'd have to ask each of the individual SGOs that question. I don't go out and fundraise with them.
No, and thank you for that, and I appreciate that, because what has been a part of this dialogue, whether or not folks want to call it the politicized dialogue, is trying to understand what is still available, what can still be sought from donors who have said, I want to engage in this tax credit business for schools. And if there are remaining credits out there, how are those then being leveraged for kids? Because at the end of the day, right, we're saying, give me cash for an organization that may not have been won in a competitive application. And that begs a lot of questions about a competitive application, meaning it's first come, first serve. You need to make it there in order to draw it down. Application becomes available on X date. Submit your application so you can get the full kitten. But I really want to know and understand that, and that's something as the SGOs are listening, because I really want to understand, because there's several years where there is an amount remaining sitting in the credit, and that's not just for that 20 million one time. Speed forward to 2022, and then also for 23. And I think those are very relevant questions to break down to get an understanding on what is available for a donor to convert to cash for kids, right? I think that's a legitimate question when we're trying to sort out, are there other funds available in order to be used for students currently in existence based on the allocation that the state has already decided within the cap. Does that make sense?
Ben Kiekever for the record, Madam Chair. I'm sorry you lost me, Senator.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, when the SGOs come up, I'm going to ask about any remaining credits, whether or not they are actually working with those donors to convert that remaining credit, because it's not like the donor is going anywhere else. So I think it's important to understand what's happening with those remaining credits that are sitting on the books, because there's multiple years that have a remaining amount sitting out there.
Sure. So Ben Kiekever for the record, and it could be, right, that the credit gets issued based on the donation, and that business then uses that. They have 5 years to use that credit, so they use it gradually to buy down their MBT liability. It doesn't necessarily put any more money into the scholarship granting organization. It's a conversion of that credit back onto the state's books.
This is true, but I think it is a nuanced point that needs to be discussed and examined to understand what is available and what's not. And in the conversations with your donors about looking for, cash, I really want to understand what's going on, because I think there's several comments that will be made by several members on this committee about what's available, what is there. Are you really extending the effort in order to get what you're supposed to get for the students that you would like to serve? So, but we'll see when they come to the table, and I'll re-ask in a very succinct way.
Thank you, Senator Neal. We'll go to Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I have a couple questions. So what I'm looking at is funding in the future. So we're here today, and if we utilize this combination of existing as well as new scholarships, and how would those scholarships how would that one-time funding be moved forward, because we're sort of caught here?
Ben Kiekever for the record, Madam Chair, through you to the Vice Chair. Look, critical issue. We are faced with trying to solve the problem that exists today, as the Clark County School District has already restarted classes, and opening dates for a lot of these schools that students are attending are just around the corner if they haven't happened already. So the work program that we presented was designed to solve the problem for this year, and starting at the adjournment of this committee meeting, I'll start thinking about next year. And I don't have an answer for you right now.
Okay, so then I have a couple other questions. Can I go ahead? I'll ask these and then I'll come back at a later time. So I don't think I heard a real succinct answer to a couple things. One, if I apply with Scholarship Organization A, why can't I apply with Scholarship Organization B, C, D, E? And does anybody cross-check those? And how many can I apply to? What are the parameters there? I truly don't know.
Thank you. Ben Kiekever for the record, Madam Chair, through you to your Vice Chair. Senator, the payments are made by the SGOs directly to the schools, and the schools then track and are responsible for ensuring that the cumulative amount of any scholarship granted does not exceed the statutory cap. In the upcoming school year, it'll be $9,424. So there are some students who stack scholarships, right? Because most scholarships are not at the maximum amount. They are, I think they average $5,000 or $5,500. And bless you. And So if a student is at a higher level of need, not oftentimes, but sometimes they will seek support from multiple scholarship or granting organizations, and sometimes they get them. And then those are actually usually noted on the annual report that's put out by the Department of Education. And there have been instances, as noted in footnotes in those reports, where it's been identified that an individual has been oversubscribed, and the school catches that, and it gets reported back out, and those scholarships get reduced or canceled.
And with that being said, who cross-checks that I'm not getting the availability of that scholarship versus someone who truly needs it because they're below the poverty line?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Senator Dondero-Loop. The regulations themselves and the statutes provide the guidelines for the program. 300% of the federal poverty level, which for a family of 4 right now is, or in the last school year was $90,000 for a family of 4. You'd have to be under that threshold to be eligible. Applications, for example, for the Silver State Scholarship Organization require submissions of tax returns, pay stubs. And this verification process that the SGOs go through is not insignificant to ensure that they meet those thresholds.
So I'm just going to give an example because this is one I've thought of. So we have many couples, of course, that are not married, but they're living together and they're sustaining their households together. So when I apply as a mother for my children, and I give my pieces of information, that doesn't account for the person that I may or may not be married to. Is there a cross-check for that is kind of what I'm asking. In other words, I guess I want to know who actually looks at these and knows that our most needy families are getting this help that they need.
Madam Chair, Ben Kiekever for the record, and through you to your Vice Chair. Senator, I think we have a Medicaid fraud unit within the Attorney General's office for a reason, right? People always work to game the system. There are checks and balances that are put in place in order to protect that in any program state government tends to create or the federal government tends to create. And the first is the verification requirements that are done through the application process. The second is by ensuring that payments do not go to families, they go to schools. And then the schools provide reports back to the Department of Education on those students and their participation in the program. So I'd say that there are several layers that are built into the program itself to protect against fraud, but to say that it would never happen is probably something I couldn't sit here and do, just like it would happen for TANF and WIC,
sure,
Medicaid, and anything else.
I was just curious if there was a process because I really didn't know. And the last question for right now, Madam Chair, is sort of back to the tax credits. So, I mean, even if we said today we were giving more tax credits, what's our assurance that one group is not going to come in and sweep up all those tax credits again?
Ben Kiekever for the record, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Look, if the legislature, through you to your Vice Chair, if the legislature were to decide in 2025 that it wanted to expand this program and provide more tax credits, I think that it would be entirely reasonable to put some sort of distribution restriction on that, so to ensure that various scholarship organizations had the ability to access those credits as they came forward. This work program does not create any new tax credits. It provides COVID relief funding directly as a grant to the scholarship organizations that currently didn't receive any tax credit funding in the round that was available in July. So this work program doesn't recreate that existing issue. That would be something to deal with on a more permanent basis.
And so with that being said, is there a reason that the students that, and we've heard wild amounts today, everything from hundreds to thousands, which we know probably isn't there on the thousands end, but is there a reason why those like 200 students on one end couldn't just go to that other entity and apply for that money?
Ben Kiekefer for the record, Madam Chair, through you to your Vice Chair. Senator, that scholarship organization has plans to use those funds to support the children that are already subscribed with it. So to suggest that everyone else would have to shift over to this single organization is, I think, just not realistic from a financial perspective when the one SGO is attempting to provide long-term stability for the students that it has currently subscribed. And if anyone heard me say that there were thousands of children that were at risk of losing their scholarships, I did not intend to say that. I apologize if I did. What I would say is that there are thousands of students that would take advantage of this program if it was enhanced, that there are thousands of families that would apply for these scholarships because they've talked to the SGOs, and we know that the demand would be there if the funding was.
Well, I guess from my standpoint, I think we need to remember that if we're really doing what's right for kids, then we let those families apply for those funds which have been put there, because to save money for, I don't know, 200 kids that you already have in the system, let's say they're freshmen, and they're all freshmen in high school, and you're saving some money so that they can go through 4 years of high school. That's different than adding new kids as you go. And when people say to me, or I hear them say, but then might have to go to a different school. I mean, I had somebody that I know just tell me that they have one of their children that decided to go to a different school the other day. I had 3 kids in 3 different schools at one time because of their age differences. I mean, that happens. That happens. And I'm not saying I want them to go to a substandard education system, but there's a lot of options out there. And just because they can't go to the same school as their siblings, I mean, they're not going to be, you know, that happens. That happens when you go from elementary to middle school to high school. It just happens, unless you're in a school that services K through 12.
Ben Kiekefer for the record, Madam Chair, through you to your Vice Chair. Look, I get it. I thought I was going to have 4 kids in the same school this year, and then my daughter decided to go to a career technical academy, and now we got to deal with transportation and all those sorts of things. I have the flexibility to do that. She's executing school choice within the public school system in Washoe County. We're happy to do that. Not every family has that flexibility. And the reality, I believe, for a lot of the families that capture opportunity scholarships is that they are oftentimes hard zoned into a school that they are not happy with and that they don't want to send their child to. And that's not always a school that is a 1-star school. That could be a 4-star school. The best school in this state isn't right for every child. And giving parents and families who are low income and cannot afford the opportunity to make some of the choices that you or I might be able to make, the opportunity to have a little bit of flexibility, I think is valuable. So does the governor, and that's what this program is designed to do. It's not to blow up the traditional public school system. It's not to overhaul choice within the K-12 system as it currently exists through magnet schools and CTEs and open zoning and all of those sorts of things that currently exist.
Thank you. And I think I told the chair that it was my last question like 3 questions ago, but I'm sorry that we didn't have a bill during session, because myself in finance, I never saw a bill concerning this issue. So I'll let the chair talk to that later, but I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to go up north to Senator Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to put on the record that there were more than one bill this session on opportunity scholarships. I happen to carry one, Senate Bill 220, but was denied a hearing, just to get that out there. We've spent a lot of time on reserves and why there are reserves and why some of the organizations have been holding them. And so I wanted to ask and make sure that we understand that an opportunity scholarship organization or an SGO can hold money for up to 5 years. Is that accurate?
Ben Kiko, for the record, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then I was looking at a bill, I think it's SB 551 from the 2019 session, and that bill contains some language that basically said if you are going to allocate some money to a student, you have to make sure that that student can complete high school with the same amount of money. So if you're going to start a school on the program, you have to make sure that they can finish all the way through high school. Do you remember that language? Because I have it in front of me and I can read it.
Ben Kiko, for the record, and you're beating me on this one, Senator. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. So I've got in front of me SB 551 from the 2019 session, and one of the sections, it's subsection 6, but I don't have the header section, basically says that to provide a grant on behalf of a student or pupil for the immediate preceding school year reasonably expects to be able to provide a grant pursuant to this section on behalf of a pupil in at least the same amount for each school year until the pupil graduates from high school. A scholarship organization that violates this subsection shall repay to the Department of Taxation the amount of the tax credit received by the taxpayer pursuant to, and it notes a couple of NRS. So I specifically remember during 2019, in an effort, as the scholarship program was sort of stepping down when we weren't getting as many dollars, that there was some language that was added, and specifically this language that said if you're going to have a student on a scholarship, you have to be able to make sure that you can cover them till high school. So I think that's why some of these organizations have been holding back funds, and they can probably specifically speak to that. And I wanted to just make sure that everybody understood that in 2019 there was some language as an effort to make sure these kids were secure. And then, I want to know if scholarship organizations, if there's an ability via statute to move money from one organization to another organization, and if not, it sounds like there's not a requirement that we can make them move money from one organization to another. Is that accurate?
Ben Kiko, for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Seavers-Gansert. They are nonprofit organizations, and once they receive a private donation from a private company, and it's certainly not, I think, our prerogative to force a 501c3 to transfer money out of its coffers to another entity.
Okay, and then
and I'm not aware of any statutory authority that allows us to do so.
I don't think there is any. Okay, and then going back to, there was a little bit of confusion about students losing the ability to attend a school, and the word that I would use is devastating. It would be devastating for families if they've had a student in a school, and now we're at the beginning of the school year. You mentioned Clark County School District has already started, and some of the private schools haven't started yet. So there's a window where we can fix this to make sure. So I want to verify that the intent of this was to make sure that no kids were kicked out of school, and I think that language has been used several times, and I want to verify that there are 350 students at risk for being kicked out of their school if we do not provide funding.
Ben Kiko, for the record, Senator, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Seavers-Gansert. The 350 number is one that has been offered by a single scholarship granting organization. The other two organizations that are addressed in this work program would be, I believe, additive to that number, and we'd have to combine those three to get an accurate count. But that's
roughly,
the floor.
we have 350 students that are already subscribed that are at risk to being kicked out of their school, to again use language that's been used several times during this hearing.
Ben Kiko, for the record, at a minimum.
Thank you so much. We will move on to the next person for a question. That will be Suleiman Watts, but I think it's kind of interesting that the comments that were made by my colleague in the north, that the organizations were keeping money to make sure that students did not get kicked off. And so some of them do have carry over balances for that. However, it makes it kind of difficult when one organization takes all of the tax credits. It puts the other organizations in the hole. Just wanted to say that, and I'm going to go to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for this. First of all, I think I appreciate a couple of the things that were put forward. One is just that the incredible advances that have been made in school choice over the last several years. I think I've shared at various points before that I benefited from choice when I was a student, including private school with financial aid, and my parents picked up the rest, and homeschooling, and actually left private schooling because it just wasn't a fit for me, and ended up going back to a public magnet school that was a fantastic fit, and that's where I ended up graduating, starting and ending in public school system. And so, I appreciate that we're recognizing that choice has been there, and it's continued to grow throughout the state through a combination of our public district schools and the ability to move across those, public charter schools, and then private options, including the Opportunity Scholarship. And the other thing that I think it's really important, and this was mentioned by one of my colleagues, at least one of my colleagues, is I think all of us have shared, since I've been in the legislature and we've had discussions about this program, I think all of us have been, despite how we may have felt, and I did not support the overall creation of this program, but once it was in place, agreed with many other people that for those students who choose that and it's working, that we don't want to disrupt their educational progress and kick them off. And so I just think it's important to put on the record at the beginning that that's something that I've always believed in, that I've made decisions kind of according to that. And I think that is something that all of us share, even if we may differ on the details of policy. You talked a little bit about accountability and transparency, and that being a big emphasis for Governor Lombardo's administration. And so that's kind of the area that I wanted to hone in on. And I appreciate this item being brought up because I think it has lifted up a lot of issues probably with some of the accountability and transparency and coordination that need to be fixed, including in statute moving forward, that I wasn't even aware of prior to going through all of this information. So, a couple of questions that I want to just ask to take this back to a higher level. I looked through the statutory requirements, which are being met by the scholarship granting organizations, but it is missing some things. And so, do we have we've heard a lot of anecdotes. Again, I just shared mine. We've heard a lot of great stories about kids who this is working for. Do we have data on educational outcomes for students that participate in this program and improvements in educational outcomes for students that participate in this program?
Ben Kiekeffer, for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Watts. So as a part of the requirements I believe it's in the code and not the statute, schools are required to implement one standardized test that is identified by the department, and the outcomes of that testing data need to be reported back up for students who receive opportunity scholarships to the Department of Education for monitoring for quality purposes. And so that data is available. I do not have it at the tips of my fingers, and it is something that is absent from those annual reports that the department puts out. So from a transparency perspective, I see the concern on that.
Thank you. Yeah, if we could get that information, that'd be helpful. And again, I think that would be helpful to have integrated into some of the reports so that we understand what's going on with this program. Do we have any information about how many students throughout kind of the duration of this program were already enrolled in private schools when they took advantage of this program versus students that migrated from non-private schools into private schools using the Opportunity Scholarship?
Ben Kiekeffer, for the record, through you to Assemblyman Watts. I do not have that data. I know that students start enrolling as early as kindergarten, so you'd have to sort of split it out by those ages. But I do not know if that is tracked or not, and it probably would have been a different number in 2015 when the program was created versus what happens now.
Yeah, understood. Thank you for that. Again, just really trying to understand the nuances and some database details on how the opportunities that are being provided through this. Also, do we have any information on the tuition charges or total financial aid at these schools and how those have changed throughout the course of this program?
Ben Kiko for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Watts. I do not have that data either. The scholarship benchmark is sort of fixed in by the statute and by the regs, so that's sort of outside of the tuition piece of that.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate that. This was a concern that I expressed during the regular session as well. And we just don't know what's happening here, right? But we have heard in other states when some programs have been put forward that tuition has actually risen, and I think there is a concern potentially that some of this isn't actually all getting down to the individual student or family and is actually just providing kind of, to some extent, an increase in revenue for the private schools. And so that's something where if we had at least some data, we could understand a little bit better if there's a correlation around that. I guess this other one, I think this has kind of come through in some of the conversation at this point, but we discussed during the last session carryover funds in public schools, and I think there was a proposal from the governor's office to limit that to 2%. I think instead of going back and forth with you about some of these numbers, I think we'll have the organizations come up and hear about what those levels are at. I think some of them are far over 2% or 20% that I think some other public schools have. Are there any standardized accounting practices from what we've heard, and my colleague, Senator Gansert, mentioned language that was put into place when we brought some of the funding levels down. I think the goal of that, again, the intention of that language was to make sure that we weren't expanding it to bring in new students, but we're providing stability for existing students. And I remember seeing at the time after that, there were different interpretations of that among the different organizations and different decisions that were made. And now it seems that with carryover balances or reserves, there's also different decisions that are being made among the organizations. So do you know if there's any sort of standardized accounting practices for kind of figuring out what's that turnover look like from students entering, exiting, siblings coming on, and figuring out that kind of core funding versus the one-time funding, and managing reserves over a multi-year period.
Ben Kiko for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Watts. I think I would say no, there's probably not a standardized process for accounting between the SGOs. Some of it probably has to do with the fact that they have different criteria by which they grant awards. They grant scholarships at different levels oftentimes based on income thresholds, and they band it. So the notion of a sort of standardized process for that probably would be elusive. But I think you'd have to ask each of them individually how they strategize that and how they project enrollment from one year to the next.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence. So the last question is just around this issue of coordination. So you kind of mentioned that there's different processes. Do you know of any coordination for these organizations to work together, first of all, when seeking tax credits, so that one organization doesn't get all of the funds that are available at the expense of others? And then second of all, if there's a case where one might have a little bit of additional money, especially given these different budgeting procedures, where they can kind of coordinate to move students to make sure that they're getting their needs met without those students and those families potentially just kind of running into a wall of resources aren't here, but they might be at another SGO next door, so to speak.
Yeah, Ben Kiko for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Watts. some of this issue that's identified is a timing one, right? Applications for scholarships open oftentimes before the tax credit window opens. So students can be applying, hoping to get renewed by their existing SGO, and then a situation such as this happens where the funding isn't available because of the tax credit, which happens that application window happens subsequent to it once I'm in July. So there are probably a lot of moving pieces that don't lend themselves necessarily well to coordinating between each of the individual SGOs, but there are 6 private organizations and 6 private nonprofits that sort of probably have a similar mission, but not entirely the same. And that's probably the best I can say about it.
Thank you so much. We're going to go to Assemblywoman Bacchus, and she'll be followed by Senator Titus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I try to concise my questions maybe down to 2 short questions, and then maybe a comment, if that would be okay. Okay. First and foremost, I just kind of wanted to go through this, and I think I'm going to piggyback on my colleague's question. It sounded like the governor's office knew that there were these 6 existing SGOs that were giving opportunity scholarships to hundreds of students last school year.
Ben Kiekever for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Bacchus. Yeah, certainly the 6 SGOs have been outlined in the annual reports published by the Department of Education since the program was created.
Thank you so much. And that Department of Education is within the executive branch. And as well as my next question is this, it's the executive branch's Department of Taxation that actually reviews the requests that are sent in to approve the scholarship organizations each school year?
Yes, it's the Department of Taxation where the credits get turned over to be certified.
And I am a stickler about misrepresentation out in the public, that the reason why the students of the other 5 SGOs aren't receiving renewed scholarships, some are because they're dipping into savings and some can't because they don't have that savings, was because the legislature did not fund those. But in fact, during the legislative session, we did not decrease the amount of tax credits that could be taken. And this comes from a place, with all due respect for you, Chief of Staff Kiekefer, but I'm going to start with a big appreciation to our Chair of Ways and Means, well, IFC, as well as our Chair of Senate Finance, as well as our leadership, because when they sent out letters to each of the other SGOs, I sat here and dove into each of them. I'm really not nerdy, and I start calculating things, and one of those that couldn't renew 442 scholarships responded for their reason was, since we were denied receiving any tax credit for our donation sources as they were already allocated, we would only be able to fund about 50 students this year from leftover funds from last year. So those 442 scholarships that weren't renewed, and this is where it comes from a place, with all due respect, it appears that it was a failure of the executive branch. You prioritized one SGO over all 6. And so now we have 5 SGOs that have students out there that can't get their scholarships funded. And I'm not sure if this falls within a COVID situation. I could see it being, if we were short on Monday, that makes sense, but it seems like it was an intentional choice to give $6.7 million in tax credits to one organization that's going to cap out students at 850 student second scholarships while leaving everyone else behind. I appreciate your guys' time today. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, Ben Kiekefer for the record. Thank you. Through you to Assemblywoman Bacchus. I mean, the best I can say is that it's an indisputable fact that there's $4.7 million less in the program this year than last year. Whether you want to characterize that as the executive branch's fault because we asked for 50 and you said 0, that's entirely in your prerogative, but I think we all see it. It's okay.
And just to make sure the record was clear, the $50 million that was asked for would raise the poverty level. So we wouldn't be looking at people that are at most need for this money. We were going to provide, I think the ask was, if you did, like, I forgot the percentage, but it was families that would be well over $150,000 a year. So it wasn't like our families that were in most need of this money. It would be like my friends who are partners in law firms, their kids would be the ones that would be applying for these opportunity scholarships, is when I calculated it out.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As you correctly state that the governor was looking to expand, I'm sorry, Ben Keycover for the record, through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Bacchus. You correctly state that the governor was looking to expand the availability of these scholarships to people up to 500% of the federal poverty level. But I think if we ask the public who supports opportunity scholarships and who doesn't, and it's a choice between the governor and legislative Democrats, I think the people know.
At the end of the day, and I don't mean to get into it head to head, I do respect you a lot. The frustration is the reality that we're sitting here is that the Department of Taxation chose to give one SGO. Well, the governor's office knows that there are 5 other SGOs out there. We got letters from each of them. I'd be happy to read them in. The reason they did not get their funding was because the tax credits weren't there for them. And they went out there. I mean, I think about the injured police department who raised $445,000 in tax credits, but when they went to the Department of Tax, that money was not there. That's the bottom line as I see it today.
Yeah, certainly. I don't believe there's anything, I'm sorry, Ben Keycover for the record, Madam Chair. I don't believe there's anything in statute that provides a limitation or a sequencing for how the department can restrict the availability of those scholarships to organizations, one versus the other. Okay, so I'm going to be correct. I'm going to stand corrected, Madam Chair. Ben Keycover for the record, NRS 363A139 and 363B119 says that the applications have to go in order of receipt of application. So the Department of Taxation followed the law. Ms. Bacchus.
So basically, it's first come, first serve, and this whole piece of legislation that we're talking about was started in 2015 when you were in the legislature, and you were there in 2019 and 2021. So you're part of everything that got us to what we're here today to discuss. It's not a Democratic thing. It's not a Republican thing. It's about education. And we're seeing from this conversation that there's fixes that need to happen with the opportunity scholarships. But let's just be totally honest about it. There are a lot of us in the room that were there in some of the years that these discussions happened. But in this last legislative session, as a chair of Ways and Means, there was not a conversation in my office. There was not a conversation at the dais. There was not a bill that I saw that said this is going to be a problem because one organization has taken the tax credits, so the other 5 will not be able to keep the kids that are on their scholarship program. And that one organization, with the money that they had in their balance was at $13 million. With them taking all the tax credits, they're now going to be over $20 million. So with that money, there's more than enough to keep the students that they have to get to graduation and to assist the other 5 in making sure that their students are able to maintain their scholarships. Just need to get that out there. I'm going to go to Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask a question. First, I want to make a comment. I've been on the Money Committee, this interim, since 2015, and we are always, it points out to us that this is, again, a money committee, and we've really delved into policy here today, as opposed to sticking to the finances of this. And I think had we heard Senator Gansert's bill this last session, we would have been able to discuss all this policy that now we're discussing today. So that's just an observation on my part. I want to go and ask Ms. Stevenson, because she was part of the prior administration's financial office. And of this $100 million, and this is back to the opening questions by our Senate Majority Leader, where she asked you regarding, did you actually directly reach out to the federal government regarding this funding, and was it appropriate? You've been part of this funding now since its inception. Of the $100 million, $96.8 million has been allocated. We're asking for $3.2 million for this opportunity scholarships now. This is just a fiscal question. have you directly reached out to the federal government every time we allocated these funds? Or did you do as you did this time, reach out to our legal staff and just make sure that was within what they viewed as appropriate use of these funds?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Titus, Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office. We do not actually reach out to the federal government for each and every allocation. When we are not sure, we have reached out. Unfortunately, they're not as responsive, so then we reach out to other states, and we have allocated funds from the beginning, regardless the GFO's office since I've been there, based off of what we've done here as well. We seek out legal interpretation to make sure it follows under the rules and ensure that it meets the guidelines for the state, local, and fiscal recovery.
Great, thank you for that clarification. I felt it.
Senator Titus, before you go on to your next question, I just have a quick question in between. Could you please tell us when you became the GFO, how long you have been in that department?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. I was appointed July 20th, 2022, under Governor Sisolak at the time, and then reappointed in January for Governor Lombardo. So I've been there exactly 1 year.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Senator Tice.
Great, thank you. I just wanted, and thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go on record of making sure that it was very clear that the use of these funds, that you had done the appropriate steps to make sure these were appropriate uses of these funds, and thank you for that.
Thank you. We'll go to Assemblywoman Gorlow next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. As was, I think everybody in this room, we all want what's best for our kids. We want the best education. Obviously, there's a lot of disagreement on how we get to that endpoint. There's a lot of questions swimming in my head, and to be honest, I'm not even sure a lot of my questions even pertain to what we're supposed to be talking about today. Some of it is going back to, I think it was 400 that we discussed during session, and some of it's even going back to 2019, which I believe my colleague from the North had brought up. And so I still have questions about, I guess, the process of these scholarships. They are meant for low-income families. We can all agree on that. And I know during session we had talked about it being at 500%, and that is $150,000 for a family of four. Personally, I don't find that as low income, but the 300% at $90,000. Okay, we are a little bit closer when we're talking that. But scholarship by definition is based on, it's awarded based on academics or other achievements. So I guess my first question is that something that's in these scholarships? Are there any tests that some of these recipients have to do to a school that they choose? Because I looked up some, not all, and I thought I saw a couple that said they had to have an admissions test. So I wasn't really sure, and like I said, I was browsing through this quickly. I could have been overlooking something, but I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about that. And going back to what my colleague had said, it's my understanding when we were in 2019 that, yeah, this money was set aside, and as this kid went through school, that money would kind of follow them so that they would continue. So I'm still confused, even though I know the one org took a lot of money, didn't the others kind of plan ahead and know that that child was in second grade and had another, 16 years ago or whatever, how that worked? Second grade, so 12, 10 years. Didn't they plan that out ahead of time so that we wouldn't be dropping kids? So going back to that competition or being awarded, do the current recipients, aren't they first in line? So it's kind of a given that they get that money first before, anyway, where is this money going, I guess, is my ultimate question.
Thank you. Ben Kiekefer for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Gorlow. Appreciate that. I'll start with the first set of questions you had. Certainly the 300% of federal poverty level is what was put into statute when the program was originally created in 2015, and it's at that level now. So as we said, that is a $90,000 household income for a family of four. The governor was proposing in AB 400, as we presented to the joint meetings of Finance and Ways and Means during the session, to increase that to 500% of the federal poverty level and truly grow the program into more of a middle-class inclusive program. Recognizing that that would be an expansion of eligibility, and we think that's appropriate. That's not what we're talking about here, however. So it is still focused on that 300% of the federal poverty level and below based on household income. It is best to be thought of probably as needs-based financial aid rather than a merit scholarship based on grades and things like that. It is exclusive. The exclusive selection criteria is income level. It's not academic performance. And there is a priority outlined within the statute and the regs for who is eligible, and certainly those who already have received a scholarship are first in line. It then goes to their siblings, and then it can be expanded beyond to new students or new families. Let's put it that way. So certainly for those who are currently on scholarship are absolutely first in line and are presumed to be the people who would receive scholarships first in the subsequent year.
Thank you for that. So help me understand, because they say that there's kids that are going to be kicked out of their school basically because they're not going to be renewed on their scholarship. So why wasn't that money in reserves? Why are they, I'm still not quite understanding, if we knew that child was going to renew every year, and they were supposed to hold on to that money and plan for it, which you'd mentioned in one of the language, I still don't understand why. You're looking confused, so I thought you were.
No, I'm sorry, the monitor had cut off. I wasn't sure if the video stopped,
sorry.
but it's good.
We're going to finish up this line of questioning, then we're going to have BPS fix that problem before we move forward.
I'm still kind of confused why these kids,
Yes.
that money is not in a reserve someplace.
Yeah, certainly. Ben Kiekefer for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd have to go back and review the legislative history of the statutory reference that Senator Seifers-Gansert made, and it may have been that it was interpreted that that long-term planning was necessary for that $20 million, for if you were drawing credits from that $20 million infusion, but not from the other credits that were available based on the statute that was created in 2015. So I'd have to look back at the history of that to understand why, and I haven't had that opportunity. I apologize.
That's fine. And so is there a reserve for these kids? And if not, why not?
Ben Kiekefer for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Gorlow. So there are some organizations, so of the 6 organizations, we have requested funding for the 3 organizations that do not have adequate reserves to fund their current scholarship recipients. So it's a mixed bag. And as to why, I think you'd have to ask each of those SGOs their planning strategy and their decision-making priorities for deploying the tax credits once they receive them. And it may have been, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to go to Senator Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you need to have BPS fix anything, or did they already correct what was wrong with the video?
They did correct it. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Where to start? I guess I'll just start from, 9 o'clock this morning when we first heard public comment. I think we heard over and over and over again that we just can't throw money at our schools with no accountability. And with no accountability, with no transparency, And in fact, I'm glad that this was brought to our attention because it is clear that this program and the way that it is statutorily constructed as it stands has a complete lack of transparency and accountability. It's inconsistent. It doesn't measure any kind of metrics. It just kind of seems like this is something that we could have predicted. I know that accountability and transparency is so important, and I'm proud that we were able to bring that. I'm proud to vote for Senate Majority Leader and the Speaker's bill about transparency with our public schools, but obviously we need to take a look at this here. I guess that kind of brings me to this, and this is probably a question for Chief of Staff Keycapper. For me, the only thing that we can look at is the information that was provided to us by these organizations. And I think looking at it, it's very little. Apparently, we have some SGOs that have planned and held over this money so they could continue to fund existing students before they add new students. And then apparently some of these SGOs are attempting to add new students before covering existing students. And then we have a system that's a first come, first serve. But you also have a situation where students can go to these other organizations. So for me, it's hard not to look at these numbers, like these straight numbers, and look like this is a manufactured crisis that was created to expand this program. And now we're going to do it with ARPA dollars that questionably can't even be used in this manner. When you look at what the Treasury Department allocates it for, and I know we've kind of got into that and you've said, oh, we have in the past when it was questionable, we've reached out to our federal delegation or the Treasury to see if we can use it. It doesn't sound like that's been done yet in this situation. I realize that you don't ask in every single situation for when we allocated those ARPA dollars, but this seems like a pretty big amount and a pretty questionable use of those ARPA dollars under those four criteria. So is there now a plan to kind of reach out to see if this is something that we can actually use these funds for? So that's kind of my first question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ben Keycapper for the record to you to Senator Wynn. So from the federal compliance perspective, we feel fully comfortable that this is compliant. I mean, if the legislature was going to send $25 million in ARPA funds to solve a 50-year-old housing problem, learning loss from COVID is certainly appropriate. The idea that this is a manufactured crisis probably doesn't feel very manufactured to students who are going to get forced out of their school this week or next week. That's a real thing. And if the suggestion is that we've waited until now to let this crisis emerge so that we could propose a one-time use of money to fund these kids, I guess I would just say that's not how this happened. That's not the process that we went through. We had proposed during the legislative session a aggressive, robust, and comprehensive enhancement of this program that looks nothing like what's in front of you today. And this is an effort to address the very tangible reality that there are students who have received scholarships that they used last academic year, maybe the one before that, maybe the one before that, and they won't be able to get it for next year or the current year that is just starting.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to interrupt you here, but I just kind of want to get to the point here. I mean, manufactured, you said that the governor had proposed an expansive program. I think at one point it was mentioned $500 million. And then it was you just called it an expansion of this program at $50 million. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about no one bringing up $3.2 million. And I guess my biggest concern is, sitting on those money committees, it was never brought up. The budget was signed by the governor, and it didn't include this. And then if we approve this one-time money of $3.2 million for this year, then we have to figure out how to do this because we still have this broken system with no accountability for these SGOs, no accountability for this opportunity scholarship program, that we will constantly be back here in the same situation because we have a broken system. But that's that. And for me, this does not appear like a lack of funding. There is money there. In fact, there should be over $25 million in funding available for this school year to provide every student receiving a voucher in 2022 and 2023, a full voucher for 23 and 24, with even 10 million left over. Like, if we can go through the math, I'm going to do some math with you, which, you know, I'm a lawyer, so this is not my specialty, but I'm going to go through it because this is pretty simple math as far as I'm concerned. The balance of all 6 SGOs at the end of fiscal year 23 was $18.4 million. You know, we talked about how we needed to have some permanence. I heard someone testify or like make a statement about that in public comment. We do have permanence in that program, and it's at $6.7 million. So you still have a balance of $18 million, like $18.5 million. And now we're coming up on new tax credits in 24, fiscal year 24, that's going to add another 25 million to that. So with those carryover balances in this, we're looking at 43.5 million. I mean, this is just simple math. So it seems like the money is sitting there. And even if those 15, I think, NDE, so your agency, your executive agency that you oversee, said that students who are receiving a voucher in 22-23 were 1,575 students. And let's assume they got a full voucher amount of $9,424. That would still only be 14 million. So there's a balance sitting out there of $10 million. So I'm at a loss for the money is there. And one of these SGOs that has all the tax credits, I mean, they could absorb 350 students that appear to be like lacking their scholarships, and it would only cost them 15% of their carryover dollars. And I mean, if we really like run it down, that 18 million sitting in a basic savings account is going to make, you know, 4% interest, which is about $720,000. So there's money there. I just don't understand this math. So maybe you can explain to me this math and why people can't.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, thank you. And I'm trying to understand some of the numbers that you cited. I don't know where a $24 million tax credit in the next year is coming from. So I don't know exactly what you're basing that on.
I'm looking at the numbers that were provided by the Department of Taxation here in that document that you referenced with Senator Neal earlier.
Yeah, the $6.7 million is flat. So that's all that would be available for the subsequent year. That's what was available for fiscal year 24. It's all that would be available for fiscal year 25. There's no $24 million number there.
You know what? I added the...
Sorry, you went out. You got quiet there for a second.
Sorry, I added the carryover dollars of the 18 million with that 6.7.
Okay. Well, obviously, some of that is also being spent, right? So, and that'll be awarded as scholarships, and not all of that carries forward. And again, these are separate SGOs that operate in separate lanes and plan separately for their students. So I do not believe that if we want to have long-term stability in this plan, to say that we should just get down to one SGO and let that one scholarship granting organization handle all of these kids, and then we don't have to worry about it. I just don't think that's the right strategy. Because ultimately, there's a fiscal cliff eventually, no matter what, right? So if they don't have to leave their school this year, maybe it's next year, maybe it's the year after, but it's coming if under that strategy.
I understand that, but I'm saying if the system that we have right now, you have no discretionary decision-making when it comes to who of these 6 organizations gets allocated these funds, and it is truly a first come, first served basis, then we have to shift the way that we're funding that and encourage these students before they lose that when there's clearly money for them to apply for this other SGO.
Thank you, for the record, Madam Chair. And look, I'm sure, Senator, that the SGOs will be able to walk you through all of their math when they're called up to testify. And it's probably not wise for me to pretend that I know their books better than they do.
And I will definitely ask some of these questions of them. I'm sure they are listening and they know the questions that we are interested in hearing answers to. But it seems like the money is there, and that we should encourage people to utilize that money instead of just hoarding it year after year until we hit that cliff. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nguyen. And I think with the discussion that we're having here today with all of the SGOs in the room, they all have a better understanding of where we're at, who has funding, who does not have funding, and perhaps they, without legislation, because we unfortunately do not have a full-time legislative body in this state, in the next 18 months, they can work something out to work together because the money is there with one organization having over 20 million. I am going to go to Senator Neal and then Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is more of, it's 2 comments. So number 1, Chief of Staff Keith Keffer, you know, I do genuinely like you as a human being. This is an absolute fact. And I probably shouldn't be taking this bait, but I did. When you mentioned that, you know, if a 50-year-old housing can move forward, but there was a prescribed requisite that I get a Treasury letter, which I did. And so, because although I had researched it and knew what the reg was, I was still then told post-signing to then prove through a letter from the Treasury that this was a fact. So I wanted to say that, number 1, because if the rule applies to me, it applies to you. 2, my colleague, Senator Nguyen, talked about the manufactured crisis. And the truth is, within less than 30 days, we got hit with this issue. And the first thing that popped up in my mind was, if this was such a serious consideration that we needed to deal with, then why wasn't it dealt with in the special? Why didn't we deal with it in the 2 specials, where it seemed like it was appropriate to drag us into a conversation around a stadium and give millions of dollars in tax credits to stand up a second publicly funded stadium? And that was not a crisis by any means, nor was it necessary, right? It was of economic interest, but there was no necessary findings that came to us that then said, we need a second public funded stadium. So why wasn't that brought forward in one of the 2 specials, knowing that there was a colleague on the other side had a bill that it didn't move forward, knew this was a political agenda, because we already know that's the game we're playing, since we said we already know who the public understands, right? That was a statement made, pitting us against the public. But the truth is, the governor called us into 2 special sessions and did not deal with opportunity scholarships, did not put money forward, cash or credit. And I think you need to answer that and deal with that, because you don't get to bring this to our feet and say, look at these Democrats who failed kids, when he had plenty of opportunity to solve his problem politically and be in the front seat driving the train in 2 specials.
Madam Chairman, Ben Kiefer for the record, through you to Senator Neal. couple points. One, on the logic for the use of the funds. We're using the exact same logic that was used for the PI bill on this one. It's a donation to a 501c3. It's allowable under federal rules. So the question over whether we should have included opportunity scholarships in one of the special session bills. Look, if you want to approve opportunity scholarships, we'd love to call you into special session right now to do it. We can talk to the majority leader and the speaker and see if they'd be happy about that. But you understand the special session process. You understand who has majority of both of those legislative chambers, and you understand the dynamics of adding a subject as divisive as this to an agenda where we are trying to build a very tenuous consensus over an already difficult subject matter. And special session 1 was to finish the work of the original session. Special session 2 was to attract the A's to Las Vegas. That was the point of those sessions. That was the agreed upon points between the governor and leadership of the legislature, and that's what we did. Adding this to either of those agendas, we'd probably still be sitting in Carson City.
And I appreciate that, because I think it's very important that we were in the first special session because the governor vetoed a budget.
Ben Keycover, for the record, we were in the special session because the CIP bill still needed to be approved.
I don't even, I'm just going to stop my line of questioning here or commentary, because the politicalization of the kids was probably, to me, well below the belt, right? And as was said by many members, had it been a conversation of existing students losing what they have, right? And no proof that no money was anywhere, then it probably would be a conversation. But the expansion is what is the issue. The fact that there is a way for students to get scholarships through one of the organizations, which clearly is the most competitive, most aggressive, who is holding the largest amount of money. So knowing those two factors and the documents that set that up, it's been hard-pressed to establish where is the crisis, where is the failure of the Democrats, because that's what is being narrated, to perform.
Ben Keycover, for the record, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Neal. The governor and I, as his representative, were continuing to have discussions about opportunity scholarships into the final days of the legislative session. And we didn't stop at $50 million and walk away. That's just not how it went. And it caused difficult meetings that were not productive. And we were told from the start of the session, and it was the same answer at the end of the session, that under no circumstances were Democrats going to approve more funding for opportunity scholarships. And and what was in statute was the number, end of conversation. That's what we were told. And that's where it landed.
Before we go to Assemblyman O'Neill, I just want to get something straight. There was a PI bill at the end of the legislative session to ensure that the state of Nevada does not have to send any of the federal dollars that we got back to Washington. And the mechanics of that bill are that if some of the money that's been appropriated, isn't used, it comes back into the state, then it goes to this PI bill, so it makes sure it goes out into organizations in the state where that money would have gone. Whether it's housing, it would go to other housing things. If it's food insecurity, it would go to other food insecurity things. This is not that same mechanism. You're talking about using lost revenue that would have affected the state, right? And I'm not seeing that lost revenue. So two different dynamics. You mentioned the PI bill, but two different mechanics and dynamics. So I just wanted to make sure that people that are listening understand that.
Yeah, Ben Keogh, for the record, I wasn't trying to denigrate the PI bill or anything like that. I certainly understand that mechanism. The idea was that a contribution to a nonprofit entity as a final destination from the state is an allowable use under the federal rules, and that's it. That's all I was saying.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. You sound like you're out of breath.
I'm not out of breath. I have a lot of breath.
That's what I was afraid of. And Chair, I'm going to ask, I've got a statement, but I promise you there's some questions in there. Hopefully they're just yes, no. So please. And first I want to say thank you both to Chief Mr. Keycaffer, Ms. Stevenson, for being here and being here for so long, all day. We've discussed a variety of things. Agencies that have bills come in and have declared emergencies that they've got to pay their bills. They didn't know they were going to hire temporary staff. They got to pay that person. They didn't know about a Formula One and that they were going to be asked to support it. So they need money for that. There's been a variety of things here today that I could easily argue at times were created emergencies and not truly emergencies. But there are some facts we've got here that we're dealing with. And one of them, both governors, Governor Sisolak, Democrat, Governor Lombardo, Republican, have utilized ARPA money or proposed even utilizing ARPA money in what I will say fairly liberal ways. And we have never been questioned by the feds in our usage of it. They have never come in and said we have misused the money. If that's incorrect, please adjust, tell me it straight that we have been addressed by them.
Thank you, Governor.
That's like a yes or no. I want to keep this moving.
Yeah, thank you, Governor, for the record. That is accurate. We have followed all federal guidance and rules for every allocation.
As best we know them, correct? So,
as best we know. And
here we have an issue, and here's some statistics I've looked up and have been supplied with that, we talk about minority students, students of color, families of color. 62% of these scholarships, the recipients are a mixed race. 26% of them have been reporting themselves as Latino or Hispanic, 14 African American, 14 is mixed race. The average household for these recipients is less than $57,000 a year. And some analysis by the Department of Education shows that 386 of the Opportunity Scholarships recipients had 71% increase their assessment scores in both ELA, English language learners, and math over 1 year. We have a problem in our public school education system. When I came on in 15, they were asking for money. Actually, when I was working for the state prior to that, it was always we need more money for schools to improve. And really, realistically, our schools, our public school systems have not improved. We have not gone up to, 40, 35 listing. We seem to always been able to stay at the bottom. So we've got, as you said, it's a fact, $4.7 million less right now available in the Opportunity Scholarships. Approximately some 350 students will lose their scholarships and have to return back to public schools that are understaffed and in larger classrooms than desired and appropriate, where they had been doing well. Opportunity Scholarships, these schools, to me, actually help out the public schools. And I don't see the issue in supplying them with those funds. So I guess the question that I'm going to give you at the end of this dissertation, and I appreciate Chair allowing me this, is we can deal with an issue right now. 350 plus students need assistance. They've been given opportunities, and we're going to pull the rug out from them. That's not appropriate. We need to address that, and we can address that today with using these funds. And then as to how the scholarships are awarded in the sense of to these SGOs, possibly we could either look at that during the interim and come back with education with a bill, or even through regulations now during the interim and how they're allocated to seem to balance them out. But do you agree we have an issue with students, human beings, truly individuals, our constituents, and we can address them now with this grant of the $3.24 million? Yes or no?
Ben Kekeffer for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman O'Neill. Yes, that is why we brought the work program.
That's all I'm asking for, and thank you, Chair. I appreciate the time that you've given me and the freedom.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the comments. And I'd just like to make sure that we get it on the record that it's not the legislative body that is pulling the rug under from anyone. As far as scholarships. Don't want that to be the narrative that leaves this room. It is not the legislative body that is pulling the rug under anyone. There is a statute that says exactly the tax credits that go into the Opportunity Scholarship Fund, and there is one organization that took the money that all 6 of the organizations should have had because they could. That's how it's written, and now that we know that, we need to fix that. We definitely need to fix that, but it's not the legislative body that is pulling the rug from under any student. As a mother, as a grandmother, and as a Black woman, when you talk about minority kids, mine are Black, white, Hispanic, and Native American, and AAPI. So don't talk to me about underserved kids. That's my household.
Chair, I apologize if I was implying that we were pulling the rug out. What I'm saying is we have an opportunity to address an educational challenge right now with opportunity scholarships, and actually we can give them a rug. And as a single parent raising 3 children, I could have really had used this when my kids were younger, and what I sacrificed to put them all in private schools. So I really am sensitive to this. I mean, I'd like for us to step up to the challenge that's being presented, but in no way am I impugning my colleagues at all. And
Thank you so much. With that, we will go to the next person on my list, and that is Senator Harris. And some of the members may be calling for the SGOs to come up because they may have specific questions for those SGOs. So there is an open seat there if they ask you to come to the witness table.
Thank you, Chair. So my questions really center around trying to figure out why this wasn't solved sooner if a problem exists. I know that you mentioned that there were discussions about expanding the program with a $50 million proposal from the governor's office. And you also noted that from the very beginning, it was clear that that likely was not going to happen during this legislative session. At any point, did the governor's office then attempt to shore up the program in the way that you're attempting to shore it up today?
Ben Kekeffer for the record, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Harris. Look, we had conversations throughout the legislative session about different levels of funding. Obviously, we came in aggressive, but we did ask for smaller amounts to recognize that this was a reality, that the reduction in available tax credits was going to have a direct impact on kids. Spelling it out in the specificity of numbers of kids and scholarships and how the sequencing was going to happen, we could not foresee that, but we knew that less money meant less scholarship availability. And we did have those conversations. There were advocates for this program out having conversations like that as well. we went through the legislative session. We were having negotiations on a variety of things up to the waning days and moments of the legislative session. And when that was done, we go in through the specials, and we start realizing quickly once the tax credits had been collected that this was no longer a potential threat, but a very, very real problem that we had to tackle. And we started then looking at all options. Frankly, I looked for every possibility not to be sitting here today, right? I was looking for every chance to have the governor use purely executive authority to direct funding that was available to these SGOs. Made a judgment call and decided to be here.
So I asked because, maybe this is it's a little unfair because it's retrospective, but I think it's been clear that regardless of how any of us feel about the program, none of us were interested in kicking students off. And so I firmly believe that if there was evidence presented that students were going to have to leave, if there wasn't additional funding put forward, that a very robust discussion about that could have been had during the legislative session, and that quite a few of us would have been open to, at the very least, ensuring there's a funding level to make sure that the students who are currently getting it don't have to leave. That's not the intention, I don't think, of anybody on this particular committee. So the question I think that we all have is, one, as I mentioned, why wasn't this kind of brought up previously? And two, whether the problem actually exists, given that there are, as the program as a whole, let's just forget individual SGOs, right? But the program as a whole, there are enough dollars, and I don't think, feel free to disagree with me if I'm wrong, but there are enough dollars in the program to fund every student from last year for this particular year. Is that right?
Ben Kiefer, for the record, Madam Chair. I'm going to have to let the SGOs talk about their books because I don't want to get too far off that ledge.
Okay. Well, from what I've heard, it seems if you minus however many students one organization has to give up, and you plus all the reserves another organization has, I think we're still net positive on the Opportunity Scholarship Program as a whole, and maybe there are some odd legislative constraints around how that money can be used, right? And maybe those are issues that we need to address. But I'm not sure that the proper way is to continue to give dollars to the organizations that did not seemingly properly reserve enough funds so that the students they were helping could continue on. Do we have an actual number of how many students will not receive a scholarship and will have to leave schools they are currently enrolled in if we do not approve this program today?
Ben Kiefer, for the record, Madam Chair. Each of the three scholarship granting organizations will have to come up and give you their specific number. They probably vary based on the applications that they've received this year. So I would have to defer to them on each of those specifically. Do
we have a ballpark?
The submissions that they gave you in response to the questions from the chair and vice chair include Silver State. I don't want to misstate it.
Yeah.
I don't have the responses sitting in front of me, Senator. I apologize. So I'll let them come up and give that testimony themselves.
Well, I'm assuming you have some basis for the number that you're asking us for, right? So how many students are you trying to help with the money that you asked us for? I'm assuming that's closely related to what you think the need is.
Right. Ben Kiefer, for the record, Madam Chair. The process that we went through was to ask each of the individual SGOs what they were going to need in order to maintain flat enrollment for their existing scholarship recipients. And that is the basis by which we landed on the dollar figure.
So is it, Madam Chair, sorry, do you mind if I just follow up here? My apologies. So is it accurate to say that you're not sure if any students would actually have to be kicked off the program if we don't approve this funding today?
No, I believe, Madam Chair, Ben Keycover for the record, I believe that hundreds of students will be kicked out of the program or kicked out of their schools or not be able to get scholarships if this funding is not approved today.
So is your ballpark number 100, 300, 500? You said 100. So you're simultaneously telling me you don't have the numbers, but then you're telling me you can confidently give me a number that it's in the hundreds. So I'm trying to get those two together.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Ben Keycover for the record. Let's start at 350 with the floor, since that's what one organization says is a hard number, and we'll go up from there.
Okay. So do you know what percentage of, let's just say even that 350, apply to the other 5 SGOs?
Madam Chair, Ben Keycover for the record, I don't know. I know the other SGOs can answer that question there if you would like them to come up and address it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, at some point it would be nice to know, and I don't know if any individual SGO will know that, which is why I'm hoping and looking to, you all to have that global perspective, but I'm not quite sure we could say that if we don't approve this program, children will be kicked off and that this is the reason, if we don't even know if they've applied for every source of funding that is available.
Madam Chair, I think they'd be happy to come up and answer the question.
Okay, and we can do that when we get them up. That's all for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're going to go to Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you guys for being here. Thank everyone for being here on what is a very long day. I just have a quick statement, and I think a couple of very quick questions. Obviously, this has become a very politicized issue, and I think the rhetoric around this, unfortunately, has become what it was, and I want to say publicly that if I've added to that polarization, that was not my intent, but I also want to state something very publicly on the record. We've talked today about negotiations, and we had a lot of negotiations about opportunity scholarships. We had AB 400, we had a hearing on that. There was negotiations that were ongoing throughout the session, and ultimately, the number stayed where it is in statute. But what I want to make clear is there was never a discussion that I was involved in where somebody told me if the legislature didn't do something that kids would potentially lose their place in their schools. That conversation never happened during the legislature, never was said to me. And so I want to say that because here's the thing, I went back and I looked. I said, when's the first time the media ever mentioned this? Well, after session, that kids would lose their scholarships. I just do not believe if that was a known fact during the session, it would not have been brought up. And I think it wasn't brought up because we had something happen here that was unforeseeable, which is one organization took all the money. We could not have known that was going to happen during the legislative session. And as far as I know, that's never happened before. So I want to be clear that I think we're here because of that. If the funds had been distributed differently through the Department of Taxation, the tax credits, I don't think we would be here having this discussion because there is adequate money for everybody. What happened was a concentration in one of the scholarship organizations. Now, I think as a body, I don't know that we foresaw that. Chief of Staff Keycover, I don't know if you foresaw that. But I think if we had, maybe it's something we could have addressed during session. I think I speak for my colleagues that if we had thought there would be a possibility that kids would be kicked out of their schools, we would love to have that discussion during the legislative session about what is the right amount of money, how do we reserve that money, because now we're faced with having to use one-time money to fund ongoing expenses, which is something the governor said he didn't want to do, and I think something we really didn't do during session. So I just want to make that clear. We're here for a lot of reasons, but that discussion, I can say personally, never happened with me. Yes, funding levels happen, but not that discussion. And the implication that somehow I or my colleagues would be so callous as to say, we want to disrupt kids from their schools, I took offense to that. And perhaps I didn't react the best way I should, but I want people to understand that I took offense to that statement that we would just throw those kids aside. Never the intent. So we're here today having to do a couple of things. Figure out whether there is a problem, and if so, whether we can solve that problem. That's the way that I view this. And so with that statement, I just had a couple of questions to you, Mr. Keycover. You were there in 2015 when this program was created, and so I knew there was a lack of transparency in this program. When I started looking at the facts, it's hard to figure out what's going on. I'll just say that. The NDE reports are incomplete. They're hard to understand. The numbers you gave are somewhat different than the scholarship organizations. That's an issue I think we can fix next session. And we should fix next session, all of us working together. But my question for you is, when the legislature created this program in 2015, why was it set up this way where there would be scholarship granting organizations that would get tax credits and then sort of not really coordinate with one another? I mean, for instance, you could have had one organization that did it. You could have had it run through a state agency. And I know we're going back to 2015 and it's 2023, but I was not in the legislature in 2015 when this program was set up. And so I just wondered if you had any insight you could have why the program is set up in the way that it is set up, which makes it very difficult for us to figure out what is happening.
Ben Kika for the record. And I'll start by saying I don't want to start having back and forths about negotiations that the majority leader, you and I had during the legislative session. I do have a recollection of a very specific conversation and meeting where the issue over maintaining flat funding for this program was something that I said. So we may have been focused about different things at the time, and our minds may have been wandering because it was a crazy time of the session, but I believe that we had conversations about this, and we can talk offline because I don't want to speak. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. 2015 it was a great signing ceremony. It was up in Story County, an old school, and the program itself was created through this tax credit mechanism through nonprofit entities, specifically to ensure compliance with our constitutional restrictions and to provide the opportunity for different scholarship granting organizations to potentially focus on different things in different areas. Much like charter schools, the prevailing wisdom is that multiple authorizers is sort of a good public policy to have. I think it follows the same logic that there are having some diversity within who can go out and recruit scholarship money through donations. It creates value by being able to reach out to different communities, different connections with people, with business, and you'd create a broader and more diverse pool of resources to tap.
Just a couple follow-ups on that. Sorry, I always want to call you Senator, but Chief of Staff Keycapper. Do you remember back in 2015, was part of the reason to set it up this way because if I look at it, the business itself tells the organization, I want to donate money to you, I want to get a tax credit, the business goes to taxation, gets approval, and then the donation is made. So the business gets a tax credit from the state of Nevada. Mm-hmm. Do they also get a federal tax credit for donating to the nonprofit? So like, can they sort of double dip that money and get state credit and also get charitable giving on the federal side? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer. I'm sorry, Ben Kika, for the record, I don't know the answer to that. Okay. I'm sure the SGOs will know.
And then, just the last, I guess, hopefully you'll agree to this statement. I think, if nothing else, we've illuminated today that there are some real problems. Although the program may have been well-intended to have multiple scholarship granting organizations, I think the lack of coordination among those and the circumstance we're in now, where the first in line could take all the tax credit. I mean, we could have, as a legislature, made it $15 million in tax credits. If one organization goes to the front of the line and takes all $15 million, we're in the same position with Silver State, injured police officers, and I'm sorry, I forget the third one, but we're in the same place, whether it's 15 or 20 or $25 million. So I'm just hoping that you'll agree that from now until the next legislative session, to the extent that those of us who are here in these chairs are still going to be here working on this issue, we have got to figure out a mechanism so we're not in this situation again, because there is enough money. It's not being dispersed equitably among the organizations based on their past scholarship grants. So I guess I would just ask for your commitment to help work on this issue together so that we don't have this problem in future iterations of the legislature or in the Interim Finance Committee.
Ben Kiekever for the record, Madam Chair, through you to the Speaker. Look, we certainly don't want to be in this situation again either. And I think it has revealed some issues over the structure of the program that we probably need to collaborate on in terms of finding solutions, and certainly happy to do that.
You're welcome. And Mr. Kiekefer and our GFO, I'm going to ask you just to take a seat back. I'm going to invite the representatives from the 3 SGOs that are actually included in the work program to come up, and then there are 3 that are not included in the work program. However, we did request information from you, so I'm going to ask you to fill the seats after that because there will be questions for you as well. And I believe we may have the representative for the Student Choice Fund on the phone line. BPS, do we have the representative on the phone line?
One moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, can I please have the name of the representative again?
One moment. The organization would be the Student Choice Fund. And I believe the representative would be Rabbi Meth.
Rabbi, if you're on the phone, could you please press *9 to take your place in the queue? Thank you, Chair. One moment, he's on the line.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi. Thank you for joining us. So if you could each just state your name for the record, which organization that you represent, and then the members will ask questions.
Mindy Lloyd with the Injured Police Officers Fund Scholarship Program.
Madam Chairman and committee members, thank you for listening to us today. My name is Dana Stern. I'm the administrator for Silver State Scholarships, formerly Dinosaurs and Roses.
Thank you. And on the phone?
I'm Rabbi Neff with Student Choice Fund of Nevada.
Thank you all for being here today. I know it's a long day and I appreciate your patience. We're going to start our questions with Assemblywoman Anderson, who's up in Carson City.
Thank you, Chair. And again, this is Assemblymember Anderson. Thank you so much for coming up. I just, for all three of the different organizations, I'm going to go back to the question that I had asked Chief of Staff Kiekefer. What steps did the scholarship grant organizations take to ensure that the one-time funding provided for the during all 4 fiscal years of 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022 would not result in a significant number of students losing their scholarships when that one-time funding was depleted? So I'm just wondering, what steps did you all take with that? And then also, to continue with that same idea, were there any fundraising efforts that took place to supplement donations that have received from donors who received the tax credits?
Chairwoman and our respectable committee. For the injured police officers, just a little bit of a background. The late Lieutenant Lloyd, who was our president then, he felt that this program really worked for a lot of our at-risk youth who are children that are less likely to transition successfully into adulthood. So we felt that success can include academic successes and job readiness, as well as the ability to financially be independent. And it also can refer to the ability to become a positive member of the society by avoiding a life of crime. So when we had first joined the scholarship program, which was in the late 2019, so the inception for us, we didn't start till 2020. And then, of course, then COVID happened, and then Lieutenant Lloyd passed away. We are very grateful for the commitment of the businesses that have helped us in the process. But I cannot, Assemblywoman, answer for 2018, but the steps that we take, if you look at here to my left, I have over 200 applications that I have brought with me. That those numbers that I submitted to all of you, I'm not pulling it out of my ass or something, because they do exist. And I'm a little shaky because I am nervous for what has been heard all day, and I feel for all of you that are fighting for everyone and for all of us organizations. I'm at a loss of words, but I have to stick to what I know. And in June, when we all applied, the Department of Taxation, when we submitted our commitments from businesses, we did not realize that being either last in line, second in line, or even mailing in our submissions would make us lose out. So yes, there is something broken there. And with other organizations in the past, we are able to work out and call each other and say, hey, we have a little bit of money left. Is there somebody that you need assistance with? So unfortunately, in her organization, the lady that was running it, she also passed away recently. And but there has always been an organization. So not only is it for me and for the other SGOs that are sitting here hearing that there are monies left over with another organization, we are not here to bad talk them, but it is shocking that the numbers that are coming out of this committee and that we are witnessing today. But to go back to the process, yes, we do. We have a process, we have a checklist, making sure that these families qualify, and that, and then we turn around and we let the taxation department know, hey, we have a commitment from these businesses, and those businesses will then be informed that they were either accepted by the taxation department, that they will get their credit. And at that time, then we turn around to the businesses and say, hey, instead of paying your taxes, you are allowed to give us the donation. And for the last 2 years, I've always known to exhaust our monies because I did not realize today that we can hold those monies. And as you can see, we have $16,000 that's left in our balance. And luckily, that number is a little bit higher because we recently just got money back from another school because a couple of our families has exhausted their maximum payments. And so they returned those monies to us. That's why we have $16,000. And, but as you can see, we do, and some of these families, they go around and they shop different SGOs, scholarship organizations, to see how much money that they can max out on. Okay, I forgot the other word. What was the other question? I'm sorry.
And first of all, thank you for being here all day and your passion. It's very clear that you care about the people you're helping. So greatly appreciate that. The other one, I think you kind of already spoke about it, which was the just being aware of the one-time funding and what steps do you take to make sure that it would not result in a significant number of students losing those scholarships based upon the one-time funding. But I think with the statement that you just made about not being aware of being able to hold on to that money for a longer period of time actually answered the question, unless there are other people on the committee that want to answer that or bring that up.
Let me finish this one. And also just to add on, in the middle of when we had heard and when we opened up our application process, which was June 15th, which was the day that we all submitted our paperwork to Department of Taxation. And recently then, after that, some of us got our letters. I did not receive my letter until last week from Taxation that we did not get any, or we got denied. So as you can see, these buckets I have here from the post office, that those numbers that you are looking at, I haven't even processed it. So you're looking at 2 returning families where I could possibly sit in here with 31, and just because they are new applicants doesn't mean that they are new applicants because we spread them around through different organizations and who's going to pick them up first. And, but
Actually, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but if you could go back to the statement that you made that there are some families that shop around, is there any sort of checks and balances that are currently in place with your organization, with the other organizations? Or is this just something that has always been in existence?
You want me to answer that? Yeah, so like this one that I'm showing you, they had sent it over. One application is one family, and this one actually has 4 applications, 4 students that lives in that household. So while I have 216 applications, you could double that because I don't know, because I have not processed it. I've processed maybe 30 of them, and I know 2 of these families in here are my returning student. And how we would know that they have gotten accepted, it's in their application. We will ask them, and again, this is for our organization. It asks you the students that desires to attend if grant awarded and what school that they were going to. And in the middle of their processing, that they will be asked, have you received from any other organizations of any monies? And once that is all processed and they are accepted and they're at their school and we have made payment, the school also has a responsibility to let the organizations know that says, hey, they also got money from this SGO. And then that's when, that's what happened to me, and that's why I was credited back with these monies. Dana?
Yeah. Hi, Dana from Silver State Scholarships. I understand this become a political thing, but this is not for us, and it's not for these families. I've been doing this for 5 years now, and this is the very first year that we have ever had to do this. Last year was the first year that we maxed out of the credits. Before that, we could take donations all year long. We, Silver State Scholarship, and I'm sure the other STOs, we fund this program with donations. That's it. We raise as much money as we can, and we understand that the program is based on the fact that any students that get accepted, whether from kindergarten or 10th grade, that unless they move or become disqualified or financially above the threshold of being accepted, that they are going to get funded to get them through school. We make sure we raise enough money in donations to do that. We do not save the money. We have about, the last 2 years, I know I had about maybe 700,000, which was more than we normally have carried over, and that was only because throughout the year, we have families that leave, withdraw, decide, and especially after COVID, they decided to do homeschooling. They can't come up with the extra money. That money goes back in to become part of that carryover. What I have left this year is $300,000. That's it. That will afford me. I'm the 350 that those kids are not going to be able to go to the schools they've been in this year. I can afford maybe to do scholarships for 50. I have a total of 398 returning students. And of that, then beside that, the only other additional thing that we were hoping maybe that we could cover with the 27 siblings of those families. We're not talking about going to the same schools. These families go to whatever schools they can afford and get in, that they find that's financially, economically, or socially, or religiously available to them to do. They rely on the schools to give them discounts. A lot of my families have multiple children that the schools work with to give discounts. We do never give more than the tuition. We keep charge of all the schools. Every year I contact every school we deal with. I ask for their calendars. I ask for their contacts. I ask for their tuitions, because it does change. And they have, different schedules and different arrangements for multiple families, for people if it's a religious school, if they're part of that community. The families submit all of their financial information. And I heard somebody ask before about, well, how do you know that people live together? They're not married. How do you know? I'll tell you how I know, because most of these families, they put on every single piece of income they can come up with. They send in their SNAP. They write down, we have parent one or guardian, parent one, parent two. They fill it out. Half the time we tell them, if the parent is not or guardian does not live with you and does not support that child, please don't put it. They put it anyway, and they send the people's income. They disclose all of their financial things, all of their government assistance. And they sign a paper that says that they are testifying that this is a true matter. We get audited all the time to go through our records to make sure. We follow up if there's any question. There are no families who are not financially deserving. And we do not, at least I don't know how the other organizations work, we do not give out one scholarship until all of the returnings have been decided. They do not ever get notified. Like she said, we accept applications for a short window in May, and they are told, you are not going to hear from us till July, because we have to submit on June 15th. We did not. I was the second person in line. I flew to Carson City. I was behind two women from AAA. We were there at 7:30. The doors opened at 8. They stamped all my things. I felt perfectly comfortable with the $2 million, little over $2 million I was submitting was going to get approved. And July 6th, I get a package saying every single one was denied. We have no funding. And I am new to this as far as the financial aspect of it, but I could not understand how all of a sudden now one organization could accept or get all the credit funding. And that's obviously a problem that has to be addressed with, because this is wrong. This is completely wrong. And what we're left with right now is you can legislate and discuss everything you want to do going forward, which is wonderful. But right now, I have already sent over 500 letters to families telling them we do not have money for them. And now I'm looking at like I said, we have 398 returning students, and I'm looking at having to tell the 350 that, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go to public school or not go to school at all, because they don't have the money to go. And whether the other organization should give us money, well, that's great, but they're not going to give it to us. And what I plan on doing for next year, if this system is still in place, I'm going to go and park out in Carson City at midnight and sit there all night and make sure that I'm the first one in there, because this cannot happen to these kids.
What's even worse, committee members.
Would you go ahead and state your
I'm so
name?
sorry, Mindy Lloyd again from the Injured Police. What's even worse is that there are a lot of checks and balances with this program, you know, from the SGOs to the DOE, to the DOT, and to the parents, and to the schools. So why, you know, because I am for this program, and I know there are a lot of people, and you've heard a lot of people express their emotions and testimonies today. I don't understand that if one SGO is required to exhaust every money so that we can get new money, and most of you that live here, you have, and I've heard it about how you have to campaign, and you know, for us, the market in this neighborhood in the Las Vegas area, it is cornered. You know, the casinos, they will not give money to you unless it's for a certain reason and if there's a great return of investment. And there are selected businesses that will give it to you because they believe in the program and they believe in the kids. So I am right now, like, I'm just kind of torn because there is more money out there and we don't know how to get it. And we're going to have to try harder next year if we are denied. And these, you know, this is what I have to call tonight. These kids are the ones I'm going to have to call in the next 10 days. So I don't know.
I just want to make sure that you heard us correctly. There was, I don't believe anything said that you had to exhaust every dollar before you got anything more. So I don't want you to leave with that impression. That was not what was said from this body.
I'm so sorry, Chairwoman. No, it has always been understood to us when we got accepted as an SGO that your monies are to be exhausted. That's why you can see I don't have any money because I spend whatever I have. And we'll call other SGOs and say, hey, do you have anybody else that needs more money? So thank you.
Well, I'm sorry that that's what you were told. There's heads shaking behind you saying, no, 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 no. We're going to go to the phone. Rabbi, I hope you remember the questions that were asked by Assemblywoman Anderson. Could you answer those questions? And if you don't remember, I'll have her restate them.
Could you restate them? That would be helpful.
More than happy to do so. It's two questions. The first is, what fundraising efforts have the scholarship grant organizations taken to supplement the donations received from donors who receive the tax credits? That's question number one. And then question number two has to do with the what steps do the scholarship grant organizations take to ensure that the one-time funding provided since basically 2018, because it's 2018, 2020, 21, and 22, would not result in a significant number of students losing their scholarships when the one-time funding was depleted? What was your plan, in other words?
Okay, thank you for both of those questions. And maybe I'll just give an overview that will answer both of those questions together if I understood them correctly. Maybe just to reiterate, I think what has been said, I've heard throughout different portions of the day, some people talking about how there isn't transparency with the SGOs and things like that. I want to push back a little bit on that if I can. Everything that I think all the SGOs that I'm aware of, everything is super transparent, as has been stated. We're in touch with the Department of Education, Department of Taxation. We're constantly giving them all of our numbers, all of our data, and all of our reporting. I think, I can't speak about all of my colleagues that with the SGOs, but we're small organizations trying to make a difference in the community. We're not, some big corporation trying to hoard money and we're trying to help kids and help students get them, the best education that's available that we can provide. We're just trying to help and be as helpful as possible. So, there's no lack of transparency here. We're trying to do the best that we can. And the key thing here is scarcity of resources. That's really, I think, what needs to be addressed here. And that, is the issue. There's a scarcity of resources. $6 million for funding for a full year. If you fully fund, out of that $6 million, let's say every one of those $6 million that was raised was distributed, according to the statutory law, maximum scholarship is roughly $9,000. That means 700 kids are getting these scholarships. 700 kids in the entire state of Nevada. I looked up online. I saw, as of last night, there were something like 485,000 students in the public school system. And we're talking about 706 students. There is a scarcity of resources. There just are not enough dollars that are available. When we raise the funds that we raise, we try to balance getting those dollars out as soon as possible to the schools and to those students that they need them immediately, but also balancing a certain continuity of scholarship. You want to make sure that students aren't going to be dropped the following year. So, for example, this year, yes, we have about $300,000+. This isn't a ton of money. That's all the money that we have. We're going to have to use all of that up, which means we're not going to be able to fund our students nearly to the level that we can. And then we're basically out of business the next year. So we try to balance continuity of scholarship funding, but we also want to be, every year when we receive donations, we try to get as much money out as soon as possible. So I don't know if that answers your question. It's a bit of a juggling game. There's a very limited resources. We have just only a few dollars to go around to a lot of students that want these funds and that apply. And so it's somewhat of a juggling act. I don't know if that helps or explains, answers your question.
Assemblywoman Anderson, did you have a...
I understand it's a juggling act. So you've never tried to go out, though, and get other funds to help with this, or has it always been dependent upon the state funding? I think is another way to look at this.
Oh, okay. So to that question, yes, we're the funds that we raise are specifically through this Opportunity Scholarship Program. Every year, we're trying to get the corporate dollars that the corporations donate to this program. And if they're not going to receive the tax credit because the state has maxed out, we're not really able to get much funding beyond that. I'm not aware of people who are just want to give millions of dollars and not get that tax credit is their incentive. And once that was exhausted, there's not much more that we can do. So our students are just not going to receive the funding.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for that much time.
Thank you, members. Questions for these three organizations? Senator Harris?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe it'll be easiest to just kind of go one by one. So we'll start with injured police. How many students did you fund last year?
31.
Okay.
31, and we were credited in May of 2023 $6,000, and that's what came back to us.
And was that for what? Two students? 3 students?
Four students.
4? Okay, so we would say, let's say 27 relied upon your organization for funding in the previous school year. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And of those 27, how many of them applied with you for funding again this year?
And like I stated earlier, I'm sitting right here with applications that have not been processed because in June 15th, when we just submitted our paperwork to DOT, in the middle, we had just opened up our application process from June 15th to July 15th. So on July 7th, most of the organizations were already stating, hey, there is no more money. They've already given it to one SGO. And I said, well, I haven't received any notices that we were denied or declined. And I said, but I do have mail that has been sitting. And so at that time, we just stopped processing because we don't know how to answer families. Why process something that, you know, we're going to have to tell you, I'm so sorry, you know, and at this point, till Saturday of this weekend, that's when I got my letter from Department of Taxation. So I just recently found out that $125,000 of the commitment that I got for $445,000 was not accepted. So even to today, I'm still missing the balance of $445,000. But it's already too late because my businesses already paid their taxes so that they did not get penalized. So I was out of money no matter what.
So is it fair to say the answer is you're not sure how many of your returning students have applied because you haven't gone through all the applications?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. How many students did you fund last year?
492.
How many of those 492 applied to you for funding again this year?
380, through was, I think, 389, or 489, yeah, because it was close to last year. So in 400, we had 492, and because I have to take out the 27 that were the siblings this year. So 250, so yeah, it was just under 400.
Okay. So 300.
Yeah, it was 398.
Okay, 398.
Right.
All right.
Right.
And I believe you said you got zero funding, so we can assume all 398 did not get any funding from your organization this year.
Nobody's gotten anything because we haven't made any determinations yet. But the reason that it was mentioned it's actually 350 that will not get funding is because we've got about 300,000 in our coffer, and we can probably get through about 50 students.
Okay.
So we're looking at, if we exhaust what we have, we're looking at,
Sure, 348.
returning, not getting it.
Got it. But not getting it from your organization, right? Are you aware of how many of those 350 folks who you will not be able to serve that you served last year applied to any of the other SGOs for funding?
Am, because it's like on theirs, we ask them. I have record from year to year what they got, the year before, obviously. And we do make the assumption, especially with the bigger organizations, that they are going to be awarded because if their financial situation stays the same, it will stay the same for everybody they apply for. But there is no guarantee, and we also ask if they are reapplying again. So we do have an idea of, and I'd say maybe half of those apply to another organization.
Okay, so I think you're kind of getting at it's safe to assume about 175 of that 350 will at least be getting funding from somewhere else.
I'm hoping so. There's no guarantee, but yes, a partial. But the other thing is too, even with the ones that get money from the bigger organizations, the way that the system works is that those monies are accounted for first with the schools. If we've already given, for instance, if we say we're awarding them based on their financial wherewithal, they get $4,000 from us, and we find out that, let's say, AAA or EFNN is going to fund them, then we still come up with the difference, because it's not enough for these families. But we can't just assume that they're going to get this money in the first place. So, like I said, hopefully they will get funding, some of the funding. But even if they do get it from those organizations, it may not be enough for them to go to school. if the parents or the guardians or whoever can't make the additional funding. So they're back to the same thing again. And I can't make that assumption. And half of the time, we don't find out from the schools sometime till almost Christmas. You know, I'm getting refunds all year round when they finally get around to getting the monies from the other organizations. But they've used the money we had. I mean, they have to refund it, obviously, at the end of the day. But those children cannot go to school if they don't have the funding in the beginning. And then, like I said, even if they are awarded by the bigger organizations, they rely on us, the smaller organizations, to make up for the difference so they can continue there. So,
and it sounds like even in that instance, there are still families that can't afford it, right? And there are refunds.
There are, and we do ask that on the applications, and we do look at that, that if you do not make all your funding, do you have ways to make up for it? You know, and we do look at that seriously. If they really don't have the funding and they get maxed out and they still don't have the funding, you know, we will a lot of times, you know, just try to explain to them that if we fund them, that's all they're going to get, and it's better off if they, you know, find another solution to that, because we don't want to do all this work and then they can't stay, you know, or they can't be, you know, fully funded by their own means or whatever. And I think the other thing, too, is there was some misconception about what these scholarship grants are for. Even with the schools, I've been asked, you know, will we have these special, you know, fees for things? Schools have different curriculum, different things. And I said, no, we don't do that. SGO grants are specifically for tuition-related fees in the education books. And that's it. We cannot. So sometimes there are a lot of other fees that the parents, you know, are not aware they have to come up with, you know, but that's on them. I mean, but like I said, but just based on the tuition, they don't ever get more than a tuition, no matter what the cap is.
Sure.
That's the max. So,
Madam Chair, if I can, I just want to get the same numbers on the record with the gentleman on the phone. I forgot what organization you're with. Sorry, sir. But could you give us some details? Great, thank you.
Sure.
Could you just tell us how many how many students did you fund last year?
76.
And how many of those 76 applied with your organization again this year?
So like the other SGOs, we haven't fully gone through all of them. It takes a long time to vet all of our applicants to make sure that they fit within the guidelines and this and that. We had opened it up to existing students as well as their siblings. So I know we received a little bit over 100 applications, but they haven't been vetted yet. That takes a long time.
And so is it fair to say you're not sure how many of those applications are the 76 students that you funded last year?
I can't tell you for sure, but I would imagine the bulk of them.
Okay. And are you aware, sir, of what percentage of your applicants also applied to other organizations and were denied?
We ask if you've applied to other organizations and they just mark yes or no. We don't know if there's no way for us to know if they were denied or not. That you know, we don't know the answer to that.
Everyone has been mighty confident today.
Also, for the record, can I just, for the record, I believe we had 76 applications that were originally confirmed last year. We have to return one of them. So the number is actually 70. I believe it's 75, because one of them, by the end of the school year, we found out had received too much funding and it got refunded. So just for the record, I believe it's 75. But what was your, and I'm sorry, I missed your last point.
No, you're okay. You're doing just fine. Thank you. I guess I'm not sure how everyone is so confident of the number of folks who will be kicked off, and organizations aren't even sure how many of the returning students have applied and how many are new students and how many are siblings of old students and how many of those students have applied to other organizations and won't make their funding. It seems to me we can't even claim that one student guaranteed is not going to be able to go to the same school they went to, much less hundreds.
So
Go
I
ahead.
can explain from our vantage point. I'm sorry. I can explain from our vantage point what happens is after we get, our application window is open for very short, like about 2 weeks or so, 2-3 weeks. We get all the applications. We then have to go through their numbers to make sure that they are indeed below the 300% poverty line. We then have to reach out to all of those schools to make sure two things. Number one, the student is indeed in good standing enrolled in that school. And then B, to the point that you're bringing up, it's the school's responsibility to make sure that those students are maxed out in the sense that they're not receiving scholarships from the other organization. It's the SGOs. We can't, we don't reach out to all the SGOs and say, hey, did little Billy over here, how much funding is he getting? That goes through the schools. We contact the schools, and the schools keep the records of how much each student is getting funded, and that's why when the schools actually get the money, it takes months till that all gets worked out.
And I don't mean to imply that that lack is somehow your all fault, right? It seems to me, and we've talked a bit about the structure of this program, no one has a bird's eye view to really be able to answer those questions, but a lot of affirmative for sure statements have been made today about what's going to happen if we don't approve this particular item. And I have not figured out how everyone is so confident on what these numbers are, given that it seems to me, and I am not an expert on this program. I was not around in 2015 when it began, but it seems to me no one knows whether every student who you used to fund is getting fully funded from AAA or any of the other organizations that are not asking for a work program, right? I mean, I just don't know how we figure out if there's an actual need and what that need is without anybody knowing who's applied, who's been denied, how much they've applied for, whether they applied with you previously, whether they've applied with other schools, how much funding they've gotten from the other SGOs. Without any of that information, it just doesn't seem to me we can conclude really much. So I mean, maybe at some point AA will come up and have some discussion about why they were in first in line and how many students they're funding and whether it's larger than what they funded last year, because the dollar amounts didn't change, right? It seems like there was a glitch in the process where you all were shorted, but not because of funding.
Can I want to say something about the not knowing?
Go ahead and state your name for the record. You have to state your name for the record before you speak.
Dana Stern, Silver State Scholarships. No, I just wanted to say that I know exactly how many students I have that are not going to get funding by us. The fact that they apply somewhere else is the fact that the timing of how this money is allocated is on a different schedule. So it would be wonderful if we all knew up front that, okay, all the students that applied to AAA say, if I knew up front what they were getting, it would be great, because then I know I can give them the balance, and that saves more money for somebody else. But the timing of this, and like he said, it's through the schools. We don't get that information. It's through the schools that they will contact us midway through school start or whatever and said, oh, the money you sent for these 3 children, well, we just found out they got money from EFNN, so now what do we do? Because now they're over what they need, and, so then we have to work it out. So then the money comes back to us, but by that time, the year is closed, and that has to go into the fund to carry over. We cannot assess that money again to another student. And that's been another problem, because we want to spend all the money we have for students. And we don't have that information when the school year starts, or when that, whatever. So, yeah, that's a problem for us as well, not knowing. But I just say, I know exactly how many students will not get funding from us right now.
And I appreciate that, and those numbers are helpful it just does not necessarily lead to the conclusion of that is how many students who will be kicked out of their schools. That number seems to still be a bit amorphous, right?
I'm Rabbi Shia Harlik I'm representing a school, Desert Torah Academy, so I know a little bit about the system. We have dozens of students in our school who receive scholarships. So just from a school's perspective, the way it generally works is families develop relationships with scholarship organizations. Some go shopping, but I believe the majority, at least of our schools, they develop a relationship. So some do it with AAA, some do it with Silver State Scholarship, some go to EFNN, and they generally stay because scholarships organization feel is sort of responsible for the children, and they keep with them. I know dozens of our students only receive scholarships from Silver State Scholarship. Some get just from AAA. Some get a combination of both. I assume from the 398 students, when they apply, they know they're going shopping for both. So they probably get the same what they got from AAA last year, and they're going to get the same from Silver State. So even though they may get some from AAA, but that's not enough to cover whatever their scholarship was for the previous year. That's generally how it works. Just for information that said, let's go to AAA and ask them to give the money, I reached out to AAA. It's not a knock on them. And I said, you know, why, I mean, you took all the funds. So what they told me is, well, that's what we give a year, and we need that as to cover. We give out, this is what they said, we give out, what we got this year is not enough to cover the scholarships we give out. So I said, but what are we going to do with all the other kids who didn't get? Can they apply to AAA? Well, A, you missed the deadline. The deadline was whenever it was. So families didn't know. If they already apply for Silver State, they assume they're going to get it for Silver State because they've gotten it for 2 years, 4 years, 6 years. To go now, first of all, I don't think you legally could force AAA to give the money. But even if they did, they told me that they want to have it in reserve, and the money they got, that 6.7, is to cover their scholarships that they give out every year. So I think I'm just giving you from the perspective from the school, which dozens of our students receive this. I'm well familiar with this process.
And Madam Chair, I'm going to conclude right here, I promise, and I'll just ask the last two all at once so I can get it out and be done and share the wealth amongst my colleagues here. For you, Ms. Lloyd, does your organization focus on children who are, let's say, children of law enforcement or military, or is your program open for all applications? And then for anyone who feels they can answer, is this the very first time that you've submitted your donations and been denied from the Department of Taxation? Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Harris, Mindy Lloyd for the Injured Police. This is the first time that we were denied. Every year we've been very lucky. I mean, even to the last minute of applications or after application process. And just to reiterate, all of our applications, we open it up to returning students only. And that's why I think I had a difficulty hearing that because they applied with one SGO as a new applicant, they're not a new applicant. They are actually returning students who are double dipping into different SGOs for monies. So I just wanted to make that clear because half of my family's here, these are the returning students, whether they got money from them previously or from AAA previously, but they are returning families. No, this is the first time I've been denied, yes. What was the other question, Senator?
This would be for all of you. Well, actually, I'm sorry, you answered the question. That was for everyone. The question I had was, is your process open to just children of law enforcement or to everyone, given the name?
No. Oh, yes, and that's why I wanted to make it clear to why the Injured Police is open to this, because we wanted to, because our officers who are out there working the streets, they know, and Lieutenant Lloyd back then, he says, you know, we have to make this more open for kids who are at risk, you know, and there was an avenue for that. And luckily, it's more for the lowest income level of 300% poverty level, and those are the ones that are qualifying. No, it's not open. It is open to some of our law enforcement family only if they qualify, which most of them are not qualifying. So.
Our scholarship is open to anybody who's aware of the program and qualifies. Race, religion, it doesn't matter. Yes, this is the first time we've been denied. And we've been with the program since the inception.
And I have a question for all three organizations. The money that is being requested is just for this year. You'll be in the same situation next year. That's a possibility. What's your plan to cover the next school year?
Mindy Lloyd for the injured police. Yes, the money that I am requesting is the money that originally was committed to me by the businesses. Next year, like Dana said, we won't be nice to the first person in front of us. We will be the first one. We will not give you a bathroom break, and we'll just be, we'll trip you. Yeah. And we will. We will work harder to work diligently with other businesses to help us gain support. But we're not greedy. I mean, $445,000 for other businesses that just wanted to help for the returning 31 or the other 50 that can cover that. That's a little bit more that goes away to help someone.
And then would it be safe? Go ahead and answer that, and then I'll answer mine. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
So Dana Stern Silver State Scholarships, like them, ours is a bigger organization. We take on more students, but we fund it the same way. And what Mindy had mentioned earlier, the woman who was taking care of the donations part of our organization suddenly passed away the beginning of this year, which kind of left us in a tailspin. I've been managing the scholarship on all the other aspect funds for the last 5 years, but this kind of threw us into a tailspin. So we scrambled to we have a lot of returning donors, but we have been in the past proactive about getting more. We want to have more money because more money means we get to accept more students. And like I said, this year was very unfortunate for us, but we still were able to come up with the funding from donors from past years to cover at least it would have covered both our returning and the siblings at the very least with what we had in play if we could have gotten them to give us the money, obviously. So going forward, we're still going to keep getting donations and asking for more contributions that way. But for us, this is just a situation get out now. We're not depending on you to fund us for future years. We plan on doing it the way we always have. But the problem, like I said, if I have to camp out in Carson City at midnight to get in the door and be the first one at 8 o'clock, I mean, because it's not going to matter how much money we actively have given to us if we can't get the credits for them. So, I mean, that's a different issue that I hope can be resolved with, legislation and other considerations that one organization cannot take it all. But yeah, we're going to just keep raising more money, and we understand the students we have, we want to fund them. They need to stay in those schools. It's detrimental to these kids. These are not only disadvantaged financially, but they're disadvantaged in a lot of other ways too, that make their public schools that they're zoned for an impossible situation for them. And so we do everything we can to make sure they get funded and we can accept more kids. That's just great.
Rabbi Meth?
Yeah, this was the first time that we've ever been denied. So, we were the $290,000. And maybe this is something that, again, I don't know how, also, should we be camping out, the night before? My understanding of the law is that it does go on a first come, first served basis. But I guess the question is let's say two people come at the same time on the same day. How does that get determined? Is it like an Apple store It's who started camping out there, earliest. Like we put it in the mail, got it post dated that day. Maybe we got it stamped by the post office earlier. That I think needs to be clarified. I'm not even sure if it was, the legality of I would view that as a tie. Everyone's there the same day, the first day that it opened. I think that needs, like a lot of elements of this program needs to be clarified. Exactly what happens if multiple organizations submit their donation requests on the same day. And like the other SGOs, of course, we want to be able to help as many students as possible, as many children as possible. And we're always looking to increase the donations we're able to receive every year.
Thank you. And I want to thank you all again for being here. I came into today's hearing after listening to the press conferences, all of the media, all the negative ads against the majority of the body of the legislature, with the understanding that there was a large number of students that would not be able to return to school because they were going to lose a scholarship. What I've learned today is that those students can get scholarships from multiple organizations. So the students that you may not be able to fund may be a student from one of the other orgs. So they're going to get less money. So their parents, guardians, what have you, would have to come up with a larger portion from their own resources. And then if they couldn't do that, that student wouldn't be able to go. So it's been kind of enlightening. I assumed that only one organization funded one student and that student went to a school. It's enlightening to know that that one student may get money from multiple organizations. So thank you for that. And I will ask the members if they have any other questions from these three organizations. And if not, we will move to the next three. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Senator Severs-Gansert.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And the Department of Education has an annual report for the Opportunity Scholarships. And in that report, for the 2022-23 year, there were 173 students total, 173 total out of roughly 1,600 that actually received funding from more than one scholarship organization, one SGO. I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. So, and then in listening, we've had some questions. It seems like everything's gotten kind of muddy. We've had some questions about what's the actual number, and it seemed like Ms. Stern verified that she has, I think it was 348, roughly 350 students that she knows she can't continue to fund. And then when we had the conversation, and when she was adding to the conversation, it also sounded like the period for the organizations for families to apply has closed, right? So AAA opened and closed their application period. I think the other ones all opened and closed, and then we have three before us who ended up not being able to get any funds. And so I think it's important to recognize that there's really nowhere else to go if the application period is closed for the fall, and that we do know that there's 348 from the one school, and I think Ms. Lloyd gave us a number, and then also Rabbi Meth gave us a number. So we do know that there are students who do not have scholarships. We do know that it's very unlikely or impossible for them to apply for funds from another organization. And that in the past, at least for the last year, there were only 173 that received funding from more than one organization. So that's part of what I learned today is the opening and closing of the period, and also that all of these organizations had donors willing to put the money, their MBT, towards scholarships, but the capacity wasn't there. So the demand for these scholarships is there. They have the funds available as far as donors willing, but the cap for MBT is lower than what was required to be able to fulfill all their needs. So I just wanted to make that clear on the record because we've had a lot of input over the last, I don't even know how many hours it's been. So thank you. And I also appreciate my colleagues' patience and listening and trying to understand this at a very fine level, which we haven't had the opportunity to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And while the cap is the cap statutorily, the amount of money went to one organization, which it's never done in the past. So that is the gist of the problem of why we're here today. Instead of the money, the organizations going out and getting organizations to donate, to contribute, the money that they did have put into the tax credits was all taken by one organization. And that is why we are here today. Members, any other questions?
So just for the record, so if they say it was 173 that received from two organizations, so even if all the 173 were from Silver State Scholarship that received from both organizations, so we know another 173 are not going to receive anything.
Total, was there received?
Students receive more than one scholarship is 173. So there is a definitive number. It's not out there that you should think that, no, maybe there's only going to be a few. There is going to be a lot of students who are not going to receive it because, again, if it's 173 and we know they're at 398, and then with the other organizations, I just want to realize for the record, there is students who are going, and even from the 173, a lot of them may not be able to make it. I know from our school, they may get from AAA $2,000, $3,000, and get from Silver State $3,000 and together, and then the school, you know, at least from our school, we kick in a lot of scholarship as well. So it is going to be the hundreds of students are going to lose their scholarship the way it is right now. Thank you.
And again, I'll repeat that the situation that you are looking at for the number of students that you gave scholarships to last school session, you would still be able to give scholarships to if you were able to get the funding that you requested. But you were not because it was taken by one organization. Okay.
Correct, but that's why we need to solve something about it. You're correct, but we're here to try to solve it.
Correct. And the solution that's being requested of this legislative body would be a temporary solution, and you would be in the same space next year. And no one has stated what the solution will be for next year. We will not have a legislative session before this issue comes up again. So
You all seem like a bright body. I'm sure you'll come up with a solution.
there's only so much we can do in the interim. Yes, right. And that would be putting together a bill draft for the next legislative session to fix the mess that the Opportunity Scholarship Program is, that I didn't know it was until today, getting all this on the record. But that won't happen until 2025, and it'll take all of us working together, Democrats and Republicans, because no one on this body during the last legislative session heard that this was going to be a problem. I'm sure you all didn't expect one organization to take all the money, and you didn't expect to be here. I don't know if the application deadlines for applying are statutorial or just what's been written, and I don't know how to fix this, but this money would be a one-time solution. It's not going to be here next time.
We're all for a special session to correct the Opportunity Scholarship.
And we are not. I thank you all for joining us, and I will ask the other three organizations, which would be AAA Scholarship Foundation, Education Foundation of Northern Nevada, and America Scholarship Connection. We just have one organization at the table. Are the other two organizations in the room, or are they joining us by phone? BPS, by chance, do we have the other organizations on a phone line?
If the other organizations are present via phone, please press *9. Chair, at this time, we do not appear to have them on the phone.
Thank you, and that is unfortunate. If you could go ahead and state your name for the record, let us know which organization you represent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Denise Lasher, and I'm a consultant for AAA Scholarship Foundation.
Thank you, and I know we have a few questions for you. We will start with Assemblywoman Hadegui.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just have like 4. Thank you. Why did you take all the money? I mean, you knew. No, I'm serious. No, I'm serious. You knew that was going to leave Nevada students who had scholarships with other organizations with access to $0. So why did you do it? Why did you apply for the entire tax credit?
I'm so happy you asked that question. It gives me the opportunity to explain the process because
I don't want the process. I want to know why you applied for the entire thing.
Yes, ma'am. But to understand what happened, everybody needs to understand the process by law that is in place, okay? So the credit application, to apply for the credits, the SGOs submit the applications from the companies. And in the past, the Department of Taxation has done it by email. This year, they decided that you would do it in person or by mail. The law states that it's first come, first serve. We have no idea who got applications and for how much money. Okay, we were first in line. Just by chance, we were first in line, and our applications got in. The amount that's available is set by law. That amount is actually not enough to fund 1,400 students. Okay, that amount, the $6.6 million, is only enough to fund about 950 students. So it would not matter if another one got $500,000 or $200,000. There still would be a shortage of money based on the $6.6 million and the average scholarships that are awarded to fund 1,400 students. So
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there because that's still not answering my question. My question is, I know the process. My question is, you had $13 million in reserve and forwarded, right? And you only needed $4.2 million to fund the 700 returning students. So why did you apply for more money and not leave money for the other SGOs? That's my question.
I would love having this conversation. I would, just ask for all of us to tone it down a little bit. Okay, I've been doing this for 20
I'm sorry,
years.
I control this meeting, not you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're correct.
Yes.
You are correct. So I apologize.
The member of this committee has asked you a question. Just answer the question that is asked. Thank you.
Okay, the question is, we have reserves. The reason why we have reserves is because we follow what the Department of Education and the legislature in prior years has asked every SGO to do, and that is to not spend one-time cap money in 1 or 2 years. That there was a concern back in 2017, and I think Senator Gensert talked about that the idea of the one-time money was not to give out thousands of scholarships for one time. The idea of the one-time money, which was a very generous move that the legislature made, was to make sure that that money would be spread out over years. We follow good management practices of any nonprofit that has scholarships, and it allows us. Our management practices dictates that we follow those practices that assures that our families, and we tell them, when you apply, when you're given a scholarship, we're going to have more than just 1 year of funding. You don't have to worry about next year whether your child can still stay in that school. So we have companies that want to participate. We submitted the applications, and yes, we submitted applications hoping that we would get some of that cap. We had no idea when we showed up that morning whether we would be first in line or somebody else would be first in line. But we have reserves to make sure our families know that there's going to be continuity of their education for up to 4 years.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I could ask a follow-up. Did you, upon learning that you had taken the entirety of the program, did you reach out to any of the other SGOs and offer, because you continue to have reserves and money that you will carry forward, did you at any point reach out to any of the other SGOs and offer to give them money to make their returning students whole?
Well, actually, I got a phone call from the rabbi. I got a call from we did not know that we had gotten any money until the middle of July. We actually had to contact the department, and because I got a call like on July 6th or something like that from the rabbi saying that all of their applications were denied. We didn't know if we had gotten our applications approved or not. We waited another week. They said they sent it in the mail. We actually paid for FedEx notifications, so then we would know. My conversation with him was, we've got to serve our renewing families first, and we have siblings that we would like to serve. If there is extra money, we definitely will help any renewing families. We made it known that if there is money available, renewing families will have that opportunity, as long as they're eligible and meet the financial guidelines, that we would try to serve the renewing families that would fit within.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you will use your reserves to make sure that every single returning student gets a scholarship.
No, ma'am, I guess I didn't explain that correctly.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't ask for a follow-up.
So we have funding based on our management practices, which, by the way, has given us a 4-star rating with Charity Navigator and 100% rating with them. The highest that a nonprofit can get. We can fund 850 scholarships, okay? We can fund 850 scholarships. If, after we have served our renewing families, if there are scholarships available, other renewing families will be able to apply for that money.
Madam Chair, follow-up? Okay, thank you. So in your written response to us, you said that this school year you will fund 700 students at $4.2 million. In your written response to us, you also indicated that in the last school year, you had funded 885 students. That means there's about, right under 200 students that aren't coming back. Natural attrition. They're going to other schools, they're graduating. So it's fair to assume that in the next school year, it's going to be less than 700 returning from the 700 that are returning for this school year. So what your award will be, $4.2 million for this year for the 700 returning, is going to be a lot less for the next school year if you just fund returning students. There is no reason you need $13 million and that we can't fund. It's about 398 total students, 350 from SSS, and another 27 from the fallen injured officers, and then what the other school was. It's about 400 students, returning students who need a scholarship. At your math, that's what you guys fund 400 students at, or 700 students at 4.2 million. That's $6,000 per student. You simply need to take out $2.4 million from your $13 million in reserve to fund the other 400 students. You can't tell me that's not going to leave you enough money to fund your returning students.
I'm sorry.
That's not a question, Madam Chair. That was just a comment that they have enough in reserves. $2.4 million, by my math, at $6,000 a student for 400 students is what you simply need to grant so that every returning student can get a scholarship. That's not a question, Madam.
Thank you. For the 2024 school year, and how many of the applications that you are funding are new applicants that are not your returning applicants? How many of those are new applicants?
There are no new families that we have currently approved. In our report that we gave to you, it's, if you look on that first page, 2/3 the way down, it says that we anticipate serving 850 students totaling $5.2 million in scholarships for the 23-24 school year.
I'm looking at your document that you submitted. However, it says renewing, and then there's a section that does say new. Although we didn't originally offer renewing household applicants for siblings of renewing students based on our renewal rate, but it says that you're going to do siblings. Those siblings were not students that had scholarships in the past. So you're adding to that, correct?
We have offered to add on siblings this year.
So those are new applicants?
As I said, there are no new families.
I know, that was a really nice choice of words you used there.
Yeah,
I asked you about applicants. I didn't ask you about families.
So we are accepting siblings this year, and then we don't know how many siblings are going to apply, okay? We just don't, because that window has not closed yet. Our renewing applications have closed, and so we anticipate that we would serve 850 students this year total. There will be, I'm sure, some slots for renewing students from other SGOs. We just don't know yet.
So basically, what I hear you saying is that you have more than enough funding to take care of your returning applicants, those students that got applications from you before. You're opening up to their siblings that would be new applicants, and we have 3 organizations that will have students that cannot return because you are also funding your current applicants and new applicants. You took all the money, you left everyone else out, and I believe you knew exactly what you were doing when you did it.
Okay.
Does anyone else have a question? Senator Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Is there anything that's statutorily stopping you from taking some of your reserves and funding the rest of these returning students at the rest of the other SGOs?
There's nothing in statute that stipulates reserves. As I stated, the department has directed the SGOs to take one-time money and make sure you're not awarding scholarships to a lot of students. What happened several years ago, there was 1,000 students that lost their scholarship because one SGO took some of that $20 million that was awarded, that was given in 2017, and they spent that one-time money and gave out one-time scholarships. And 1,000 students lost their scholarship because of that. And so
I understand, but I think we're talking about saving scholarships today, right? So my question is I'm trying to figure out if there's some actual reason why you can't help, or if you just don't want to?
Yes, we want to help families, and we want to help renewing families within the parameters that we follow, that we've laid out. And those parameters have been directed to us by the state and by good management practices for not-for-profits. The other scholarship organizations that have been around for a while were given the same direction. I can't help it if they gave out all their money of the one-time money.
Except I guess what I'm trying to get at is you can help it. That's what we're talking about here. You have the reserves. You have more than sufficient reserves to cover, at least for this school year, every student that the other SGOs, just returning, I'm not asking you to help them fund siblings, right? But you today have reserves sufficient to cover all of those other students and could do so. Is that correct?
My concern...
It's a yes or no question. Is that correct, that you have the reserves, you could do that, and you just don't want to?
We can't do it based on the factors I've already relayed to you, and what's going to happen 2 or 3 years down the road when there are no reserves for anybody, and then we're in the same boat.
Right, but I mean, I guess we have to deal with the problem that we have today if there is one. And in 2 or 3 years, we'll be in another legislative session. You can talk to the governor's office about ensuring that those students continue, right? I mean, that problem 2 and 3 years down the road may occur. I won't disagree with you on that, and I'm glad you guys have had great fiscal practices, but it seems that those good fiscal practices are in place for moments such as these, when there are students who will be kicked out of schools that they were attending, right? And so I don't understand why we have a work program before us to use $2.3 million in ARPA funds when there is an organization who has reserves that are 6 times that amount, and it happens that same organization is the one who took all the money. And that's the reason the other orgs don't have any. So it doesn't seem, I don't know, fiscally responsible of us to fund this $2.3 million to keep these students on when it's very clear that money is out there and y'all just don't want to let it go. Whatever the reason may be, right?
Was that a question?
No, it's not.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and that's just a statement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have 3 people, or actually 4. We're going to go to Speaker Yeager, Assemblyman Watts, Senator Don Darrell Loop, and then Assemblyman Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lasher, is the application process still open for AAA for students to apply for funding for the upcoming school year?
Are renewing students?
Any student?
For any students.
Is the application process still open?
For our siblings, I believe.
For anybody? I mean, like, we heard testimony that you closed the application period. Like, is it open? Is it closed? Like, what is it? Who can apply to you right now for the upcoming school year?
So we have, and I don't have that exact date because I'm a consultant for AAA, but I believe.
You're the only one we got here, so we got to ask.
I think within the next week, sibling deadline is done, and then they will determine how many additional students they can add that are renewing students that qualify. They would have to meet the income guidelines.
Okay, so make sure I got it right. You've got your returning students. You have an application period that's probably open right now for siblings. Mm-hmm. And after that application period, there'll be yet another period of time where you're going to be to figure out, looking at your finances, how many more students you can take, some of whom may be coming from prior scholarship
Absolutely.
organizations. Okay.
And on top of that, some of our students have also been funded by another SGO. And so if we were the secondary SGO, the way it works, whoever first awarded the scholarship, they make their award, and then if there's a second SGO that awarded, then they make up the difference. Okay? So if then we would be actually giving those families whatever they're eligible for, because then we would be the first ones. So there still are renewing students, but they would get more money from us if we were the second SGO that awarded that scholarship. And that is a policy put in place by the Department of Education. That's not our policy.
I understand. Madam Chair, could I ask a couple other quick questions? I think they'll be quick. So you noted there was a difference in the Department of Taxation this go-around in how you normally applied.
Yes.
Tell me about what the difference was, and when did you learn about that difference?
I'm sorry, and I forgot the rules that I'm supposed to state my name every time, so I apologize, Madam Chair. Yes, Denise Lasher for the record. So when COVID hit, so when COVID hit, applications were submitted by email. Prior to COVID, there was always enough cap, because we had one-time money. The first year of the program was $6 million. It was took a long time to educate companies to donate. So we never had this problem before because of that. When COVID hit, Taxation said, submit your applications by email. They were going to do it by email this time, and we encouraged that. We wanted that. And then 2 weeks before, they said, no, we're not going to do it by email, applications by email. It will be in person or by mail, first come, first serve. We happened to be the first one in line. We did not purposely take money from other SGOs.
No,
we were awarded,
I don't want to, do you remember when did the Department of Taxation notify you that you wouldn't be able to do it by email, that you had to come in person or by mail? Do you remember when that was?
I can get you the exact date, but it was approximately 2 weeks before.
So you applied in the middle of June?
June 15th is when the window opens. They don't approve you until July 1st.
So, I mean, fair to say, right around the beginning of June, you learned about that new change from the Department of Taxation about how to apply.
Correct.
Okay. Were you the actual person who went and did the application, or did someone else from the organization do that?
Turn in the applications?
Yes.
I was there, and there was another individual with AAA there as well.
So when you went to the Department of Taxation, you went there in person, right?
Yes, sir.
When you went there, you essentially had paperwork that asked for approval of tax credits, right, under the program.
Correct.
And when you went in there, were you aware that the statutory cap of $6.7 million was in effect for the upcoming year?
Yes, I did. That's the law.
Okay. The paperwork that you brought with you to the Department of Taxation, how much tax credit was involved in that? How much were you asking for from the Department of Taxation?
Each company has their own individual, there's a form for each company. And so we probably had about 30 different applications, and we had a total of about $11 million in applications.
Okay, so regardless of whether anybody else had applied, because I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't know that. You showed up, right? Mm-hmm. You knew that if the Department of Taxation approved everything that you were presenting, you would take all 6.7 million, because in fact you had another 3.5 million worth of asks above and beyond the statutory cap, right?
That is correct.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Chair.
I do have one question before we go to Assemblyman Watts. Ms. Sasha, are you a resident of the state of Nevada?
No, ma'am, I am not.
Okay. So were you in town, just happened to be in town the day that you put in for the application, or did you fly into Nevada to put in the application?
Thank you for the question. I used my Southwest points to fly here from Florida. I used my Marriott reward points to stay at the courtyard so I could be there to turn in the applications. And I have not billed AAA and will not be billing them for that trip. It came out of my own pocket.
Thank you.
And we had not planned on doing that.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Assemblywoman Bacchus and then Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is going to be really quick. You had indicated that you had in hand 30 applications that provided for, like, I think $11 million in tax credits. How did it work out with those businesses? Did you personally organize the 30, 1 through 30, or did you prorate them? I'm just curious what happened for those 30 businesses that some of them anticipated they would be getting this tax credit by working with your company.
So thank you for the question. So as I said, there's a form for each company, and that one, the form number 1 gets approved, so that company's approved for that whatever credit they had applied for. And once you get up to whatever the cap is at particular point in time, then the rest of them they're entered into their system, I assume, in the order that they have been received. So those companies that did not get a credit approved, we notified them that unfortunately, their application was not approved.
Thank you. Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am, again, a little bit concerned based on what your responses to Speaker Yeager's question. So you knew that the statutory cap was in place, and I understand that you had significant amount of interest exceeding the cap for the program. And again, you also have known, because you've been operating for some time, that there are other scholarship granting organizations as well. So I'm confused as to how you didn't understand that by submitting that, if you happened to be first in line, that you wouldn't then take all of the funding from all of the other organizations. I do have an ask for you, and I have an ask as well. You don't have to come up, but for all of the SGOs. So, for example, you've said that you've gotten guidance from the state around extending the use of these funds. Other scholarship granting organizations have said it's their understanding that they need to move those funds out into the community and really not retain reserves. So if any of you have any records of that, I would ask you to provide that to the committee so that we can review that, because there's a significant discrepancy between that, and I think it would be helpful for us to understand what has been communicated to you about that. I will note that the statutory language that was put in place, I believe in 2019, was actually revised, and it's no longer in statute. The other question I have, I guess the question that I do have is, based on the information you provided to us, your goal was to serve 850 students, totaling approximately 5.2 million. You got awarded the full 6.7 roughly $1 million. So at the end of this school year, will you add another $1.5 million into your carryover funds based on that math?
I haven't done the math, and whatever is left from what has been scholarships that have been utilized, yes, it will go to the reserves, and I have stated why we have the reserves. And there is The head of the organization is a CPA. She has over 20 years experience doing this. She's been in the same position as Silver State and these others have been before, not in Nevada, but before, and she knows how painful that can be to let those families know. And so in order to make sure that these families have some continuity of education for their children. We don't know next year if we'll get any money. We may not get any money next year. And so then we've got 850 students that we have to figure out how to fund, and we would have the reserves to do that. As far as the applying for the credits, there are a number of tax credit programs around the state, and I'd be happy to give you some suggestions on how to fix that. We didn't set this process. We were prepared to do it by email, okay? We did not determine, this process.
Yep,
but there are
understood.
ways that it can be improved.
Yes.
And we would be happy to work with you to share with you what they do in other states.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And certainly one of the takeaways that I've gotten from this proceeding is that the process it's broken. It's not very efficient, and it needs improvements because it has led to some significant breakdowns. So if you can follow up and let us know what you would be projected to add into your reserves at the end of this fiscal year, I think that would be very helpful for us to know. I would also like to know information about your reserve levels. So I used to be involved with nonprofits, and a 3-month reserve was good, 6-month tremendous, and we're talking here about, at this goal of serving 850 students at $5.2 million, more than 3 years of reserves, and again, we also have reserve levels in state agencies, and that would be beyond excessive for most organizations that I know of. So, and again, back to the other questions that my colleagues brought forward, if you chose to work with the other scholarship granting organizations to weather out this issue that has come up, at least at a minimum for this school year, because it seems like if you were able to align your application next fiscal year with your demand, that would actually open up more funds for other SGOs. But worst case scenario, you'd still have more than 2 years of reserves left over. And again, we don't know what's going to happen next fiscal year, but if you end up first in line again and you get all the money again based on the current process, you would still end up with over $10 million in carryover funds heading into the next biennium when we can look at some policy to address some of the systematic issues. So again, just to put a finer point on it, I guess, first of all, can you provide us some additional information on why you believe that reserve level is appropriate? And would you be willing to move down from a 3-year operating reserve to a 2-year operating reserve in order to make sure that all the students that are currently getting these scholarships are able to be made whole?
Did you want me, is that a question you'd like me to answer? Okay. And I know you had a question about the proof or some evidence that we were, relayed that by the state. I do have that, and I have some of it on my phone, okay, where we were given that direction, and they wanted us to operate that way with the one-time money. You asked about reserves, and it's wonderful that you had that experience in not-for-profits, because this is only funded once a year by no guarantee of the funding. It's a little bit different than where you have continual donations coming in or you're raising private donated funds. As far as government entities, like it was brought up about public schools and their reserves and public school budget. Public schools, there's a requirement that the state fund our public schools for a good reason. And so they don't need to maintain 2 or 3 years of reserves. We don't know year to year whether we're going to get funding. And like I said, our families appreciate the fact, and our donors also very much appreciate that fact that we have reserves and we can indicate to our families that they're going to have some continuity of their education. Many donors state that that's why they like to donate to AAA Scholarship Foundation. But I'll be happy to get the committee, the communications that we have received from different entities in the state, including the email notification that it had to be presented in person or by mail. I'll be happy to get you that information.
Please do. Thank you for that. And again, also please provide any information on your internal guidance on those reserves. Again, we have state agencies.
Sure, absolutely.
We have state agencies that get funding all in a lump sum, and so they usually maintain a 12-month reserve. Again, hearing multi-year reserves as a standard practice is just something that is a completely new concept to me. Again, I think that it is well within your organization's ability and to maintain all of your high ratings to use some of that. And then, and to your point about the uncertainty, so we do have $6.7 million guaranteed in statute every single fiscal year to support this program. What's the lowest amount of funding that your organization has received in a fiscal year?
Other than the first year, because it was a brand new program, the lowest amount was when COVID hit and our donors didn't have a tax liability and our contributions were cut significantly. I think we got maybe $2 million that year because of COVID. As a matter of fact, we didn't even go to the companies because they were hurting so much. The last thing they wanted to hear from us was, please sign up for this program. Because we had reserves, we didn't have to cut a single scholarship. We have never cut a single scholarship in Nevada, ever.
So in the most extraordinary time of the COVID pandemic, the lowest amount that your organization received was $2 million.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Senator Donjero-Luke.
Thank you very much. The first question I have is back to something you said. You were referring to somebody in the audience, and I was unclear who you were referring to. We haven't met, and you just said the woman something something. Do you remember when you said that? I was trying to figure out who you were referring to. Somebody that knew something. Okay, I'll move on. I just was trying to figure out who you were referring to. The second thing I have is our rules in all the other states that you represent, and there are 4 on the bottom of your information, are they all the same?
All the same
as our rules, as our laws?
Some are not as strong. Some do not have the same accountability that you have here. When I was here in 2015, when the legislation was being drafted, and a number of us worked very hard to make sure there was very strong accountability. The way it's set up now as far as the tax credits and the application.
Could you move the microphone in front of you?
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. It was the gold standard at that time. And these other states have made some modifications over the years to their program. But unfortunately, in this state, it's such a highly charged political topic that it's become very difficult to have those conversations and to make those changes. And I hope moving forward that we'll be able to sit down with you and have those discussions and give you some ideas on things that we could do to make the program better, especially the applying for the credits. We've got some great ideas on how to make that a better process, and some other aspects of the program. Thank you.
Okay, so with that being said, and you made a comment that you came in on your own points, your own what have you.
I did.
So are you paid to be here today? Are you paid in another state? I mean, I can't, as much as I love education, I just can't imagine flying all over the United States and booking hotel rooms because these states are not close to each other.
Well, I don't fly. I'm only representing AAA here in Nevada because I was here at the beginning. I've known the director here and I used to work together with another scholarship organization. As far as today, my trip here today, I will bill them for my travel. I'm not being paid a consulting fee to be here. Okay, I didn't charge a consulting fee when I was in Carson City this year. I do it because I love I love this program, and I've been here since the beginning, so I feel like I'm really invested, and I want to make sure that we have a good program here in the state.
So you only work in Florida or Nevada?
That is correct.
Okay. And then with that being said, can the money that you have in your account be used in another state? So the whatever millions that you have, no matter where you have gotten them or received them from that state, could you use that funding in Florida, in Arizona, in Georgia?
Excellent question. No. The funds that are raised here in Nevada by law and by practice are only spent here in Nevada. There is segregation of all these funds in different accounts. And we have our audits are clean audits every year, and they look at that in addition to many other things. So the funds in Nevada are segregated just for Nevada.
And then my last question, unless I have something else come to my brain, is back to one of our original questions, and that is, why is it that this money can't be or won't be shared with other organizations? You know, I have a saying at the legislature, and I say it frequently to anyone who will listen, until it's your kid. And I don't care what the subject is, it's until it's your kid. And by the way, I have raised 3 kids, I have 5 grandkids, and everybody has been educated differently.
Yeah.
So I'm a public school teacher by trade, but until it's your kid. So why is it that this money that you could easily share, even if you didn't give $2 million, you could give something? Why is it, if it's Nevada money and it came from Nevada entities, why is it that you're not sharing it with the people that you are passionate about? By your own admission, you are doing this free of charge. If you are so passionate about those children, why is it that this money is not being shared?
Thank you for the question. And we will be funding renewing students, most likely, based on what Kim has told me. There will be openings for renewing students to be served by AAA for this coming school year. I can't give you that number. And back to why we have these reserves and everything. Be happy to provide to you information from Kim Dyson, who is the CEO, the CPA. She has a formula that she utilizes to make those determinations. And next year, we may not have any money. There may be another COVID, and we won't have any money. And so we need to make sure that our families and our students that we currently serve have some continuity of their education.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I still think that if my neighbor lost their home in a fire, and I thought maybe I couldn't buy steaks for Sunday, I'd have to have hamburger, and she could have hamburger too, I might do that, right? I might still share. Mm-hmm. I might still share. So that's the last thing that I'd like to know is, when you said there were, I believe you said something about all the scholarships weren't, or all the applications that you put in were not accepted? Were they under a different name? Were they all AAA scholarships? What are all the scholarships you put in under the same name? Can you sort of identify some of that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, each application is for a specific company, and not all of the applications received tax credits. And so some of them, there was not cap for all of the applications that we had. And we don't even know for certain how much of those funds we're going to get, because the companies have 30 days to remit their money, and then we notify the Department of Taxation that they did timely make their donation, and then the Department of Taxation gives them the documentation that they need to file their tax return.
Then are those the ones denied or accepted, all those different companies? Can we get a list of those? Are they public? I mean, we're giving tax credits, so I would assume that we could have that information.
So tax credit programs, like other other programs like tax returns, are confidential. They are not public information. So all the other tax credit programs that you have in the state, you have some wonderful ones here, apparently. You cannot get a list of those companies that are participating in those, or how much each individual company got. That's protected confidential tax information. So unfortunately, you would not be able to get that.
Could you tell us if we ask you?
We could only tell you is if the company gave us permission to share that information.
Okay. All righty. I will stop there, Madam Chair, and I'll let somebody else have the time.
Okay, we are winding down. I do have the Department of Taxation on the phone line, and I believe Assemblywoman Brown-May has a question for them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. I appreciate that the Department of Taxation is still with us here today, as it's been quite a day. I have a couple of questions, and I'm just going to throw them out to see where we go. First question is, apparently throughout the COVID pandemic, we had one method of applying for this process, and then it changed back. In testimony today, we heard that it was about 2 weeks' notice. I'm curious to know, what was the planning process or the communication? Was it indeed 2 weeks' notice that these organizations were given? That's my first question. My second question, if we knew that there were 6 organizations that had previously received compensation tax credits relative to this, right, to fund the scholarships, and there were 2 people in line, 3 people, 2 with AAA, and the third person, that second organization in line at the same time, is there any consideration that they were all there at the same time, irrespective of who was actually standing first at the counter, right? If they all arrived before 8 and they were all there at the same time. Additionally, what about postmarking, right? So if we had multiple organizations that responded on the same day, I'm just curious to know why it was so literal. Where is that? The literal first person in line gets all of them. And then is there any ability to reallocate an award knowing that you had multiple, there were multiple applications on the same day? And I realize that's a lot, but after the testimony today, those are really the tax questions I have.
BPS, can we open the mic for our taxation representative who's joining us by phone?
Yes, Chair, just one moment.
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell, for the record, with the Nevada Department of Taxation. I'm the Deputy Director over Excise and Local Government Services, and thank you for those questions. To you and through you from the Chair, to answer the first question on how much notice, the email was sent out on June 6th. The thought process that went behind that, in order to conform to statute and receiving the applications in the order in which they were received, and to provide the most fairness to the different SGOs that were out there, we determined that it would be best to have that in person so we can determine those applications as they came in, and we could timestamp them and date stamp them and award those according to that statute. And I apologize, I was scribbling my notes furiously, and I don't believe I got your second and third question there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If we knew that there were 6 organizations that applied previously and there were multiple people standing in line at the same time on the same day before your office opened at 8 o'clock, I'm just curious to know why there was no consideration given for multiple applicants that were there at the same time.
That is a great question. Again, Jeff Mitchell for the record, Deputy Director with the Department of Taxation. To you and through you to the chair. In order to receive the applications in the order in which they were received, it was determined to receive them in line. We have to have a process in order to receive those. If they're all there at 8 and we can't all timestamp and date stamp those right at 8. We have to receive them in line and process them in line. I know that's not the best answer, but I don't know how to determine who was there first without the line.
Thank you. Madam Chair, follow-up? Go ahead. Thank you. So given where we are currently, knowing that we have 6 organizations, 3 that have adequate funding, 3 that need funding that affects our Nevada students, is there any ability within the Department of Taxation to reallocate those approved tax credits to ensure that our Nevada students then have access to that adequate funding?
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell for the record, again, Deputy Director with the Department of Taxation. I don't believe that we have the authority statutorily with the limit that we have to receive the applications in the order which received.
Thank you. Madam Chair, one final. Thank you so much. I'm curious to know, just as a matter of how this program is executed statewide, is there any prioritization given to companies that have previously applied for tax credits? Is that also done on a first-come, first-served basis? So if I own a company and I have applied for tax credit since the beginning to go to fund opportunity scholarships, is there a prioritization in line for the companies that previously have used this vehicle?
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell for the record, Deputy Director with the Department of Taxation. Not at the Department of Taxation. We don't make any of that priority. We just receive the applications as they are received.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify, if I'm going to pick on one organization, if you don't mind. If I'm with the police organization and I'm supporting a fallen police officer's family, and I have donated my tax credit to fund that scholarship, and I've done that from the beginning, I have no prioritization in the process for future funding opportunities to continue that scholarship for that family. Is that correct?
Jeff Mitchell for the record with the Department of Taxation. That is correct.
Thank you. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mitchell, had there been any prior application, I guess, seasons where an organization came in with 24 applications specifically from themselves and then basically flooded the gate? Or was this the first year?
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell for the record, Deputy Director with the Department of Taxation. I apologize. I'm getting a little feedback there. To you and through you to the chair. We don't believe so. But with the additional funding, this wasn't an issue. There was always credits to be awarded. So this is the first time that they've all been used up with the first applicant.
Madam Chair, follow-up, was there any point when, because Department of Taxation seeing 2 individuals that appeared that they were from the AAA organization, and then they had 24 applications under different companies, did anyone raise concerns, alarm, that AAA was walking in the door although first, with 24 different applications. And I mean, if I was the customer service person who had to date stamp, I would be thinking these appear to belong to one company, not 24 different companies, because I'm wondering the nuance there in regards to, is there anything in the rules that says that the individual company itself has to fill out the application, or can they have a surrogate?
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell, for the record, Deputy Director with the Nevada Department of Taxation. With the confidentiality, I need to be careful not to disclose actual company names and with regards to the applications received. And as we are receiving them, there is no way without a severe delay in the process to go through and verify the different amounts requested with each application. And so it did not appear out of ordinary to receive all those applications at the same time from one SGO.
Just final follow-up, because I guess the thing that I'm trying to understand, if they were all different organizations, there were 24 applications, but the end result all inured to one organization, how did that happen? Is that because there's some kind of understanding that there is a co-relationship there? Because I don't understand how, if there were 24 different companies on the application in terms of name, then how did all of the credits inure to one organization? Because that is a shell to me.
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell, for the record, Deputy Director with the Department of Taxation. To you and through you through the chair. Again, those applications were received and the order that they were received, and it's not who is on the application, but who is submitting it is accepted in that order. So I apologize. I don't have a great answer to clarify that, Senator Neal.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
It is received upon the timestamp and the date stamp of which that application comes in. That is how we process.
Thank you. We have just a few more questions. I'm going to go to Assemblyman Miller, then Assemblyman O'Neill, and then Assemblywoman Hadegay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for the time. We've heard a lot of testimony today. It's been a long time. But we started this morning with several students, parents, folks who really care about what the potential of these students, some of the students not having the funding needed to return to the schools that they are currently going to. And often we heard they didn't want to be kicked out of their schools. And so I have two questions. They're pretty much yes or no questions. And let me start here. So you mentioned that you loved the program and you traveled for the application process on your own accord. You are here today not being paid. In Carson City, you weren't being paid, and it's for the passion and the love of the program. So let me ask you, do you believe that any of the students that are with these other organizations should not have the ability to return to their schools?
I think that they should have the ability to return to their schools.
So that's a
And
yes.
And I believe that there's something before you today from the governor's office that would assure that that happens.
So that's a yes. You do believe they should return to their schools?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. My next question is also a yes or no. Will you commit? So we've also heard that there are still some application processes that are happening, and so we're not 100% clear on who's getting a scholarship and who's not, who will be returning and who will not be returning. Will you commit to working with the other SGOs who did not receive any funding to discover what students are eligible to return and receive scholarships, fund them, and then come back and report to IFC in October, and if there is still a balance of students, we address this issue at that time?
I'm not the CEO, the president of the corporation. I'm a volunteer. Okay, I know that AAA wants to serve as many students as they can serve.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, one more question, please. You as a volunteer consultant, I'm pretty sure that your CEO or directors are, I would hope, watching this meeting. I would ask that you be able to get in touch with them, have a conversation, and see if that's something that they are willing to commit to this evening.
I'm sure that they are listening, and as I've relayed before, they want to help as many students as they can within the parameters of how they operate and the stability of this program. There is a proposal, before you today, as you all know, and that would assure that these students would get served this year, but then what happens next year, right?
So, and you're correct, there is a proposal before us today, but there's also a mechanism that already ensured that they would be able to return to their schools. You, however, your organization that you volunteeringly represent usurped that process to ensure that all the students who are returning will return. So I'm asking you, and you can take a pause and step away from the dais if you need to, if you would like to connect with the CEOs and the directors of your organization and find out if they would, in good faith and the passion of caring for the children that they are fighting so hard to care for, will ensure that they work with these other organizations to make sure that their kids can also return to their schools. Because at the end of the day, we've already done our job to make sure that the students could return to their schools. We've done that. So I'm asking you in good faith, in partnership with our great state of Nevada and the children and our future in this state, if you will step away from the dais, call your party, and ask them if they will commit to working with these other schools to make sure that some of the kids that they have that are eligible are able to return to their schools. There may already be crossover. There may already be what's before us today may not even be the actual need. We don't know that yet. So I'm asking you all to get together and to work together, find out where that is, and then come back to us in October and say, okay, this many students were able to be funded and we have a shortfall at this point. Because that's when I understand it to be a real issue. As of right now, the money's been allocated. You have it. The students can apply to your organization. If they've applied to the other organizations, then from what I understand, the way that this works is one organization can send money to another or fund students for another or something like that. That's kind of what I understood it to be earlier today. If I have that wrong, I apologize. But I'm sure that there's a process in which we can make sure that these other students are returning. And you've also stated that you guys want to help as many returning students as possible. So my ask is, will you connect with your people and get us a yes or a no on if they are willing to work with the other parties to ensure that their students that are eligible to return get the funding that they need? Yes or no?
Well, there's more than a yes or no to this, because if any families that we accept that are renewing families, they have to meet the income guidelines. They have to fill out an application. We have to review all their financial data to make sure that they qualify, and school starts.
Excuse me, it's late, so I don't want us to continue carrying on.
But I mean, school starts.
Excuse me, it's late. It's late. I don't want us to continue on. The key word is eligible, right? So if there are parameters that determine eligibility, those students that I'm asking that you work with them on will meet those eligibility parameters. If that be the case, we don't have anything to discuss. It's a yes or a no question.
School starts this week and next week, I guess, for a lot of the schools. Families need to know before October. And it's going to take, we're going to have to determine how many we can add, and then open up the applications and have a window to apply. Then we have to verify all of their financial documentation. Just because somebody says they're eligible, we look through all of their financial data to make sure they qualify.
So the easiest answer to this could be, I'm going to go back and call and have a discussion with my superiors, the folks that have hired me on a volunteer basis, to figure out if there is a process or something that they're willing to do to expedite getting these children, these families notified that they have scholarships. The way that I understand it, we are approving kids for scholarships, but we don't really know when the application is going to hit or where the money is coming from until after the school year has already started. So I don't know if that's even really an issue, but you also have the money to just say yes. So I'm not asking you to just give us a blanket yes. I'm asking you to give me a commitment to work with the other organizations.
Work with the other SGO. Sorry, I apologize.
To determine which students are eligible so that they can be funded immediately and we can readjust what the actual need is in October.
We will work with the other SGOs to let them know when we can open up our applications for returning students from their SGOs. And we will work very diligently to review those applications and approve those applications. I have no authority to tell you how many they can accept, because they don't even know at this point how many openings that they would have.
Interestingly enough, you told me you have no authority to tell me something, but you just told me what you guys would commit to doing.
Well,
so we may be unclear on who has the authority in the organization, whether it's the volunteer consultant or it's the actual CEO. At the end of the day, there are some folks who can make some decisions quickly. I work in government, I work in business. When people want to move things, they get them moved. When they want to do it, they get it done. When they want to hold up the process, they hold up the process. So if you're the decision maker, if there's someone else that you can get to that's a decision maker, you guys can have a conversation tonight on what you could possibly do to start to alleviate the concern that some of these students won't be able to return to school immediately. And we can start to address some of the other issues if there is, in fact, a full deficit of students who are not eligible to return and you somehow don't have the money to handle that. We could return back in October and address a different number based on students that we know there may be some crossover on. Doesn't make any sense for us to approve more money tonight that we've already given for students that may already be doubly funded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. And I do agree it's late, so I'll try to do this quickly and calmly as best I can. Ms. Lash, a couple quick questions for you. When a entity gives money and buys the tax credit to be used for a scholarship, can they say where it's to be used? In other words, a company in Reno that's based in Reno and is active in Reno, pick one of the car dealerships, they want to be community, can they say that scholarship money that we're giving can only be used for someone a child in the Reno area, or can it be dispersed? Can they put controls on it?
So they can direct regionally. I mean, we allow entities, and I'm sure other, nonprofits allow, they want their regional, their local company, they want their money to be used locally. And we have some donors that want that. They, by law, cannot stipulate, or we don't allow them to stipulate certain students or specific schools. They can't say, we just want our money used at this school, but regionally, yes.
But okay, so regionally. So the reserves that you have, if you went to share them with other SGOs, you'd have to go back and contact each donator, the charity that's giving the money, if they'll approve this going to, first of all, going to another SGO, if I understand correctly, and that it could be used in Las Vegas or Pahrump, vice versa, which would probably take at least a few days, I would guess.
Yeah,
Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, if somebody has directed their funds to a certain area, and you went outside of that direction, then you would have to talk to them about that.
And this is a question that just came to me. Do you know if you can answer it, do the other SGOs, do they have reserves? Do you know of?
So I don't know, all I know is what was stated today. I don't know about this other SGO. There's two others that are not asking for money. I don't know what their reserves are. When we went to appear to turn in the applications, there's, as I stated, one application for each company. The company fills it out, they sign it, they give it to us, we turn it in for them. So we don't falsify anything or anything like that.
I'm just
but we, when we turned them in, we didn't know what reserves anybody had. We figured they were all operating like we did. That
I'm just asking if you knew.
We don't know. We don't know how much other reserves are there. I don't know if they've all reported it to you.
I guess if Chair, if we could, can those that are still here, could we ask them?
They've already answered that question. I have the numbers if you'd like them.
Well, I just wanted it back on the record here.
No, I'll put it on the record. AAA Scholarship Foundation, their ending balance that they reported to us was $13,425,691. With the additional money that they got for 2024, they are now at almost $21 million is what they will have. American Scholarship Connection is at $85,054. The Education Fund of Northern Nevada is at $4,196,214. The Injured Police Officers Fund, as they testified, they had money that was returned to them, so they now have $16,830. The Silver State Scholarships Fund has $379,545. And the Student Choice Fund of Nevada has approximately $300,000. So the bulk of the money is with AAA.
And I appreciate you putting that on the record for me like that. But what I'm looking at now is, if I understand, AAA has budgeted properly. They requested their monies to make sure that their students, when they apply at their freshman year, can be carried all the way through. And we're here today to deal with an issue. I keep trying to figure out a way to solve today instead of kicking it down the road to October, where a child would be and have to go back to school X. And then if we solve it in October, they return back, and what would be lost in that back and forth activity. And that's what I'm trying to get at is there a way to fund today, we can put it to readdress in October, and if necessary, reassign or claw back or what. That's what I keep dealing with. And it's my profession that we're used to addressing things immediately, and yours too from past history, I know. So that's where I'm puzzled, that I don't like kicking the ball down the road. We had 3 bills, one in the Senate and one in the Assembly, that were dealing with opportunity scholarships, and I think the governor had one in his education too, that the Senate and Assembly were not heard. So I'm putting that out there and asking for help from this collective body. And I know it's late, but that's what we're here for, is to address the issues today, I believe. And as to their budgeting and sharing that around, that's something that's going to be kicked down the road. So that's my position. I appreciate it, and that's what I'm offering as the question to the group, I guess.
Thank you so much for that, Assemblyman O'Neill, and I appreciate the question. The system that we had in place would work if all of the organizations had received the funding that they had received in previous years. They said this was the first year this has ever happened. To have one organization have a 3-year reserve, 3 years. None of the other organizations have that. So you can't, I fail to believe that they mismanage their money. If they're all in the same position in this one organization with reserves for 3 years to cover their students and took all of the funding for this year, had to fly in from out of state to take all of the funding from Nevada organizations serving Nevada's children on this day. And you're right, I worked in a line of work that we took care of things immediately, and this can be taken care of immediately because the money is there. It's simply saying, yes, we have the money. There's not an emergency situation that there's no funding. The funding is there, and one organization took the funding that would have gone to all of them. We're talking about $3.2 million today, and the organization that has all the money has over $20 million. I'm sorry.
I'll respectfully disagree on parts of that, if I may, Chair. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Golo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to talk about that reserve, and I'm only going to talk about the $13 million. I'm not even going to talk about the new money that you have gotten or you've received, which puts it at over $20 million. And doing a little Googling, $13 million in a regular account that would have 5% interest with 3% interest rate will yield you about $650,000 in a year, and that's if you don't put any other money into it. So my question is, what are you doing with that $650,000?
Sorry.
Make sure you state your name for the record.
Denise Lasher, for the record. Any interest that's earned on reserve money goes back into scholarships. None of it is spent by the organization for administrative or anything like that. Any interest earned goes towards scholarships.
So I fail to understand your hesitation when you were asked to work with your colleagues on giving them some money, because that $650,000 with an average of $6,000 per student is over 100 scholarships. According to the calculator, it's 108.3. So I'm not going to ask. I'm going to tell you, work with your colleagues and fix this. You could easily take out $3 million plus the $650,000 roughly that you probably earned on that money and fix this situation. I don't understand why you're coming to the state and asking our taxpayers to fund your greed, because that's what this is. Your organization knew you didn't need that much money based on previous budgets, and why you would come and purposely take all of it, other than to exploit a loophole, is beyond me. Because that's not how I do my budgets when I work nonprofit. I look at who I've served, I figure in approximately how many more students or families I'm going to be able to serve, and that becomes my budget. I don't go to a grantor and ask for their entire budget. And I'll be honest, no grantor has ever given their entire budget to one group, at least none that I've applied for. So I think you've got lucky and you exploited a loophole. So as I said, work with your colleagues. I'm personally not asking.
Senator Ganser?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I had a question for taxation if they're still on the line.
I believe they are.
Okay, thank you. And so we've heard a lot about how it seems like we didn't have the capacity. The cap was at a level to where the organizations who brought in donors, essentially brought in businesses who wanted to contribute more to opportunity scholarships, weren't able to do that. Do you know what the total number of applications for the tax credits, what did you receive this year?
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell for the record with the Nevada Department of Taxation. To you and through you, I am looking up that number real quick. Give me just 2 seconds. I believe that we received 63.
So you received $63 million worth of requests to use?
Sorry.
Yeah. Or is that the number of applications?
Jeff Mitchell for the record. Yes, that is the number of applications.
Okay, and then the total dollars that, as far as a request to use their modified business tax to contribute to opportunity scholarships, so the dollar amount?
One second, I apologize. $13,994,000.
Thank you. So you had requests for $19,944,000, but our cap was $6.7 million, about half of that. Is that correct?
Jeff Mitchell for the record, $13,994,000.
$13,994,000, but the cap for the year, was it $6.7 million that you could actually use?
6.655.
6.665?
Jeff Mitchell for the record, 6.655 million.
655. Okay, so there was requests for about double what the capacity was. And then just to go over a few points of the program, it was first come, first serve. Organizations have 5 years to spend that money. We don't have any ability to claw back or reallocate. And SGOs cannot be compelled to award the scholarships, right? So we can't tell them they have to award the scholarships. And then the last thing that I don't know that anybody's talked about is these are nonprofits, and in statute, the limitation on overhead, administrative expenses, it has to be less than 5%. And I just want you to confirm that too, that it has to be less than 5%. I think that's, I have it written down somewhere. I had the statute written down, but I don't have it in front of me right now. 388D.2701D. So can you confirm those points too, just that we can't compel someone, it's first come, first serve, it's 5 years, and zero clawback reallocation and the 5% max for admin, just so we understand they're nonprofits and they're not vying to make money off of this. It's about trying to make sure that they can provide the scholarships and continue the scholarships.
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell for the record, to you and through you from the chair. I just want to clarify one thing real quick. It was 64 applicants. In my haste, I counted 63, just to clarify the record there. And in regards to the nonprofit and the cap and the statute that you spoke to, unfortunately, I don't know if I can answer that question with where I'm at.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for that. It's wonderful to know that there's companies out there that have a philanthropic heart. However, more money if that total amount had gone to the opportunity scholarships, then we would have to take that total amount off the books of the general fund, and we'd have to find another way to fund other things that would come out of our general fund budget. So with that, we will go to Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And my questions are for you, Deputy Director Mitchell. Prior to the June 15th date, when folks started lining up to submit the applications, my understanding under our Administrative Code 388D.060 subsection 1, that each of our 6 SGOs are to remit to the Department of Taxation in writing no more than 10 days after receiving a donation from a taxpayer pursuant to NRS 363A.139 or 363B1.119, the amount of any donation. So prior to the date that folks were supposed to stand in line, isn't it true that the Department of Taxation had a good idea of those businesses that elected to not pay their modified business tax and elect to donate those funds, that the Department of Tax had knowledge of that earlier than June 15th?
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell for the record, Deputy Director with the Nevada Department of Taxation. 383 is under the Department of Education, but with that, we don't have that advance knowledge. When they submit the application, they have not received the donation, is my understanding. And the taxpayer has not donated anything until approved. And so we don't have that knowledge beforehand.
Okay, so that code kind of seems like not really in use. That's interesting. But my follow-up question, Madam Chair, I apologize, it's getting late. My next question is, when I looked at the NRS, while NRS 388D, actually wrong statute, let me look at the right statute, 363A, 139, that does govern how the Department of Taxation approves or denies an application. Would you agree with me that this does not mandate you to approve each application in order? Rather, the Department of Taxation could have done pro rata tax credit awards for all 64 applicants for that $13,994,000.
Thank you. Jeff Mitchell for the record, Deputy Director with the Nevada Department of Taxation. Under NRS 363A.139 sub 3, the Department of Taxation shall approve or deny application for the credit authorized by subsection 1 in the order in which the applications are received. And so with that, I don't think we have the authority to retroactively reallocate, but we have to approve and deny upon the order in which they're received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Director Mitchell, I do have another question. Who was it that directed the Department of Taxation the day after Sine Die to change the procedures in which the 6 SGOs were to submit the applications for tax credits? That's subsection A of my question, and subsection B of my question would be, if you've already approved the first 24 applicants of AAA's businesses, why did you even bother opening the other 40 applications?
So when we receive, Jeff Mitchell for the record, Nevada, Deputy Director, Nevada Department of Taxation. With COVID, we did receive those all by email. And then beginning this year, we did state that we would like to receive those in person. We believe that that would provide a more fair and equitable to the SGOs in order to follow that statute of receiving them in the order received. In regards to the applications, there are a lot of different functionalities that can occur in regards to them not receiving money from the donations. So there's forfeited credits. And so we receive all those in order, and then we approve them as we go through that process. And so we look at all of those in order, and we have them outlined on how we will approve those going forward. I hope that answered your question there, Senator.
Thank you for the promotion, but I don't think you really answered my question. My one question was, who directed you to change the process the day after sine die of the 82nd legislative session for within 9 days for these 6 SGOs? So it was the who directed this. And then number 2 was, and I just heard you say that you basically, it sounded like you had all the applications listed out. So could you have denied certain applications and then granted some of the other SGO, I guess, company applications for the tax credits?
Thank you for the question. Jeff Mitchell for the record, Deputy Director with the Nevada Department of Taxation. So it wasn't a direction on the day after sine die. It was an internal decision made between me and staff that communication needed to go out and have this, but nobody directed us, if that is to answer your question.
That did, Deputy Director, on that. The second part is, it sounded like you had a list of all of the 64 applications prior to granting approval and denials. And so my next question would have been for the SGO that submitted the first 30 applicants, you could have denied more and granted some from the other 5 SGOs, is what it sounds like to me.
Jeff Mitchell for the record with the Nevada Department of Taxation. We approve those and deny them according to statute in the order that they were received. And so if the credits are available and everything is done in order, they are approved or denied as received.
All right, I am not seeing any other questions from members here in Las Vegas. Is there any other members in Carson City that have any questions for the organization at the table or for taxation? Not seeing any. This has been a very long day. We are going to take a quick 10-15 minute break, and we're going to come back, and it'll be the last item that we vote on today. Good evening, and we will call this meeting back to order. It's been exactly 12 hours since we started this meeting, and we have had a full day of conversation, debate, and discussion that has been extremely enlightening, informative, and in some ways kind of scary. But I think we've gotten a lot of good information on the record about the situation that we're dealing with and how we got here today. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I think, it's been clear what we've learned from today is that the Opportunity Scholarship process is broken, and that is something that that this body is going to need to address. But what we've also learned today is that money is there to support all the students that are currently on the program to continue to go back. Unfortunately, we also know that $13 million is being held by an out-of-state organization, and we know that they do have the ability to work with others, to be a team player for our state, and make sure that every student that's currently receiving an Opportunity Scholarship can continue to go to the school of their choice in this upcoming school year. So with that, I would move that we not approve item F.
I have a motion from Assemblyman Watts, a second from Senator Don Darrow Loop. Any discussion on the motion?
I have discussion comments.
Senator Ganser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comment time. And so I have to tell you, I learned some different things today. I learned that the demand for Opportunity Scholarship far outweighs the cap that's been placed on the program. I learned that specifically twice as much money was available than what we had as far as a cap. I also looked through the records, and I know that we have only 1,402 children on this program right now, in this program. 1,402 kids are in this program right now. We're talking about 350 low-income kids. They ask us for about $2.3 million, which is not even general fund dollars. This is just like ARPA COVID-related dollars, so we're not taking any money out of the public dollars for public schools to be able to fund this. That the average income for these families that qualify is roughly about $56,000, so they can't afford to send their kids to private schools if their local school does not work for them. And we heard from the different SGOs that they don't work. That's why the kids and these families have worked so hard to turn in the paperwork and go through the process to be able to get these scholarships, sometimes having to apply to more than one organization to be able to get that. I also recognize that we spent about $12 billion on K-12 education for this biennium. That's what we've got allocated, about $12 billion. So we're talking about $2.3 million that is available. That has nothing to do with those dollars to help these low-income families. We also recognize that our program is first come, first serve. Didn't work right this year. If the cap was higher, we wouldn't have had this problem. We know that the organization, AAA, was planning for the long term, and that's why they have those reserved. And there's actually two other organizations that have more reserves because they were planning for the long term. We know there's no clawback, there's no reallocation, and we know that we cannot compel any SGOs to be able to provide scholarships. So right now, the decision in my mind is whether we kick kids out of schools, we kick the kids out of schools that we said we didn't want to do, or whether we provide funding that's readily available and has been provided in this work program today to make sure those kids can stay in the schools. So again, this is about whether we're going to kick kids out of school today or we're going to make sure that they can stay in the schools that best suit them, which they're already attending. 1,402, there's 350 for which we don't have enough funding right now. So that to me is the question. So I'm going to be a resounding no to that motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else?
Senator
Go ahead,
Gokachia.
Senator Gokachidi.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, clearly the only part of the motion I do agree with is there's a lot of work to be done on the opportunity scholarships. Looking at it, though, I don't think the SGO holding that reserve has done anything illegal. I don't think there's the ability to claw it back. So without the appropriation of the $3.2 million, clearly there are students that won't be able to access the scholarship. So I will be voting no.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Senator Titus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very disappointing. I will be a no on that motion. It is very disappointing to me that I saw this body over a several-hour period of time berate and make villains out of agencies, out of these SOGs that are absolutely trying to help Nevada students because Nevada public education has failed these students. But yet somehow it seems to be that they're the villains, when in reality, they are trying to do good that our state has not done. I have to be a no on this. This $3.2 million that have been asked to be spending from our COVID relief is not from our general fund dollars. It will go to helping these students through no fault of their own, and nor these other agencies, nor did the AAA intentionally take the funds. We have laws that mandates that they have reserves. So taking those line of questioning was total and not fair in any way. And I really feel that we've put a light that there are some needs, that these opportunity scholarships need to be clarified. I've already reached out to a Senate colleague. I'm happy to look at reforms. But the issue isn't in October. The issue is now. The issue is school starts in a couple weeks. These kids need a decent education. We have an opportunity to help them. They can't afford to go anywhere else. And I'm very disappointed in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to
comments?
say, yeah, I would like to say something.
Assemblyman Koenig?
So I guess sitting here for 12 hours, I should probably say something and get my face on camera so posterity knows I was here. I want to thank Assemblyman Kasama for missing this meeting so I could sit here. I actually had a 7:45 softball game that I was the pitcher that I've missed. I just got a text and we lost, so I'm going to blame me not being there for that loss there. I just want to say, every morning during session when I walked out of the apartment, my wife would give me a kiss and say, "Do what's best for the people." She says, don't get involved in party as much, but do what's best for the people. And I think you can tell from my voting record, there's been a couple articles in the Nevada Indy in the last few weeks that kind of highlighted my voting record, and I've gotten called out a few times for it, but I always did what I thought was best for the people. There's definitely some obvious deficiencies in the Opportunity Scholarship Program. It's obvious, we're all concerned, and there definitely need to be some changes need to be made. But that being said, I just don't think it was never a go from the beginning with the party in charge. I think our governor ran one of his key campaign issues was opportunity scholarships. Senator Gansert had a bill dealing with opportunity scholarships. We could have solved a lot of these issues. Assemblyman Hafen had a bill dealing with opportunity scholarships. Neither of them even got a hearing. The governor had some legislation to do with strengthening opportunity scholarships. Again, not got a hearing. So it's been a no-go from the beginning, the opportunity scholarships. I thought it was pretty interesting that we spent 2 hours pinning down an exact number of how many kids are going to be affected. I don't know what the magic number was if there's 350 kids that get kicked out of their schools, that's okay. If we could get the number to 400, well, maybe then we'll consider spending the money and not getting 400 kids kicked out, but 350, no big deal. But we're still kicking 350 kids out of the schools that some of them could have been there for years and years, and they're going to have to be changing schools here in the next week or two and not get to go where they want to. It was interesting, I came in here thinking the vote was going to be on whether or not we spend COVID money to supplement the opportunity scholarships, and it turned into a whole complete different discussion. The governor was told we can't afford it, so he went out and found another way. He kind of tries to get things done. He found another way to supplement this program, and still there's a no-go. So time crunch, school starts Monday, I think, for a lot of kids. These kids aren't going to be able to go to the school they want because they just can't afford it. And I think that's the thing. We need to do what's best for our constituents, but what's best for the kids, and try to take politics out of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any comments?
Yes.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Go first, or you want to go first?
Assemblywoman Dickman, did you want to say something?
Yes, please. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I just, it seems like we heard about all these unforeseen issues that came up since session. It's like it's the perfect storm that's going to cause hundreds of children's lives to be in upheaval. And yeah, we know we learned today there's several issues with opportunity scholarships that we need to work on. But again, like some have said, this is not the fault of these kids that are going to have their lives uprooted. And we have the opportunity and we have the means to fix this in the near term, and I just really think we need to do it for these kids. So I will be a no on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make it quick. I'm ditto to all my colleagues' comments. I'm very disappointed. We had a chance today to make a difference, and I'm disappointed in our actions as a whole. I will admit I think somewhat we've allowed the desire for perfection. We have problems with the statute, but it's been around long enough where we're willing to change it, and it's just disappointing, and I feel sorry for the students, but it is the process that we have, and I'll be voting a very strong no, and I thank you for the time, and I thank my colleagues for their opinions and comments.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Assemblywoman Hadigi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to be clear. AAA scholarships, an out-of-state organization, has enough money in reserves, $13.5 million, in addition to the $6.7 million they received this year, to fund an extra 2,250 students at a scholarship amount of $6,000 each. So in totality, they have $20.2 million. They can fund almost 50 students shy of 3,000 students with $6,000 each this school year. That's how much money exists within one organization to fund these scholarships. Chair, we heard my colleague from the North say that if we had raised the ceiling to $10 million for opportunity scholarships, that we wouldn't be in this problem. But the truth is we would be exactly where we are today in this exact same problem, because this one organization came to the Department of Taxation with $11 million worth of requests and applications. So we would be exactly right here. And during the 82nd session, we heard it over and over and over that it was the governor's consistent message that we could not use one-time money, and we should not use one-time money to fund ongoing requests, and that's exactly what this is doing. Knowing that, Madam Chair, I will be voting for this motion because it's a manufactured crisis, and I can't support sending more money to opportunity scholarships when the money already exists there.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? So as the chair of IFC, I feel that I definitely have to make a comment. I agree with my colleague that had the cap been raised, we'd still be in the situation we're in. It's very disappointing that we are here. I'm encouraged to hear that collectively we all agree that this is a problem that we need to work on. We've seen what the problem is. But the money is there. There was over $13 million for one organization, and they had more than enough money to stabilize the scholarships that they were currently giving, but they chose to fly in from out of state and put in a request to take up the entirety of the opportunity scholarship money, leaving out Nevadan organizations, knowing full well that that would hurt Nevada students. We, as a legislative body, are not pulling the rug from under these students. There is a failure in the process that we must fix. We heard tonight from AAA Scholarship that they would be willing to work with the other SGO students and make sure that those students are made whole, and that is the returning students, and I pray that they do. But our job is to be fiscally responsible, and fiscally responsible with every dollar that comes into the state. And if we were to fund this and make sure that this year it was covered, AAA would still have $20 million, and we would be back here trying to come up with a solution a year from now. I hope and I pray that AAA Scholarship does the right thing by these students, that I feel, and I may be wrong, and God forgive me if I am, was an intentional harm to make sure that their organization would be the sole organization to control opportunity scholarships in the state of Nevada. And if I'm blessed to go back to Carson City in 2025, I hope that you all that return with me will work to fix this problem so that we never are in this position again. And as far as someone saying that this was political, there's nothing about this that's political. As I said earlier, I'm a mom and a grandma. There's nothing about a student's education. I don't care who they are, where they come from, the color of their skin, the economic situation of their family. Collectively, I think we all want every child in the state to have a quality education. And it pains me to have to make this decision, but my job as a chair of IFC, the chair of Ways and Means, is to make a fiscally responsible decision for the state of Nevada. And that decision can't be giving in to a manufactured, and it was definitely manufactured when you see that the change was made the day after Sign and Die to change how the access to this funds. The day after Sign and Die, and someone was on a plane, the first one at the door, knowing how much money was available and asking for all of it and then some. So with that, we have a motion on the floor, we've had a second, and we've had discussion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
I believe we have a noes from Senator Ganzert, Senator Gokachia, Senator Titus, Assemblyman Conan, Assemblyman O'Neill, and Assemblywoman Dickman. And Assemblyman Hafen. Is that correct? And with that, the motion carries. And that brings us up to the very last item on our agenda, and that is the second round of public comment. If there's anyone still with us that would like to give public comment, I invite you to the table here in Las Vegas and to the witness table in Carson City. Good evening.
I'll try to be brief. I want to thank the Senate for taking the legislature for taking this time to listen to me. My name is Al Rojas. I live in Assembly District 12 and Senate District 21. I am a advocate for to help reduce homelessness and bring respect to homeless people. And I'm also trying to get crime down in our community and in the schools. I wanted to address the legislature that I am getting bipartisan support on a new bill that I am proposing that I have support on from the following people in the legislature. They like it. It's Vanessa Condesine, Brenda Zamora of the trustees, Clara Thomas, Linda Cavazos, Summers Armstrong, and Superintendent Hara. 10% of the people commit 90% of the crimes, and our dropout rate is about 10%. This law that I am proposing will give money, will make a law that we're going to get enough counselors one counselor for every 250 students, because that's the problem. We got to keep these kids' heads in school, keep them in school. That's the problem. Our dropout rate is so high. That's why our crime is so high in our inner cities. I come from Orange County. I spent 38 years there, but I grew up in Los Angeles. You can take a kid out of the inner city, but you can't take the inner city out of the kid. I care about these people. I care about my community. This law that I am proposing and that I am getting bipartisan support on is going to allocate money for these counselors, and the money is going to be just used for these counselors, so we can bring that gap down of 600, one counselor for 600 students, down to 250. And the money can only be allocated for that, and I have HARA support on that. Now, I don't know all the details. The legislature, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous here because I thought, it's easy to be an armchair quarterback over when you get over it's pretty tough. Vanessa Konesign said that you guys cannot enforce how the money is spent. Hopefully there's a way around that. But that is the root of our problem. If we don't keep these kids in school, we're never going to get crime down. And I'm going to close with this comment. I support Metro, and they're telling, I'm a community activist, and they're telling us we're having problems with the kids that are 12 to 21. They're committing too much crimes. We got to keep them somehow in school. We got to do that. I think a bill in that direction will help, and I think we all agree on that bipartisan-wise. I know I can get the Republicans on my end to help, and the Democrats have been like all over this, they're supporting it. Even Tick Seeger-Bloom, our commissioner down here. So I just thought I'd mention that to you guys. Think about it. Hopefully we get it going, but that is the problem with our inner cities. Our dropout rate is too high. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Not having anyone else here in Las Vegas to make public comment, is there anyone at the table in Carson City? Not having anyone at the table in Carson City. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone lines that would like to make public comment?
If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to join the queue.
Hi, this is Katrina Ivanov, aka Mrs. Fixit, Assembly District 42. I'm really disappointed on what you guys did today because you try to spin it political. It's not political. You try to make it look like Governor Lombardo didn't fulfill his promise. I ran last time, and I was very involved in politics, and I listened to all the people that were candidates, and I never heard the governor promising to fund 300 kids. So he didn't promise that. He was just trying to help the kids that were already promised this, the kids that work hard for this, to get funded. And for you guys to twist it around and to say that it's about political credit, it's really sad. It was about few particular kids. It wasn't even about opportunity scholarship. You were not funding anybody else. You were supposed to fund only the kids that were already going through that. So it's absolutely mind-boggling to me what mental gymnastics you had to go through to tell yourself that what you did is right. Very disappointing. I've been listening through the whole thing. I know it was a long day. Trust me. I have better things to do than to listen to that, but somebody has to, because somebody has to hold you accountable for, and you, the chairman, I really like you, but you said it right, and I hope the voters are going to listen at least to this session today, at least to some things of this session today. And I really hope most of you are not there next time around, because you don't put the kids first. You put politics first. You don't put constituents first. You playing politics with life that matters. And those are kids that are going to be so disappointed tomorrow when they wake up. My heart breaks for them. I just don't even, I cannot imagine. How can you do that? You said you're a mother and a grandmother. Imagine your grandchild waking up tomorrow to find out that they cannot go to the school they like because of politicians try to play politics. It's really sad. Thank you so much. I know it was a long day. I was there with you most of the time, and just really, really disappointed. And thank you for everybody that voted no to this motion. And in return, I don't know why you guys politicians make things so complicated.
I hate to cut you off, but we're at 3 minutes, and the time limit is 2. I gave you an extra minute. Thank you so much for your comments.
The way you turn the vote, it looks.
Next caller. BPS, do we have another caller?
Good evening.
You can go ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is David Gibbs. I'm the president of the Nevada Republican Club. I want to congratulate the Democrat majority on finding a villain other than themselves in this issue. But it once again shows, just like was said earlier today, you're more interested in the politics than you are in the children. I congratulate the Democrats on once again ignoring the folks from the lower income spectrums of our society. And any of those who wish to join the Republican Party know that we, the Republicans, will care about your children. Thank you for today. I listened in almost the entire day. And thank all of those who voted no. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller.
Chair, there are no additional callers for comment at this time.
Thank you so much. We do have 2 here in Las Vegas, and then we will call it a night.
Mindy Lloyd for the Injured Police Officers Fund. I just want to tell all of you, well, probably on behalf of Dana and I, we want to thank all of you guys for your hard work today. And I know it's been a super hard day, but for all of you just trying to help us, and we look forward to working with you to secure these funds stay in Nevada, and we look forward to 2025.
I know she said it, and I just hope it works out.
Turn your mic on.
Just yours. I just mirror what she says. Thank you. I know how difficult it was. I'm very pessimistic about the outcome this year because all things being considered and what they are, they're not going to get the funding this year. But I'm hoping that whatever you can work out to get the organizations together to make it more equitable, that this is going to be a one-time thing for us to have to deal with these families and in such a negative way, and that moving forward we can find a way to get them back on the right track again. Thank you for your time.
You can see I told her, oh, sorry. You can see I told her she could take my cart with applications, and she left before we can even work things out. But thank you for all of you.
We thank you both for being here throughout this long day, and we look forward to working with you to fix the issues with this program. Thank you. Members not seeing any other public comment. I think this is our longest meeting ever. And with that, this IFC meeting is adjourned.